I'm here to keep my promise. I lost a bet earlier, and you told me to come do chores after school. I'm Dong Bowen, a real man. I believe in my words and accept my losses. Dong Bowen tried to look natural, thinking about what his father and elders had told him. He even flexed his arm to show off his strong biceps. Don't think I'm smaller than you. I'm very strong and fast. Once, my dad hit me, and I ran 3 kilometers without him catching me. Chun Mianmian watched him enthusiastically promote himself and couldn't help but roll her eyes. She thought that after visiting Dong's house last time, those people would keep their distance from her. But today, Dong Bowen was allowed to come over. She didn't know who made this decision. Your family should have told you about what happened last time. Don't you think I disrespected your elders? And now you want to come here and do chores for me? Dong Bowen waved his hand dismissively. Hey, each thing at its own time. Even though they are my elders, they were wrong about this. The suffering you've endured can't be fixed with just a few words. I was wrong to judge you without knowing your past. After saying this, Dong Bowen sincerely bowed to Chun Mianmian. When he stood up, his eyes sparkled brightly. I made a mistake, so I deserve to be punished. That's why I came to work as a labor for you. I've taken a long leave from school. When you feel better, I'll leave. When Dong Bowen said this, Chun Mianmian finally saw the luggage at his feet. You're not planning to stay at my house, are you? I told you, there's no room. You should leave quickly. I don't need extra help. In the past few days, she had been selecting instructors, doctors, and logistics staff for the base. Once those people were in place, and there were plenty of workers who would care about this math-earning fool with a score of 5. Seeing Chun Mianmian try to close the door, Dong Bowen quickly hugged his luggage and rushed inside, then sat on the ground without getting up. I, Dong Bowen, am a man who keeps his word. If I lose a bet, I accept it. But now you've driven me away and then say I am untrustworthy. Where do I put my face? Moreover, the ones who offended you are my aunt and others. I am even younger than you, and I didn't know about it. You can't punish everyone together. As long as you don't kick me out, I can work here during the day and sleep at my aunt's place at night. Dong Bowen's pulling caused Lu Rulin, who was making a small outfit for the dog, to come out. She looked at the half-grown boy crying on the ground and remembered what her son had told her about Chun Mianmian going to Dong's house before. She wanted to speak to comfort him, but when she saw the scars on Chun Mianmian, she closed her mouth and covered her ears, pretending she didn't hear. Chun Mianmian listened to Dong Bowen's loud, donkey-like braying. Her forehead veins bulged with anger. She tried to pull him out, but he was as stubborn as a live donkey. As soon as she moved toward him, he ran into the yard. Finally, she gave up and squatted in the dog's nest, holding the dog, refusing to come out. Fine, since you're so sincere, I'll give you a chance. A flash of sharpness appeared in Chun Mianmian's eyes. Before Dong Bowen's big teeth could show, her words made him shrink back in defeat. Taking care of military dogs is very important. You need to understand the right proportions of ingredients to keep their nutrition balanced. Sometimes, you also have to distribute supplies. If your math isn't good, that's a problem. I'll give you a week. If you can raise your math score to 60, I'll let you stay. 60? You want me to improve by 55 points in a week? Chun Mianmian, you're deliberately making things hard for me. Dong Bowen's eyes widened. He hated math the most in his life. More than anything, it felt like being killed. Seeing Dong Bowen so angry, Chun Mianmian felt satisfied and shrugged innocently. Anyway, I've set the conditions. Whether you want to learn or not, you and my sister-in-law are both in 9th grade. I'll give you a test with her exam paper, so no one can say I'm bullying a fool. Dong Bowen bit his lip, looking at Chun Mianmian. He wanted to leave right away, but thinking of the elder's instructions and wanting to redeem himself, he slowly stood up. Fine, I accept your challenge. It's just math. I will succeed. After saying that, he carried his luggage and left the house, heading straight to Dong Qingqiu's home. Chun Mianmian then realized that Dong Qingqiu had somehow returned without her noticing. She was standing at the door, looking at her eagerly. Chun Mianmian felt that she had already made her point clear last time. She simply nodded politely, like an ordinary neighbor, and then closed the door. In the days that followed, Chen Yanyan often heard Dong Qingqiu and Wenjianya shouting back and forth. Are you stupid? I've taught you this problem 5 times already. Why can't you get it? Dong Bowen, I've never seen someone like you. Is your brain as soft as tofu with no wrinkles? Occasionally, Chen Yanyan would listen and smile happily. She could tell that Wenjianya's voice was strong and confident, which meant he had been taking good care of himself recently. Once the experts arrived, she thought the surgery could be scheduled. As for Dong Bowen, Chen Yanyan didn't care much. As long as they didn't come over to bother her, she was happy. That day, the weather was nice. Chen Yanyan went to Song Chulu to ask for a training area. She planned to take her dogs for some practical exercises and show everyone her progress. Maybe there would be business opportunities or tasks in the future. Remember to come find her. Now, Chen Yanyan had 15 dogs, all the smartest and most capable in the area. She was wearing a training uniform made by Lu Rulin, comfortable, like a jacket and work pants with pockets. She also carried a matching backpack, which made her look brave and energetic. The dogs were dressed in training uniforms of the same color as Chen Yanyan, with Northern Military District K, 9 unit embroidered on them. They stood proudly in a line. Even Hallie was there. Kids, let's go show off with Big Sister. Chen Yanyan waved her small hand and slid forward on her skateboard with style. The dogs instinctively surrounded her in the middle, forming a protective formation, and confidently headed toward the military district. Dong Bowen, who was studying hard and venting his frustration by scraping bricks from the wall, saw Chen Yanyan skate by and immediately brightened his eyes. What was that? It looked fun, and Chen Yanyan's outfit was quite impressive. Did all the military dog team members wear the same? No, he had to go see what was happening. Annie, I'm going out for a bit. I'll come back later to keep studying. Dong Bowen's eyes sparkled as he jumped down from the wall and followed Chen Yanyan into the military district. He reported his uncle Dong Ingwei's name. After the soldiers at the checkpoint verified his identity and registered him, they let him in. But after a while, he lost track of where Chen Yanyan had gone. Hey, hurry to the 16th District Training Ground. Commander Su's wife is performing a show. Her dogs are really amazing. If we don't go now, it will be over. Suddenly, Dong Bowen heard soldiers talking about Chen Yanyan and quickly followed to see for himself. When he arrived, many soldiers were already gathered around resting. Even Song Chuli was standing outside watching Chen Yanyan give commands. The dogs in the training ground obeyed Chen Yanyan's instructions, crawling forward, jumping over obstacles, diving into mud pits to pull out dummies. Every time they completed a task, Chen Yanyan rewarded them with food, making the dogs even more eager. Very good, very good. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Yanyan. I've never seen such disciplined and brave military dogs. Song Chuli looked at her with admiration. Even the once-feared wolf pack was not as obedient and brave as Chen Yanyan's dogs. Stay humble, stay humble. This is just one of my many shining points. Chen Yanyan winked at Song Chuli, then turned to have the dogs start attack drills again. 1 dog hides, 2 dogs work together, 3 dogs attack in a triangle, 4 dogs form a circle. 15 dogs can fight alone or work in teams, adapting flexibly under Chen Yanyan's command. Not only Song Chuli, but also the soldiers watching from the sidelines were amazed. If only we had such a good military dog team back then, my brother wouldn't have been killed in the explosion. Yeah, my old company commander lost half his body to save me. It would have been great if these military dogs had appeared earlier. Everyone reminisced, looking at the brave military dogs, their eyes misty as they remembered loved ones lost in war. The lively military dog performance, under Chen Yanyan's command, ended successfully and received enthusiastic applause from everyone. Everyone clapped until their hands turned red. Chen Yanyan saw the crowd was excited and lowered her hand to speak. Everyone has seen my skills in training military dogs, and you've heard about my style. As long as you sincerely follow me, if I have food, you will have food too. The military dog base will soon be established. I will personally train the handlers and the team doctors who treat the dogs. If anyone is interested, you can sign up with Commander Song. As Chen Yanyan finished speaking, Everyone began to whisper quietly. The military dog training was indeed impressive, but asking them to feed the dogs felt a bit unfair. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. All soldiers want to stand out. In the military dog team, if you follow a woman, you might not retire and still be a low-ranking soldier. Chun Mian waited for a while, but no one volunteered. She couldn't help but pout. Sigh. Those who don't seize opportunities will regret it later. Song Chiuli saw Chun Mian was silent and thought she was upset, so he quickly tried to comfort her. Chun Mian, don't get angry. I'll assign a team for you tomorrow. Anyone who disobeys you, I will deal with them. But Chun Mian shook her head quickly. Commander, my military dog base isn't open to just anyone. The requirements are high. If I don't pass your test, I prefer to have no one. The trainer and the dogs are connected, and I can't hand my precious ones to irresponsible people. I want to choose the right candidates myself. Seeing Chun Mian's insistence, Song Chiuli had to give up. The base was almost ready, and the reserve dogs were arriving from all over the country. If only Chun Mian was left, he wasn't sure she could handle everything. Just as he was thinking about sending his son and grandson over, suddenly, an excited voice rang out. Me. I want to sign up. I want to be a trainer. Zhao Mingji squeezed out of the crowd excitedly, looking at the proud Hallie with shining eyes. Since he was a child, he loved playing with dogs, even to the point of obsession. He treated all the dogs at home like family. Hallie was brought home when he was just a month old, and they had a very close bond. Zhao Mingji's father had told him about the important role of military dogs on the battlefield, and he had always dreamed of training one himself. He had just come out of quarantine and immediately looked for Chun Mian to take Hallie away. After searching around and following the military district personnel, he saw Hallie's various skills with admiration and longing in his eyes. Hallie had learned so many skills in just a few days with Chun Mian. If he kept at it, he could do anything. I want to be a trainer. I want to learn from you, Master. Please accept me. Zhao Mingji stepped in front of Chun Mian, bowing deeply. When he looked up, his eyes burned with passion, almost as if he wanted to set her on fire. Are you going to be a training instructor? Chun Mian frowned. Aren't you from the Northwest Military Region? How can you be a training instructor here? Would your father agree? Zhao Mingji waved his hand to show he didn't mind. His military record could be transferred, and as for his father, he was usually busy pampering his wife and wished he would leave so he wouldn't be a third wheel. As long as you agree, I will pack my things immediately and report here within a week. Please say yes. I really want to be a training instructor. I dream of working with military dogs. When Zhao Mingji said this, he looked very excited, showing Chun Mian that he truly loved this job from the bottom of his heart. Okay, as long as you handle your military record and family relationship well, I can let you become a training instructor. But you don't need to call me master anymore. I treat everyone the same. No, you are my master. I will only recognize you as my master in this life. As long as you teach me how to train dogs, I will be your adopted son. I will take care of you in old age, help you raise children, and serve your family. Master, listening to Zhao Mingji's increasingly ridiculous words, Chun Mian quickly covered his mouth to stop him from talking further, or she might just send him away. You don't have much time left. Hurry up and run to catch a taxi. I don't want to see you right now. Chun Mian covered her face, feeling like she might have been too unlucky, with heaven sending such a strange person to annoy her. Okay, master. Wait for me. I'll leave you here for now. When I come back, I will definitely become the best military dog trainer. Training instructor. Although Zhao Mingji didn't know what taking a taxi meant, he knew Chun Mian had accepted him. He happily ran off. No one expected anyone to actually join the military dog team. It seemed a bit unbelievable. Is that person crazy? How can working with dogs have any future? I'm not signing up. I still want to become an official and make my family proud. Yeah, raising military dogs is tiring and not very active work. I won't go either. Everyone was talking among themselves. Meanwhile, Bowen watched the dogs interacting with Chun Mian, thinking differently. Chun Mian was so talented, and the military dogs she trained were also very good. If he learned these skills, he could also contribute to the military and society indirectly. His family always said he was slow-witted and mischievous, not as smart as his brothers. But he still wanted to do something impressive to show his family. He is not good at dealing with people, but he can get along with dogs, right? Just as he was thinking, the crowd parted, and 5 soldiers came over, all standing in front of Chun Mian. Report, I want to join the military dog team and become a dog trainer. Qian Wang saluted Chun Mian loudly, so everyone could hear. You want to join the dog team? Are you joking? Chun Mian looked at Qian Wang. He now seemed to be a company commander. If he keeps working hard, earning some military merits, he might become a battalion commander someday. He just joined their newly formed dog team. It's not that Chun Mian lacks confidence in her team, but she doesn't understand what Qian Wang is thinking. He doesn't seem to like dogs much, so why does he want to join? Report, I made this decision after careful thought. The dog team is part of the army and can be useful on the battlefield. I am willing to do whatever is needed, and I won't ignore the team's progress for personal gain. Rest assured, I can read and have combat experience. I believe I will work well with the dogs in the future. Qian Wang spoke so confidently that Chun Mian couldn't refuse him. With his words, the others nodded in agreement. Captain Qian is right. We all think the same. Several soldiers nodded firmly. Chun Mian asked them some basic questions. They all could read and had stable personalities, but they hadn't been promoted much because they weren't good at scheming. Now, with Chun Mian's dog training base, they saw a chance to break through. All right, I'll accept you for now. Let's test each other for a month. If you pass my test, you can stay as trainers. I will teach you everything I know. If you think I'm not good enough, you can return to your original units. Hearing this, the group had no more doubts. They went to the side to fill out the registration forms. Chun Mian had prepared these forms last night for personnel records and to quickly learn about their backgrounds. Gradually, 10 more people came. Originally, they didn't think highly of Chun Mian, but so many people eagerly signed up, which surprised everyone. Zhu Zheng, standing among the crowd, frowned. What does this girl have that's so good? A future, uncertain dog team, and they're risking their future for it. Coincidentally, Chun Mian also asked this question. She didn't think she had any special charm that would make people give up their futures to follow her. Hee, we helped you before. I still haven't finished the canned food you gave us. I don't know much, but I do know that following you means getting to eat meat. Yes, we work for you, and you always give us plenty to eat and drink. No matter where we are in the army, we just want to be in a good unit with good food. These people had seen Chun Mian's generosity and methods before. They weren't very clever, but they knew how to look around. Following a leader like Chun Mian, regardless of the future, at least life would be comfortable. And dealing with dogs was much easier than dealing with people. Alright, since you all say that, then work hard. Stay under my command. In 3 years, I will help you at least get promoted 3 levels. Hearing Chun Mian's words, Chu Zhang and others snorted. Some had served in the army and never been promoted 3 levels, yet she dared to boast so confidently. Of course, Chun Mian could hear the doubts around her, but she still stood there confidently. In her past life, she reached the top as an animal scientist, training her students and colleagues into highly sought-after talents. Getting them promoted 3 levels in 3 years was definitely possible. People laugh at me for being crazy, but I laugh at them for not seeing through. Today, those who mock me will regret it, Chun Mian said firmly. After that, she told the team members who had finished their paperwork to go back and report to the leaders of the unit. Tomorrow, everyone would gather at this training ground. Before the military dog base was built, this was the main activity area for the dog team. My dog team values quality over quantity. We hold regular assessments. If someone fails, they become a reserve. 3 consecutive failures mean they switch to logistics, and they can't handle military dogs for a year. Although Chun Mian usually seemed careless, once she was in work mode, she was like a fierce female demon from The people signing up looked at her commanding presence and silently swallowed their saliva. It seemed that the days ahead might not be as comfortable as they imagined. While Chun Mian was giving her speech, Dong Bowen felt even more excited. 3 promotions in 3 years? That was much faster than his hard-earned promotions in the army. It's just studying. As long as I don't die from exhaustion, I will study like crazy. I'm all in. Dong Bowen clenched his teeth and stomped his foot, then turned around and ran back to Dong Qingqiu. He started studying seriously on his own. For those boring math problems, if he couldn't solve one, he would do it 10 times, or even 100 times. Dong Qingqiu and Wen Jianye were surprised to see him suddenly become so diligent. I just want to give it my best shot. If before Dong Bowen still felt reluctant because of his elders' expectations, now his eyes were full of hope for the future. Chun Mian didn't know about Dong Bowen's change. She finished recruiting for the military dog team and made the dogs shine brightly. Under the gaze of envy, mockery, or disdain, she left on her skateboard. At dinner that evening, Su Bian finally returned. He ate quickly and went straight to bed without even changing his clothes. Chun Mian went into the room and saw his dark circles, tired face, and scruffy beard. She knew he was working hard. Gently, she covered him with a blanket and lay down beside him. The next morning, Chun Mian had to teach a class, so she woke up early. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Su Bian staring at her. Caught peeking, Su Bian felt a bit embarrassed. Just as he wanted to make an excuse, he heard Chun Mian's soft, lazy voice. Did you ask Qian Wang and the others to sign up here? Su Bian didn't expect Chun Mian to react so quickly. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Although I was the one who encouraged them before, they all volunteered. Su Bian looked down and talked about the backgrounds of those soldiers. They were either orphans or had no way out at home, so they joined the army. Their personalities weren't very flexible. Sometimes they said the wrong thing and offended others without realizing it. They were naive and sincere, even when betrayed. They didn't have a good life in their original units, and now society is becoming more stable. There are fewer chances to earn military merits for promotion. I only want to find them after I checked on them. I didn't say much, and I definitely didn't pressure them with their status. I just analyzed the pros and cons, and they all decided to come. Su Bian spoke while secretly watching Chun Mian, worried she might be angry or think he meddled in her affairs. Seeing how cautious Su Bian was, Chun Mian chuckled softly. Do you think I'm angry? Chun Mian gently pinched Su Bian's handsome face. Not only did you help me find someone, but you also helped with background checks. I haven't even had time to thank you. Don't worry, I won't let you and everyone down. From now on, the military dog team will be the best treated and most admired unit in the entire military district. Chun Mian looked confident and proud, as if this was a very normal thing for her. Su Bian's eyes showed a gentle light. He really loved her energetic personality. Even though she was not tall, he could spot her easily in a crowd. She was like a shining pearl, impossible to ignore. I believe in you, of course. Su Bian blushed and pursed his lips. He looked at her small hand close to him, his heart pounding. If he reached out and held her hand now, would she think he was being too forward? He secretly glanced at Chun Mian, who was still talking about the military dog team plans. With a determined look, Su Bian raised his hand, ready to hold her. Big brother, sister-in-law, dinner is ready. Just as Su Bian's fingertips were about to touch Chun Mian, Su Juexia knocked on the door. His words made Su Bian's courage suddenly collapse, and he slumped onto the bed in disappointment. Hey, Su Bian, what's wrong? Why did you fall? Is your wound hurting? Recently, Su Bian had been busy with interrogations, and his wound care was careless. Chun Mian thought he was unwell, so she hurried over without worrying about her clothes, touching his head and pulling at his clothes.
I'm fine.
You don't need to look. Su Bian didn't manage to hold her hand and was even about to be undressed. Feeling shy, he tried to hide his embarrassment, not wanting Chun Mian to see. Hey, why are you blocking me? Forget about the fact that doctors shouldn't discriminate between men and women. We're a proper couple. Even if I took off all your clothes, no one could say anything. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian found his shyness even more amusing. Usually the cold, decisive military officer outside was blushing all over when with her. Who understands this cute contrast? It really touched Chen Mianmian's heart. Sure enough, Su Baian's ears turned red from her teasing, but in the end, he couldn't resist her. His shirt was quickly pulled off. Su Baian's skin was already fair, and now, feeling shy, it had a pinkish hue. With his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and defined chest and abs, Chen Mianmian almost couldn't hold back her tears of excitement. Come, sit up quickly. I'll apply medicine for you. Chen Mianmian shook her head to clear the yellow waste from her mind, then checked Su Baian's back injury. It was supposed to be a 7-day wound removal, but recently he was busy and hadn't come. The wound was slightly red and swollen. Chen Mianmian carefully removed the stitches with her tools and then bandaged his back. Of course, she couldn't resist taking a quick feel of his abs and chest muscles. Her hands found them firm and satisfying. That's enough. Just change the dressing every few days. Remember, no vigorous activity. If the wound opens again, I'll tie you to the bed so you can't go anywhere. After satisfying her curiosity, Chen Mianmian reminded Su Baian to be careful. She imagined tying him up, watching his eyes turn red with resistance, but still having to obey her. That sounds kind of exciting. Su Baian didn't say anything. He hurriedly dressed, still feeling the lingering touch of Chen Mianmian's hands on his back. His body was reacting, and he was worried she might notice and think he was being disrespectful. Chen Mianmian finished her own needs and didn't notice Su Baian's state. She dressed and got off the bed. She accidentally stepped on a skateboard lying on the ground. Her balance was lost, and she screamed as she tried to adjust her posture, but it was too late. There was a bed behind her, so falling wouldn't hurt much. But in the next moment, Chen Mianmian fell into a warm embrace. She looked up and saw Su Baian looking at her with concern. Are you okay? Next time, I'll make sure it's stable. If you fall tonight, it'll really hurt. The skateboard was actually Chen Mianmian's careless placement, but Su Baian took the blame. Chen Mianmian leaned into Su Baian's arms, looking into his starry eyes. A strange, fluttering feeling rose in her again. Su Baian, Chen Mianmian stared at his lips, wondering if kissing him would feel good. You still carry a gun when you sleep? That's pretty serious. She wanted to say something flirtatious and kiss him, but the strong sensation on her lower back made her unable to ignore it. Suddenly, she blurted out her thoughts. With a loud bang, Su Baian panicked and stepped back, blushing like a cooked shrimp. He didn't even bother to put on his shoes and ran out quickly. Big brother, Mom said it's time to eat. Su Juexia was setting the table with food when he turned his head and saw Su Baian rushing into the bathroom. He thought that maybe his older brother went to bed too early last night and now had an urgent need to urinate. After a while, Su Baian came out of the bathroom, changed his clothes, and forced himself to stay calm as he came over to eat. You've been tired these days. Eat more to recover. Chen Mianmian watched him sit down, then scooped a piece of egg into his bowl, a happy smile on her face. Actually, just after she spoke and Su Baian rushed out, Chen Mianmian realized what was happening. Although she hadn't been in love in her previous life, as a young person of the new era, she knew the signs. It was clear that Su Baian was emotionally moved. From how they interacted after getting married, Su Baian was a good person and very attractive to her. Once she recovered her health and picked a lucky day, she planned to make her move on Su Baian. Haha. Su Baian was eating and suddenly felt a chill at his back. When he looked up, he saw a faint glow in Chen Mianmian's eyes, making him shy and quickly focus on his food again. Next to them, Lu Rulin watched her son and daughter-in-law's interaction, hiding her smile behind her bowl. It was good to see that the daughter-in-law was paying more attention to Su Baian. If she was helping with the dishes today, the wedding day couldn't be far off. After finishing the meal, Su Baian went back to interrogate. Chen Xingyue had been undercover for too long, leaking many secrets.
And her husband knew about it.
But because he loved Chen Xingyue deeply, he didn't report her and even help cover for her. This secret document was deliberately left on the table by her husband. She took the opportunity of delivering food to swap it. If it weren't for Hallie catching her husband's scent and her own scent being on the file bag, they wouldn't know how long it would take to find the mole hiding among the military personnel. Now, more and more people were involved, and the military district was preparing for a long-term fight. Chun Mianmian watched Su Bian's departing figure, feeling like she had forgotten something but couldn't remember what. After thinking for a while with no result, she gave up and packed up her notes from last night's lesson plan. Then she took her dog and skateboard and left. When she arrived, the 15 people who had signed up yesterday were standing neatly. Chun Mianmian asked her dogs to choose their partners. Although Hallie was Zhao Mingji's dog, since he wasn't here now, he would fill in for him. 15 people, each with a dog. Chun Mianmian didn't waste words and simply introduced herself, explained the rules of the military dog team, and told them to call her team leader before starting today's training. From now on, they and the dogs would be the closest comrades in battle. They needed to take good care of the dogs, understand them, and train them. Since these are military dogs, they will participate in dangerous missions in the future, which require the guidance and companionship of trainers. Therefore, soldiers must learn various skills, including first aid. These skills can be used by the dogs and in emergencies by people too. Chun Mianmian's teaching was straightforward and practical, full of useful information. She explained from simple to complex topics and often asked questions to show the soldiers, who were still testing her, that she was very capable. By the end of the day, all 15 soldiers had filled their notebooks with detailed notes. They needed to review their lessons at home because tomorrow Chun Mianmian would ask questions. Those who failed would have to run 10 kilometers with a heavy load. Amid this intense learning, a week passed quickly. Not only did Zhao Mingji come back with bruises and cuts to report, but Dong Bowen also joined the team. This young man, who seemed to have taken some kind of medicine, scored 61 on the test, which surprised Chun Mianmian. "Did you cheat on the score before?" Hearing Chun Mianmian's words, Dong Bowen twitched his mouth. "Who cheats by 5 points?" Looking at the 61 on his paper, Dong Bowen was so excited he almost cried. These past few days, he had worked harder than in the past 16 years, sleeping only 2 hours a night, doing exercises all day except for eating and bathroom breaks. Finally, his efforts paid off. He succeeded. Chun Mianmian kept her promise and allowed him to join the military dog training and study. But he also had an extra task, studying with Su Juexia at night. If he failed the weekly test, he would be kicked out too. Dong Bowen accepted this bitterly. He thought it would be very painful, but once he got used to it, he found life was not only more fulfilling but also that he had a companion to share with, much better than being scolded at home all the time. Just as the military dog team was starting to take shape, Chun Mianmian was called to the office by Song Chulu. "Captain Chun Mianmian, how is the training of your military dog team?" Reporting to the commander, "The 15 dogs are ready to obey commands at any time." Song Chulu listened to her report and nodded with satisfaction, then assigned her the first official task for the dog team. "We worked with Su Bian to go to the neighboring province and capture Qinxingyue's accomplices, aiming to catch all the spies with minimal cost. Rest assured, Commander, I will complete the mission," Chun Mianmian said firmly, then raised an eyebrow at Song Chulu. "And as for the spoils I seized." "You little money grubber," Song Chulu knew she wouldn't stay serious for long. "According to the agreement, all the spoils belong to the military dog team. I can decide and you'll get 10%. All right, Grandpa Song, don't worry. I promise I'll do a good job." This mission was related to Chen Xingyue. After questioning, it was revealed that she had been sending information to her superiors over the years. During the last communication, she was in a neighboring province. This time, Chun Mianmian's task was to help the army catch her. This is Chun Xingyue's confession. Take a look and see if it's useful. The military dog puppies I requested are on their way. I believe when you return, you'll see the military dog base and the dogs. Song Chulu looked at Chun Mianmian, feeling very satisfied. The base wasn't even finished yet, but she had already completed several big tasks. Won't she be able to take off in the future? Chun Mianmian looked at how much military intelligence Chen Xingyue had stolen over the years, not knowing how many people had lost their lives because of it. Rest assured, Commander, I will definitely complete the task. Chun Mianmian took the documents and left. When she reached the training ground, she began calling the names. For this mission, she planned to take 10 people with her, treating it as real combat training. The others would stay here to continue training and wait for the base to be completed so they could tidy up. I don't agree. Why can't I go? Dong Bowen was happy to hear about the official trip, but now he didn't want to stay behind. Refusing won't help. Daegu, have you forgotten that your high school entrance exam is in a few days? Chun Mianmian rolled her eyes. Although Dong Bowen had been doing well recently, he was usually terrible at studying. But he accepted military dog training very well. He seemed to have some talent for it, but I told you, our military dog team will be famous across the country and even worldwide. Education is very important. If you don't get into high school, go back and repeat your studies. After saying that, Chun Mianmian looked at the others. You all too. Don't think that getting older means you don't need to learn. In the future, you'll have cultural classes, monthly exams, and the last one will clean the toilets. You'll also take turns cooking for your comrades for a month, and then the unlucky one will take over. Everyone's big grins immediately disappeared. They were already tired of memorizing military dog team knowledge, and now there are cultural classes too. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Chun Mianmian gave them half a day to pack their things. Tomorrow morning, they will leave together with the dogs. When she skated away, everyone finally felt relieved. Although she is only 19 years old and the shortest among them, whenever she teaches or trains them, her presence is as commanding as someone 2 meters tall. They have never been so afraid in front of the squad leader and the commanding officer. Recently, everyone has seen how rich Chun Mianmian's knowledge is. They respect her deeply. Even when others call them fools, they ignore it. Shallow-minded people don't understand the potential of their military dog team. Come on, let's pack up quickly. This is our first mission, so we need to make the captain proud. Ergo, you must study hard. If not, when we come back, you'll have to go home. Zhao Mingji happily led Hallie forward. Dong Bowen was furious and punched the sky in frustration, then angrily went back to study hard. It's just a high school entrance exam. He's no longer the foolish boy who scored 5 points. Chun Mianmian started packing at home. Lu Rulin heard she was leaving, so she spent the afternoon preparing dried food, meat pies, steamed buns, and various pickles, filling a big bag. Meanwhile, she hid inside the house, rummaging through her small savings. She held a pistol and casually carried a shovel with a big bag of chili powder. Even if she wasn't planning to harm anyone, she could use it later for cooking. She packed a small box with miscellaneous items. It looked harmless, but once opened, it could be deadly for people and dogs. Oh, my little babies, you have to wait for Mom to come back. It's best if you have more puppies while I'm gone, so I'll be happy. Chun Mianmian finished packing her essentials, then hugged her adorable little gold bar and a thick stack of cash, giving them a fierce kiss. Anyone can betray her, but these things never will. They are her precious treasures. After a few years, when policies relax, she plans to use this money to start a business. She will become the richest person in the country and reach the peak of her life. After enjoying some time, Chun Mianmian took some canned food and fruit and went to find Shinmeizhen. This time, she and Su Bian both had to leave. Even though the remaining 5 members of the military dog team occasionally came to check on things, men and women shouldn't stay at home all the time. If Sue's relatives found out she was not there and came to cause trouble, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law would definitely be bullied again. Little Mianmian, don't worry. Your mother-in-law makes beautiful clothes. Recently, I asked my daughter-in-law to learn from her. Anyone who dares to cause trouble will regret it. Our family compound is not easy to mess with. Shinmeizhen held Chun Mianmian's hand and liked her more and more. She thought to herself how sharp-witted Su Bian was, quick to act. If she waited a little longer, she could also make her own grandson try hard. Chun Mianmian smiled happily and chatted with Shinmeizhen for a while, then strolled over to Su Chunsheng's house. Mom, my good mom, your dear daughter-in-law is here again. Please open the door for me, Dad. Come quickly. Your daughter-in-law is here to see you. Chen Mianmian used a playful call to attract the attention of Su Chunsheng and Chu Jinrong, who tried to pretend they didn't hear. Chen Mianmian, do you think we're just here for fun? We haven't caused you trouble recently. Why are you coming again? They clutched their pockets tightly. The little money they had was almost drained by Chen Mianmian. Now they were almost to the point of begging for food. Seeing their pale faces, Chen Mianmian felt happy and smiled innocently. Oh, dear Mom and Dad. How can you think that of me? I really didn't come for money this time. I just want to tell you that I will be going out soon and won't be back for a few days. If I find anyone causing trouble at home and making my mother-in-law and sister-in-law suffer, you know me, I'm not in the best mental state. When I get upset, I can't control myself. I might do something terrible, like hurt someone or cause chaos.
You understand, right?
Chen Mianmian's voice was light, but it carried a threatening tone. Su Chunsheng gritted his teeth angrily. Chen Mianmian thought he was some kind of villain, always going to bother that orphaned woman. No, those two useless people. Chu Jinrong snorted coldly and shot a sidelong glance at Su Chunsheng. As long as they don't come to bother me, I won't do anything to them. That's best. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Remember to the vegetable garden while I'm gone. If it's neglected, I'll have to find someone to fertilize it. After saying this, Chen Mianmian ignored Chu Jinrong's angry, green face and happily skipped away. Most of the arrangements were done. Chen Mianmian carefully reminded Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia, if anyone bullies them, just let the dogs bite them. She had already spoken to all the dogs in the area. If anyone dares to cause trouble, they'll get bitten. Don't worry, I now know what to do. Lu Ruolin looked at Chen Mianmian's repeated warnings, feeling both touched and guilty. Mom used to be too soft. Now, the whole family has worked hard for this. Even if it's for you, I won't let anyone take away something important. Yes, sister-in-law, don't worry. I will stay with Mom and protect her home. After I finish the college entrance exam, I want to join the military dog team as a trainer. Su Juexia's last heavy breath made Chen Mianmian feel suffocated. She was worried her little sister-in-law might get too excited and want to switch careers entirely. After giving these instructions, the next morning, Chen Mianmian and Su Bayan left the house full of love for their family. As soon as they opened the door, Dong Bowen handed Chen Mianmian a small bag. Be careful and stay safe. If you can't win, just surrender. As long as you stay alive, our family will come to rescue you. After saying this, he ran off. Chen Mianmian clearly saw Dong Qingqiu's figure hiding behind the door, with eyes full of reluctance. Chen Mianmian held the small cloth bag, which was hard and shaped like a pistol. It seemed they had returned the one they had borrowed. Dong Qingqiu stood at the door, looking at Chen Mianmian's small figure, full of words she wanted to say. But just as she was about to step outside, she remembered how she looked covered in wounds, accusing herself, and her eyes turned red as she stopped in place. Be careful and stay safe. Dong Qingqiu kept murmuring, standing there even after Chen Mianmian left, unwilling to go back. When Jianya and Dong Bowen watched their mother, aunt, like this, feeling uncomfortable but unsure how to comfort her, only sighing silently. Chen Mianmian carried a skateboard on her back, while the rest of the luggage was carried by Su Bayan. Watching him run like he was escaping, she couldn't help but laugh. Would you be embarrassed if everyone saw the famous commander, Su, looking so clumsy? There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Su Bayan said, smiling at Chen Mianmian with a row of clean, white teeth. Helping my wife carry things is only natural. Let them say what they want. Su Bayan didn't feel ashamed. He felt proud. Mianmian let him carry the things. She didn't ask others to do it. That shows trust. She considers him family. I remember when she first came to the military base with me, carrying 2 big bags that made her look tiny like a bean sprout. She was so tired and sweaty, but she didn't ask for help.
Now,
she lets me carry her things. That's progress. Su Bayan happily walked along, but Chen Mianmian didn't know what made him so happy. When they arrived at the military base, everyone was gathered. The military dog team stood in a neat row, both people and dogs dressed uniformly, looking very impressive. Seeing Chen Mianmian, The team greeted her loudly. They had fewer people but a strong presence. Su Bian had 20 soldiers with him. When they reached the destination, local troops and police also joined the operation. 2 military trucks carried everyone away. Only after the vehicles disappeared did Song Chuli come out from a corner. This was the first official mission for the military dog team. Everyone hoped it would go smoothly. Black Wind, did you see that? Now, everywhere you go, there are shadows of the military dogs. If you like, come back and visit Dad, okay? Song Chuli took out a worn dog leash from his pocket, thinking back to the days when he fought alongside Black Wind. While he was reminiscing, Chun Mianmian was busy with the travel routine, getting in the car to sleep and getting out too. After traveling on many bumpy roads for a whole day and night, they finally reached the destination in a neighboring province. She got out, feeling her sore waist, and missed the wide, straight highways of modern times. Maybe she should apply for a helicopter next time. She can even drive one. As she squatted on the ground eating dry food to regain energy, the person in charge of the approached her. Hello, Commander Su. I am Captain Bai Shi from the 492nd Regiment. I hope we can work well together on this mission. Bai Shi was big and rough-looking, with a deep voice. His thick eyebrows and big eyes made him look like a fierce hero. Hello. Let me tell you the situation now. Su Bian didn't waste words and quickly arranged everything that needed cooperation. Everyone else stood quietly, waiting for orders. After they finished speaking, Bai Shi's expression finally softened a little. He invited them to eat and rest. Just then, he saw Chun Mianmian squatting nearby. Hey, you guys are on a business trip and brought your daughter?
How old is she?
Is she in middle school? Chun Mianmian, who had been happily eating, suddenly felt her food lose its flavor. She stood up quickly, crossed her arms, and pointed at him.
Why are you talking like that?
Are you insulting me?
I'm 19.
Who said I didn't go to middle school? Haven't you heard? The best parts are always condensed. Broken voice. The original owner had long been malnourished. Now, she was about 150 centimeters tall. In the northern military area, she was considered quite petite. She allowed others to call her mentally weak, but she would never accept being called short. Broken voice. One day, she believed she could grow to 1.8 meters. Seeing her like a furious cat about to pounce, Su Bian quickly held her back and explained seriously to Bai Shi. This is our military district's dog team captain, Comrade Chun Mianmian. She is also a comrade in this joint operation. Bai Shi's eyes widened in disbelief. When did the military district have a dog team? And the captain was such a petite woman? Her thigh probably wasn't even as thick as his arm. Commander Su, this mission is very important, not a game. How can you be both a woman and a dog? Don't hold us back or blame us if things go wrong. Bai Shi, who already looked fierce, now frowned deeply, almost scaring children to tears. Chun Mianmian was not happy to hear that. She stepped forward, tilted her head, and pointed at him on her toes. What's wrong with women? Great people have said women can hold up half the sky. If you look down on me, you're looking down on great people. Do you believe I'll write a big poster to report you? Bai Shi was speechless after being challenged by Chun Mianmian. He finally managed to say, hag. You say I'm a hag? I've been waiting to see you beg me. Chun Mianmian snorted coldly. She had seen many people judged by appearance, but in the end, they all got what they deserved. You want me to beg? Me? A bean sprout? No way, absolutely not. Bai Shi firmly shook his head. If I were to beg you, I'd take your surname. Chun Mianmian pouted, feeling it was not a big deal, just changing a surname. No big deal. Su Bian saw her thoughts and looked at Bai Shi. Here's the deal. If you ask Comrade Chun Mianmian for help this time, you owe her a month's allowance. If you don't ask, I will give you my month's allowance. Bai Shi was happy to hear this and nodded immediately. This mission was not only about completing it well, but also about making the famous troop leader Su lose her allowance, which would be a big boost for his reputation. Okay. Don't say I bullied you. If you win, I'll even call her mom. Everyone heard that. Come on, sign the agreement so you can't back out later. Whether I get the money or not doesn't matter. I just like being a mom to you. Chen Mianmian was happy to hear about the reward and secretly praised Su Bian. She quickly took out paper and a pen from her pocket. After neatly signing the agreement, she took out ink paste and had Bai Shi press his thumbprint. The whole process was smooth and natural. Bai Shi looked at the ink on his thumb and the 2 copies of the agreement Chen Mianmian made, feeling like young Bai Lao signing a contract for selling himself. All right, let's eat and rest so we can find the suspect sooner. Chen Mianmian handed 1 copy of the agreement to Bai Shi and kept the other in her pocket. Her work pants had big pockets, perfect for holding many things. Bai Shi scratched his head. Seeing that Su Bian didn't object, he led everyone to eat. He looked at Chen Mianmian's small figure and the military dogs from the local breed. A trace of contempt flickered in his eyes. These people, he thought, must have been duped by some high-ranking officials descendant trying to gain fame. Bai Shi snorted coldly, thinking that when they faced danger, he would make them apologize and teach that young girl a lesson. The bet was just a side story. After everyone finished eating and didn't rest much, they started searching. Su Bian assigned each search team a military dog. Bai Shi initially thought it was unnecessary, but surprisingly, within a day, the dogs found clues. All the teams gathered at the foot of the mountain. It was clear that these people had gone into the mountains hiding. The mountain range stretched endlessly, even connecting to neighboring provinces. If those people took this route, it would be very hard to catch them. Just as Bai Shi was thinking about asking for reinforcements, Chen Mianmian clapped her hands and walked over. Heroes always appear last. Please just ask me, and I will find the person right now. Bai Shi looked at her proud expression and found it amusing. I beg you. Today, even if I die on this mountain, I won't ask you. Chen Mianmian pouted. Since he missed the last chance, when he cries and begs later, don't blame her for taking advantage of the situation. Everyone was still divided into 10 teams, each with a military dog for communication, using barking signals to stay in touch. Chen Mianmian and Su Bian were in the 5th team. Along the way, she called birds to help watch over the other teams from the air. Wild boars, wolves, bears, and even tigers could appear in the mountains. Although everyone carried guns, they preferred not to shoot unless necessary, to avoid alerting spies. Even after seeing it many times, Su Bian still marveled at Chen Mianmian controlling the birds to send messages. He knew that Chen Mianmian was not just good at training dogs, she could communicate with animals too. He wasn't sure how, but since the last attack, he realized his wife was definitely extraordinary. Others thought Chen Mianmian was just playing with the birds and admired her ability to attract them. Hurry, there's a large patch of mushrooms ahead. Let's pick some for lunch. Chen Mianmian took out 2 large mesh bags from her pocket and handed them to the soldiers behind her. Coming to the mountains and starving would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Soon, they saw a big patch of yellow, tender, and adorable mushrooms. These mushrooms are delicious when stir-fried with chili and meat, tender and fresh. In her previous life, they were expensive in supermarkets, costing over 10 yuan per jin. The soldier, holding the mesh bag, was surprised. He didn't expect Chen Mianmian to be so perceptive. This large patch of mushrooms was enough for a big feast. They hurriedly filled the bags, guided by the birds, and even found a patch of wood ear mushrooms. Wow! Mountains are full of treasures. Chen Mianmian took out 2 more mesh bags and casually pulled out 2 knives, handing them over.
What?
What's in your pockets? Su Bian twitched his mouth and watched Chen Mianmian keep pulling things out. He had thought the clothes of the dog team looked strange with so many pockets before. Now he realized all of it was useful. There is everything you might need when you go outside. I have some sunflower seeds here. Do you want some? Chen Mianmian casually takes out the leftover sunflower seeds from her pocket. Su Bian shakes her head helplessly and politely declines. She doesn't argue and simply gives the seeds to the small birds that come to deliver messages. A wolf. There's a wolf attacking people. Suddenly, a small bird rushes to deliver the news. Then, they hear the sharp, long howls of a wolf pack, signaling that they are gathering to attack. Go check it out. Chen Mianmian's face changes. She leads everyone to follow the bird toward the wolves. The groups are not far apart. In less than 10 minutes, they see Bai Shi's team surrounded by wolves.
Get out.
Leave our territory. The wolf pack has about 30 wolves. The alpha wolf lowers its body and bares its teeth at Bai Shi. Brother, we're just passing through and looking for someone. We don't mean any harm. Hallie, despite trembling with fear, tries to negotiate. He even shields Zhao Mingji with his body, worried about his master getting hurt. Get lost. All of you, go away. The alpha wolf is very annoyed and aggressive. It doesn't listen to Hallie. Especially when it sees the dozen or so people holding guns, its eyes flash with fierceness. Facing more than 30 wolves with only a few guns, they have almost no chance of winning unless they shoot. But shooting might reveal their position to spies, putting them in a tough spot. Captain, what should we do? The soldier next to Bai Shi nervously swallows. With so many wolves, they probably can't retreat completely. Let's slowly back away. If it gets worse, we'll shoot. Bai Shi notices the wolves aren't moving. They seem to be testing each other. Maybe if they retreat slowly, they can avoid a fight. Zhao Mingji hears the order and begins to back up with Hallie. Inside, he's silently wishing the team leader would arrive soon. For some reason, even though Chen Mianmian is the youngest among them, she always makes him feel safe. I wish the team leader was here. Zhao Mingji mutters. Bai Shi hears him and glares angrily. Just that little sprout? When she's here, the wolves would be enough to make a feast. Do you want her to come and get herself killed? Bai Shi thinks Zhao Mingji is a coward. At this moment, there's no reason to let the female comrade risk her life. Just as everyone was about to slowly leave, a soldier tripped over a vine, causing his gun to accidentally fire, and the shot hit a tree trunk across from him. They've started fighting. Attack them. Seeing that the other side dared to fight back, the alpha wolf howled loudly and ordered the pack to attack. Quick, climb the trees. Whitestone saw the situation was dangerous and shouted for the soldiers to get up into the trees for safety. Fortunately, everyone was well-trained, and adrenaline kicked in during the life-and-death moment. One by one, they scrambled up like monkeys. Zhao Mingji grabbed Harry and hurriedly climbed up. Just as he reached a branch, the dog slipped from his arms. If it hadn't been attached with a harness, it would have been eaten by the wolves by now. Oh no, I'm going to die. Boo-hoo, I haven't become a little girl yet. Master, please pull me up. I'm about to be choked. Although Chen Mianmian used a harness to prevent the dogs from rushing out, it was still very painful for the dog to fall from the air. Adding to that, wolves kept jumping around below, trying to bite, which made Harry even more scared. It ended up peeing a little. Hey, isn't that brave and tough Whitestone, Captain Bai? You said you were going to catch the spy, right? Why are you up in the tree now? How's the view up there? Just as the tense atmosphere between humans and wolves was about to turn deadly, a teasing voice came. Chen Mianmian walked out with her arms crossed, looking at them with a mischievous smile. Whitestone saw someone else approaching and looked at the wolves turning away, then angrily shouted at Su Bian. Su Bian, are you crazy? Why is she coming over now? Hurry and take her away. Are you waiting for the wolves to eat her? Everyone said Su Bian was a model soldier, but with his poor judgment, he couldn't even protect a woman. Whitestone secretly despised him. Su Bian wasn't upset by Whitestone's scolding. Although his words were harsh, it was clear he was worried about Chen Mianmian's safety. But his eyes looked at Chen Mianmian with a hint of grievance, as if saying he was taking the blame again. Cough cough, Chen Mianmian rarely felt embarrassed. Since Whitestone was decent enough, she decided not to tease them anymore. She looked at the alpha wolf and said, Big brother, we can talk nicely. There's nothing that a can of food can't fix. If there is, then 2 cans. After speaking, she took out 2 cans of meat from her pocket, opened them, and the smell of meat spread around. Carefully, she placed the cans toward the head wolf. This is a gift for Wolf Brother. We are all good citizens. Please be kind and let my friends go first, okay? Can you understand what we are saying? When Chen Mianmian appeared, the head wolf sensed that her aura was different. In animals' eyes, the world isn't colorful, but this woman was very bright, almost glowing, visible from far away. Of course. On the next mountain, I have my wolf friends too. Recently, we became sworn brothers and they even gave me 5 pigs. Chen Mianmian casually lied, making the head wolf stare in surprise. To make the head wolf believe their sincerity, Chen Mianmian told everyone to put down their weapons. Baisher saw that Chen Mianmian could communicate with the wolves and that they no longer attacked. He gritted his teeth and decided to trust her. Put down your weapons. With Baisher's command and Su Bian's orders, everyone threw their weapons to the ground. The head wolf finally felt safe and allowed the wolf pack to retreat behind him. Just as everyone relaxed and was about to come down from the trees, a distant, painful, and lingering wolf howl suddenly sounded. It hurts so much, my stomach hurts so badly. Hearing this, the head wolf quickly ran back, leaving the other wolves to guard here, not allowing anyone to move forward. Chen Mianmian listened to the sound and thought it was strange. She took a can of meat and approached a nearby wolf. Wolf brother, what's wrong with your leader? If you have something to say, tell me. Maybe I can help. The wolf, smelling the meat, salivated wildly, almost drooling like a crystal pendant.
Can you really solve it?
Seeing the doubtful look on the wolf's face, Chen Mianmian immediately patted her chest. Don't underestimate humans. I am known as the wolf repair expert. I once saved a wolf whose intestines were out. I stuffed them back in and sewed him up. Just say, if I'm impressive. Chen Mianmian crushed the meat can and placed it near the wolf's mouth. The aroma was irresistible to those who eat raw meat. Before long, the wolf opened its mouth and ate. The more she ate, the better it tasted, and finally she even licked Chen Mianmian's hands clean. Her fierce expression from before became clear and gentle. Our queen was hurt by humans a few days ago. She went into labor early, but after 2 days, she still hadn't given birth. The old wolf in the pack said that if she couldn't give birth again, the queen would die. In the wolf pack, being quick to bite is common, and now with the bond of the canned meat, Chen Mianmian finally got the information she wanted. It turns out that because the wolf queen was hurt by humans, they are so cautious and hostile when they meet them.
Who are those people?
How many are there? Do you remember where they went? Chen Mianmian instinctively thought those people must be the ones they were looking for. There are about 12, all carrying metal lumps you brought, heading deep into the forest. That area isn't our territory. Chen Mianmian knew that the wolves meant guns when they said metal lumps, so it seems those people are indeed the targets. While they were talking, Baisher and the others had already come down from the trees. Seeing Chen Mianmian and the wolf whispering, they frowned. Are you sure this person is mentally okay? I feel like he's talking nonsense. Su Bian turned to look at Baisher. He knew that sooner or later, Baisher would suffer because of his wife. Just watch and don't talk nonsense. Su Bian wouldn't tell Baisher about his wife's special qualities. If Baisher still acted like a naive fool, he would only end up suffering himself. Baisher rubbed his nose and finally understood to stay quietly on the side and watch. Chen Mianmian and the wolf whispered for a while, then stood up. Go tell your wolf king that I can help deliver the wolf queen's cubs. But in exchange, you have to take us to find the people who hurt her. Hearing this, the wolf pack immediately became restless. Could this human really save the wolf queen? Even the old wolves in the pack said she couldn't be saved. Whether you agree or not depends on what the wolf king says. But you'd better hurry. Otherwise, not only might the cubs be born late, but your wolf queen might not survive. Wolves are monogamous. Once they accept someone, they stay together for life. If the wolf queen dies, the alpha wolf becomes a widower. The wolf pack was clearly shaken by Chen Mianmian's words. After some whispered discussions among themselves, one wolf finally turned and entered the woods, probably to deliver the message. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian shared the information she had learned from the wolf pack with Su Bian. A few days ago, those people came in, and there were more than 10 of them, all armed. Everyone looked worried. We don't know if it was just those 10 people, or if they came in groups, someone said. Baisher frowned and thought deeply. He had started to believe Chen Mianmian's words naturally, and was following her lead. Soon, the wolf king ran out, even with a face full of fur, You could see how anxious it was. Can you really save my wife? It asked. I haven't seen her condition yet, but I will do my best. Time is short, and if you delay, things could get worse, Chen Mianyan replied. 2 days without birth. The situation was very urgent. If the unborn cubs inside her died, it could even threaten the Wolf Queen's life. Okay, as long as you save my wife, I will help you find those people, the Wolf King said. The Wolf King was very vengeful. It would never forget the scent of those people. If not for worrying about the Wolf Queen's health, it would have led the pack to attack them all. Chen Mianmian nodded with satisfaction and took off her backpack along with Xiao Mingji's. Inside were some first aid supplies. Glucose, saline solution, alcohol, suturing needles and thread anesthesia needles, a scalpel, all provided by Chen Mianmian. She had made sure to bring these for missions. Look, now they were coming in handy. Wait here. I will go deliver the baby for the Wolf Queen. I'll be back soon, she said. Chen Mianmian told everyone to stay put. Su Bian was worried and wanted to follow, but the Wolf King was very cautious of humans and didn't allow him to get close.
I'm Fine.
You don't need to come. Wait for me, Chen Mianmian said, pulling his hand and smiling confidently, easing Su Bian's worries a little. If anything happens, call me. Su Bian patted the gun in Chen Mianmian's pocket, signaling her to shoot if there was danger. Chen Mianmian nodded and turned to leave with the Wolf King, leaving the pack to watch over the others. Since they couldn't leave now, Su Bian told everyone to rest and wait for Chen Mianmian to return. Chen Mianmian followed the Wolf King to a nearby cave. As soon as they entered, a strong smell of blood hit her. Inside, a few female wolves were with the Wolf Queen, licking her face now and then to comfort her. After 2 days of labor, the wolf mother was exhausted and very weak, barely able to see. She looked at her mate with tears in her eyes, as if saying goodbye. I've called humans to help you. You must hold on. The Wolf King approached his mate, nudging her with his nose and licking away her tears. The wolves inside the cave saw Chen Mianmian arrive and became alert, but knowing the Wolf King brought her, they dared not move. Chen Mianmian pretended not to see her approach and laid out the supplies from her backpacks. Fortunately, she was well prepared for this delivery. She first reached inside the wolf mother to check, discovering a small wolf cub was stuck sideways across the birth canal, preventing delivery. She tried to turn the cub to a better position, but the wolf mother trembled with pain and had no strength to cooperate. Quick, save my wife, or I will hurt you. The Wolf King growled at Chen Mianmian, showing his teeth in warning. Calm down, wolf. I'm just trying to help, Chen Mianmian said gently, giving him a stern look. Natural birth isn't possible now. We need to do surgery. I will cut open her belly, take out the baby, and sew her up. That's the only way to save her. Do you agree? The Wolf King knew that if he hesitated any longer, his mate might die. Finally, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Chen Mianmian liked this straightforward, brave wolf family. After getting their consent, she first injected glucose into the wolf mother to boost her energy. Seeing her eyes become clearer, she then administered 2 doses of anesthesia. Within seconds, the wolf mother fell into unconsciousness. Chen Mianmian pulled out her tongue, shaved the fur on her belly, disinfected layer by layer, and put on gloves. She took out a scalpel, took a deep breath, and prepared to operate. She knew that quick, precise, and steady actions could save the cubs without needing a blood transfusion and increase their chances of survival. Now, I'm starting. No one is allowed to disturb me. After speaking, the Wolf King lay close to his mate's face, watching her anxiously. The other wolves stepped back, watching Chen Mianmian carefully. By then, Chen Mianmian was fully focused. Having performed many surgeries in the mountains in her past life, she was used to this situation. She cleared her mind and cut open the wolf mother's belly. Soon, she felt the tiny wolf cubs. They carefully took them out, opened the placenta, cleaned the dirt from their mouths and noses, and placed them on a prepared cloth. Naturally, the mother wolf nearby came over to lick them clean. Yip yip yip, howl howl howl. The little wolves were weak from lack of oxygen, and had been for a long time. Their sounds were quieter than a kitten's meow. But Chun Mian didn't have time to care for them now. She took out all 8 wolf pups, cleaned their bellies, and started sewing them up. While sewing, sweat dripped down her forehead. She quickly rubbed her shoulder to block her view, worried it might get in her way. Finally, she stitched up the layers of skin. The surgery was done, but the danger was only half over. They still needed to wait for the wolves to wake up, get through the first night, and then remove the stitches to be truly safe. Thinking of this, Chen Mian felt like she had forgotten something but couldn't remember what.
Soon, she stopped worrying.
After cleaning up the surgical waste, she gave the mother wolf an anti-inflammatory shot and saline solution to help her regain fluids. The rest was up to them. Once it wakes up, don't lick the wound. Just get through 7 days and it will be fully alive. Chun Mian finally relaxed and reminded the Wolf King to watch over her. If the wound got infected, it would be very troublesome. The Wolf King nodded, his eyes full of love for his mate. The 8 hungry pups didn't even look at her. Are there any other wolves in your pack that can feed these babies? Seeing the tiny wolf pups that looked like kittens, Chen Mian thought they were very lucky. None of them had died. They caused my wife to suffer. I don't want them anymore. No, I don't want them. These are all your babies. Chun Mian's eyes widened as she looked at the 8 wolf pups with a crazy affection. Then you don't want them? Can you give them to me? I will take good care of them. The wolf mother's body wasn't suitable for nursing, and there were no nursing wolves in the pack. These little wolves really couldn't be fed by her. But Chun Mian could. Even if she was in the mountains, she could find animals to feed them, not just milk powder. I'll give them to you, just take them away. The Wolf King looked at his pups with disgust. If it weren't for Chen Mian being here, he'd want to bite these little things to death. All right, thank you, big brother, for your gift. I promise to take good care of your wife during her postpartum period. Chun Mian held the wolf cub in her arms and walked out of the cave. Along the way, she looked for birds and had already spotted a wild pig giving birth. Haha, nature's gift is here too. Big brother wolf, I helped your wife deliver the baby.
I'm hungry.
Could your subordinates bring me some prey? And also find a wet nurse for my cub? Chun Mian called out softly outside the cave. The Wolf King, looking impatient, came out and howled twice. The wolf pack quickly gathered around. You all, go hunt and leave me alone. Don't bother me unless it's urgent. After saying that, the Wolf King left, ignoring Chen Mian and the pack, staring at them with big eyes. Seeing her subordinates ready, Chen Mian grinned brightly. Looks like she's about to make a move. All right, I'll take you to dig out the wild pig's den. Chun Mian handed the wolf cubs to Su Bian, telling him they were members of the military dog team's wolf unit, then led the pack to dig out the wild pig's den. Bai Shi and others stared in disbelief at the wolf cub in Su Bian's arms. Wow, this little sprout is pretty impressive. She not only saved the wolf's family, but also managed to take all the wolf cubs for herself? Is she some kind of mouse spirit? How else could she talk to the wolf pack? Bai Shi reached out and poked the wolf cub's little mouth, but Su Bian shot him a sharp look. Who called her a mouse spirit? If his wife turned into a spirit, it would be a firecracker spirit, not a mouse. How could a mouse spirit compare to their Mian? Keep your mouth in check if you want to complete the task smoothly. Su Bian looked at Bai Shi coldly. If he didn't know this guy had no bad intentions, he'd have already taken his voice box to stop him from talking nonsense. Bai Shi swallowed nervously at Su Bian's icy stare. Just now, when he was with the sprout, his voice was trembling, and now he almost wanted to punch him. Men are so unpredictable. Ignoring Bai Shi's muttering, Su Bian directed everyone to gather firewood and dig a stove. Once Chun Mian returned, they could have lunch. Huh. You're using fire and still worried about alerting the enemy. Bai Shi rolled his eyes, thinking Su Bian's rumors were exaggerated. Clearly, his IQ wasn't very high. But Su Bian just glanced at him faintly. Your people even fire guns, and I can't cook a meal? Su Bian's words made Bai Shi's face stiffen for a moment. Remembering the embarrassing mistake just now, he touched his nose and fell silent. Since everything was already exposed, it was better to openly start a fire and cook. Those people would think they were simply out hunting in the mountains. Everyone listened to Su Bian and thought it made sense. Without any worries, he took out a small shovel and other tools from his bag and began digging a fire pit. Some others took out small iron pots, not very big, but enough for the group from the military zone to eat. Baisher watched as they kept bringing out things, and he couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Were they here to catch people, or just on vacation? Unbeknownst to them, all these preparations were made by Chun Mian. She believed that even when out here, she shouldn't be treated unfairly. If you have the means, why suffer? Isn't that just foolish? In less than an hour, the fire pit was dug, the pot was set up, and the washed and blanched yellow mushrooms and wood ear mushrooms were ready. They were just waiting for Chen Mian to return, deciding whether to make soup or stir-fry. Someone from the military zone, even a cook, looked unhappy. He frowned, feeling dissatisfied because he forgot to bring sugar. It was hard to make caramel without it. Woof woof. Just as everyone was wondering when Chen Mian would come back, Hallie suddenly jumped up excitedly, trying to run forward. Zhao Mingji pulled him back, almost causing him to fall flat on his face. He thought another wolf pack was coming and wanted to climb a tree. But then he heard Chen Mian's cheerful laughter. Bahaha, babies, come here. Mom brought your nanny back for you. Chen Mian wore a freshly woven straw hat decorated with small flowers. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, shining perfectly on her lively, carefree smile, so beautiful that no one could look away. Su Bian looked at her and felt his heart pounding wildly. His mouth curved into a big smile as he carried the wolf cubs over to greet her. Babies, Dad is taking you to see the nanny Mom brought back. He looked like a young wife waiting for her husband to return from hunting, holding the children. The little wolf cubs ran over happily, making the soldiers behind them feel a bit embarrassed and rub their arms. Men really shouldn't get emotionally involved. Look at that, good old Commander Su, he's gone crazy. Chen Mian sat on the back of a wild boar, swinging her little legs. She held a net with 5 piglets and happily waved to Su Bian, who was running toward her, greeting him cheerfully. Yes, she had taken back the sow from the wild pig herd, stolen, and brought her home. Not only that, she bought a big pig and received 5 piglets for free. It was a great deal. She planned to let the sow raise the wolf cubs and also have her give birth to more piglets. Then their military dog team would have endless pork to eat. Please don't hurt me or my children. I'll be good, I promise. The sow was worried about her babies, making worried grunts. Chen Mian patted her back gently. As long as you behave, you and your babies are part of our team. I'll take care of you until the end. Hehe, the wild pig and domestic pig would have many piglets, and their descendants would be countless. Soon, those second-generation pigs would be delicious meals. Yum. Thinking about braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, and pig slaughter dishes, Chen Mian's mouth watered. When she saw Su Bian coming, she shifted her attention. She patted the sow's back again, inviting him to experience the joy of riding a pig. No need, I'll help drag the pork, Su Bian said, handing the wolf cubs to Chen Mian. He looked her over. She had no injuries. Then he walked straight back. The wolf pack was dragging 4 wild boars, each over 300 jin, grunting as they came. Seeing humans approach, the wolves showed their teeth, but then smelled the scent of the wolf cubs on Su Bian and backed off. He gave a faint glance, allowing him to reduce some pressure by reaching out. These pigs were too heavy, making his gums ache. Everyone saw the wolf pack really brought back the wild boars and hurried to help. Thanks to Su Bian's lead, the wolves weren't so resistant anymore. Soon, the 4 wild boars were laid out near the stove. Here are these 3 for you as a thank you gift. The wolf king heard the voices, came out of the den, and looked at the wolf cubs nursing wildly on the sow's belly. He ordered the pack to drag another boar into the woods to share. Thanks, Wolf Geizhai. You're much more generous than my previous Wolf Geizhai. From now on, you're my big brother. That one is my second brother. Call me third brother. No, third sister. Chen Mian was chatting casually, trying to get close. The Wolf King found her noisy and turned back to see his wife. Watching the wolf pack leave, Chen Mian quickly turned around to help everyone clean up the wild boars. The 3 pigs, after removing the internal organs and such, weighed at least 800 to 900 jin, around 400 to 450 kilograms, that could be eaten. It was a big job. Chen Mian took out a handful of knives from her pocket and handed them to the soldiers from the military district, telling them not to be idle.
Come on, everyone help out.
Hurry up and bleed the pigs. First, peel off the skin and other parts. Later, we'll deal with the rest. If there are any cuts, make them bigger, don't hold back. We have plenty of meat. The remaining parts are rubbed with salt, so they can last a few more days. We have cooks, so today, let's work the meat and give everyone a good feast. Everyone listened to Chen Mian, and their eyes lit up. This wasn't just a work trip, it was like a chance to enjoy a feast. Even during the New Year at the military district, they probably wouldn't get to eat so much meat. Now, with Captain Chen leading, they were getting such good treatment. Thank you, Captain Chen. Commander Su is so lucky to have you. Yeah. Captain Chen, if there's ever more work like this, you must call me. Hearing everyone's praise, Chen Mian's lips curled up happily. She even jokingly said stay humble, which made Suyan couldn't help but want to laugh. Meanwhile, the people from the military district were busy and lively, but Bai Shi and his team felt a bit awkward. Everyone was holding dry rations, staring at each other, waiting for Bai Shi's decision. Chen Mian had done a great job, so everyone refused to let her do any work. She ended up being the most free person, which naturally let her notice Bai Shi's situation. Hey, Captain Bai, no meat for you guys at noon? Oh, you're just eating dry food?
So dry.
Oh, poor you. If you ask me nicely, call me Mom, and I'll give you a wild boar. We can't finish it all, so it's a bit of a bother. Bai Shi was nibbling on coarse dry bread, choking so much that his neck looked like it could stretch 2 miles. Listening to Chen Mian's teasing tone, he felt even more annoyed. No need. I like eating dry food. I like that biting feeling, like biting so hard it could crush a person. Hearing Bai Shi stubbornly refuse, Chen Mian shrugged innocently at the soldiers of the 492nd Regiment.
See?
It wasn't that she didn't invite them, it was just that their commander wouldn't cooperate. Alright then, we'll just have to eat more pork to use it up faster. TSK, having too much meat is a kind of trouble, but some people just can't experience that. After showing off a bit, Chen Mian happily strolled over to the mother pig. 8 little wolf pups happily drink milk, while 5 piglets huddle nearby, waiting for their turn. They are afraid that if they are naughty, they will be taken away and eaten. The sow sees the lively piglet coming and makes a sound to greet it, but then feels it's not very friendly, so she lifts her hind leg. Cough, cough, cough. Chen Mian is shocked by the sow's words and almost chokes on her saliva. I'm not interested in eating, just put your leg down quickly. Since you're here, just take a few bites. After that, you won't be able to hurt me or my piglets. The sow pushes her front legs forward and gets closer to Chen Mian. Hey, I really don't want to eat. Don't tear me apart. Let's save some for the kids. As long as you behave well, I won't hurt you. Chen Mian covers her forehead, thinking her skin is as tough as a city wall. She almost feels embarrassed by the pig.
Sigh.
While she and the sow are having a lively tug-of-war, a strong smell of meat spreads through the air. Chen Mian quickly runs over and sits by the pot, waiting for the ribs to cook. Not far away, those discarded pig blood and meat are thrown to Hallie. He eats happily, his face covered in blood, and his tail wagging like a propeller. He has lived for 2 years and has never eaten so much meat. The soldiers nearby smell the delicious aroma and swallow hard. They have never enjoyed such rich meat before. To speed up eating, 1 pot is boiling ribs and meat. Meanwhile, Su Bian leads some people to cut sharp, thin branches into pieces of meat, then sprinkle salt and a mix of chili powder, pepper, and cumin. They grill the meat directly over the fire. Finally, after half an hour, Chen Mian holds a long skewer of meat, longer than her arm, and bites into it with a crunch. The others are eating so eagerly, they don't lift their heads. Would be great if we had garlic. Eating meat without garlic makes the flavor half as good. Zhao Mingji chews with a mouthful of oil and sighs. Yes, yes, yes. Those who follow me won't regret it. Here, take a few cloves. Chun Mian takes some garlic from her pocket, pounds it hard with her palm, and separates the cloves. Everyone looks at her pocket in surprise. What else could be inside? Su Bian notices everyone's gaze on Chen Mian and slightly frowns, adjusting his sitting position to block her. It seems he hasn't disciplined these little troublemakers recently. They all seem to have forgotten their manners. Everyone felt Su Bian's gaze and quickly lowered their heads to eat meat, no longer daring to look at Chen Mian. After everyone finished eating and could not eat anymore, the pig was only lightly injured. Chen Mian took out 2 bags of large salt grains and asked the soldiers to lightly coat the pig with a layer of preservative. Since they would be traveling with the wolf pack for the next few days, it was better to share the pig with them later, and it wouldn't spoil. At worst, after finishing the food, the wolves could go hunt for prey. With the wolf pack behind them, they wouldn't let themselves go hungry. While thinking this, the Wolf King came out of the cave, indicating he wanted to take Chen Mian to find people. Chen Mian thought that since there were wolves and wolf cubs to take care of, she would stay behind with a few people, while the rest continued to follow the Wolf King. Bai Shi led the way, eager to find the traitors quickly. This way, he could not only earn Su Bian's monthly allowance but also show that he could complete the task well without asking for help. However, things did not go as planned. When Bai Shi saw a huge brown bear with its claws and teeth ready to attack him, he burst into tears. Everyone carried the pig meat and followed the Wolf King, and a dozen wolves ahead. After a night and a morning of walking, Chen Mian felt that everything around her looked the same. If Su Bian hadn't been marking the way, she would have thought they were walking in circles. How much farther? Those troublemakers are too fast. When I catch them, I'll break all 3 of their legs. Chen Mian was feeling hopeless and wished she could turn into a monkey swinging on vines to move faster. The smell is getting stronger here. We're close. The Wolf King sniffed the scent left by the people, a flash of hatred in his eyes, but also caution on his face. This isn't our territory. There's a big creature that doesn't usually come here, but recently it's been very aggressive, patrolling everywhere. Chen Mian thought that the big creature even the wolf pack fears might be a northeast tiger or a big bear. If that's the case, she definitely needed to be more careful. So she told everyone to be more cautious, but Bai Shi didn't think much of it, believing Chen Mian was just trying to scare them. Now that even the wolf pack has seen it, I don't believe we won't run into a bear or something similar. Since I am resting, I will go hunt a rabbit to eat. I won't eat your meat. I can hunt it myself. Bai Shi saw Chen Mian and the others digging a fire pit to roast meat. He was so annoyed he rolled his eyes and told the soldiers he brought to stay put, then left with 2 of his men. Chen Mian was talking with the Wolf King about whether there were any hidden treasures nearby. Since they were here, she thought she should gather some things to take back. She always felt she was missing out. The Wolf King looked at Chen Mian silently. It had already given her its cubs, which was the greatest treasure, wasn't it? Chen Mian noticed the Wolf King's thoughts and cheerfully moved closer. Big brother, think about it. If I become rich, I can give the cubs a better life. You don't know, humans need money for everything. Without money, you can't buy anything. Look at me, I'm so thin like a little chicken. Life was really hard before, holding a simple bread with no oil in the food. Chen Mian didn't care if the Wolf King understood her words. She started singing a famous song. It was so sad that listeners would cry, making the Wolf King feel hopeless. Stop humming. After I avenge us, I'll find you. There used to be a group of people hiding under cloths on their heads, but they never came back. People with cloths on their heads? That's probably a good thing. Chen Mian's eyes lit up. Oh, that must be leftovers from when they surrendered and retreated. They must have good stuff. She quickly nodded and became even more flattering to the Wolf King. Big brother, you're so kind. From now on, you're my real big brother. Seeing Chen Mian making heart gestures wildly, the Wolf King started to doubt whether giving her its cubs was the right choice. Little did it know, when 8 wolf cubs surrounded their father, calling him dad, they would really want to go to the bathroom. Just as the Wolf King was feeling disgusted, a furious bear roar suddenly sounded, making everyone alert. The sound was very close. Chun Mianmian was about to shout for everyone to retreat when the soldiers of Group 492 got excited and shouted that their captain hadn't returned. Kill the bear! You cunning humans! Hearing the bear's roar and faintly hearing Baishir's cry, Chun Mianmian slapped her thigh and ran forward. Come back quickly. That big guy has been very aggressive lately. If you go, it's just a waste of time. The Wolf King saw its cub's caretaker about to leave and quickly chased after her. A dozen wolves followed. Su Bian saw the situation was getting dangerous and also led people to chase after them. Suddenly, the forest was filled with shadows moving quickly, making it hard to tell if they were people or animals. I'll distract the bear. You all run. Baishir looked at the suddenly appearing brown bear, feeling regret. He thought, if I had just eaten that dry food, what difference would it make? Better than dying in the bear's mouth. The rabbit didn't come back, and now it might be eaten by the bear. Captain, we won't leave. You hide quickly. We'll kill this black bear. Baishir's men held their guns, but the brown bear moved too fast. They couldn't aim properly, and were even afraid of hitting the captain. Because they hesitated, they missed their chance. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and get out of here, Baishir shouted, leading the bear away from the resting area in the opposite direction. If I die, tell my mom I wasn't a coward. With what sounded like a final farewell, Baishir clenched his teeth and kept running. But how could a person outrun an angry bear? In just a few seconds, the bear caught up. Baishir quickly thought of a plan and climbed a tree. No one in the military zone could climb faster than him. But he forgot one thing: bears can also climb trees. Human, you're doomed. I will eat you. Baishir watched the bear getting closer, his face turning pale. He felt hopeless. He had nowhere to run, and was afraid he might really die here. Just as he was thinking about letting go and falling to his death, better than being eaten alive, he suddenly heard an annoying voice. Hey, isn't that Captain Bai? Why are you climbing a tree again? I told you climbing trees is a sickness. You should come down and see for yourself. Chun Mianmian came closer, looking at Baishir about to be eaten by the bear, but she didn't seem worried at all. Baishir saw her coming and quickly shouted in anger. Get lost. This bear is crazy. Hurry and tell Su Bian to retreat. Better I die than more of us. Hearing Baishir acting like he was giving a last message, Chun Mianmian rolled her eyes. That's because you're not thinking clearly. I'm such a cute, smart, beautiful, independent girl. How could a bear hurt me? She smiled and said, come on, beg me. If you beg, I'll save you. Otherwise, you'll just hang up there. Hearing her words, Baishir remembered how well she got along with the wolf pack. His heart moved. Of course, it would be best if he didn't die. Especially since he hadn't married yet and hadn't lived enough. But calling Dia Kai mom, that was really hard for him to say. Chun Mianmian noticed his hesitation and let out a sigh. She indicated that if he didn't give up, she would leave, as she wanted to go back to eat meat. Wait, Baishir thought for a moment. A brave person can bend and stretch, so he said, please, let me down. I give up. What did you say? I can't hear you clearly. Chun Mianmian exaggeratedly cupped her ear, trying to hear Baishir call her. Baishir looked at Chun Mianmian and then at the bear at his feet. He clenched his teeth and shouted angrily. Mom, please save me. I give up. All right, big boy, hold on. Mom will save you. Chun Mianmian promised with a big smile. If you had done this earlier, you would have already eaten meat and avoided suffering. After speaking, Chun Mianmian picked up a stone from the ground and threw it forcefully at the brown bear. When the bear angrily turned back, she looked serious and full of a heroic spirit, and dramatically knelt down. King Bear, I am your loyal follower. I brought you pork as a gift, and I hope you will forgive my son's offense. Please spare us, a few dogs. Chun Mianmian's words made the bear on the tree pause. This fake speech sounded so familiar. Carefully looking at the person on the ground holding pork and smiling sincerely, she finally confirmed, this was the one who had sewn herself up. Finally found you. Look at what you did to King Bear, all swollen. You quack doctor, I will eat you. The brown bear climbed down from the tree and pounced toward Chun Mian. Su Bian crouched in the nearby woods, tense, with his finger on the trigger of his gun, eager to shoot the bear dead. But he remembered what Chen Mian had said earlier. Without her signal, no one should move, or they might anger the bear, which would be bad for everyone, including the wolves. The bears in the jungle are very strong fighters. Su Bian was thinking that if Chun Mian got into trouble, he would shoot the bear and then end his own life. Suddenly, in the next second, Chun Mian started crying loudly.
King, it's you.
I finally found you. King, you don't know how hard it was for me to find you. Sniff, sniff. Since I left last time, I've been worried about your health. I wanted to come and remove your stitches, but I was too weak and was taken away by some bad people.
What?
I suffered a lot before I was rescued. Once I gained freedom, I hurried to find you. But when I returned, you were no longer on the same hilltop. Do you know how I've been these past few months? Holding a simple bread roll, with no oil in the food. Listening to Chun Mian's sad singing, the angry mood of the brown bear was distracted. Eventually, it even sat down beside her, looking at her with suspicion. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely true, more real than pearls. If I lie, let my fiancé Fong Yue be struck by lightning and meet a bad end, with no descendants and no children. Voice cracking, Su Bian listened to Chen Mian's solemn vow and slightly curled his lips. He quickly kicked Fong Yue out of the military area so his wife wouldn't keep worrying about him. Meanwhile, Su Bian felt a bit jealous, but Chun Mian, hearing that the bear was starting to believe her, quickly took the opportunity to continue. King, I swear everything I said is true. If you don't believe me, I can swear again. If I lie, my father, grandfather, grandmother, stepmother, younger sister, and even my uncles and aunts will all meet bad ends. King, you've really misunderstood me. Chun Mian pretended to cry while secretly glancing at the brown bear. Seeing its mood easing, she waved her hand, and he hurriedly threw the medical kit over. Staring cautiously at the bear, Chun Mian took out everything from the kit. King, look, I always carry these things with me, hoping to help you when I see you, like removing your stitches and bandaging your wound. King, I've been worried about you lately, eating poorly, sleeping badly, and not able to eat meat. Please forgive me. Chun Mian flattered, holding the medical supplies and begging the bear for forgiveness. The brown bear thought that if it weren't for Chun Mian, it might have died by now. Compared to death, the redness and swelling from the stitches weren't so serious. It was just angry because it felt deceived. Then quickly remove this thing from Bear Grandpa. It's so uncomfortable. Okay, I'll remove the stitches right now. Chun Mian knew the bear was calmed down, so she quickly moved closer, carefully using tweezers and scissors to remove the stitches, then disinfected with iodine. After a few days, it should be fine. While removing the stitches, Chun Mian was still thinking that she must have forgotten something. She thought it was because she was glad the enemies in the village were gone, but she forgot about the brown bear that still needed stitches. It was quite a coincidence to meet the bear here. All right, I will apply medicine to your wound every day for the next few days. Once the redness and swelling go away, you'll be fully healed. Chun Mian packed up the medical kit and offered everyone some wild boar meat. She was about to feed it directly to Grandpa Bear. Big boss, this is a special treat we brought for you. If you eat this meat, you won't eat us, right? The brown bear looked at Chun Mian's flattering expression, then at the honest person and the wolf pack standing nearby. It snorted and started eating the meat. Chun Mian knew the bear was giving its permission, so she quickly said a lot of nice words, praising the bear so much it seemed like it was becoming a saint. Ahem, can I come down now? Just as Chun Mian was speaking until her throat was dry, a weak voice came from the tree. She looked up and remembered that there was a white stone hanging from the tree. The stone looked sad, clearly about to give up, and it carefully reminded her. Hey, kid, why didn't you speak earlier? Mom was so busy, she almost forgot about you. Come down quickly, the big boss won't blame you. Chun Mian looked like an elder, speaking to the white stone in a long-winded way. But the stone had indeed saved her, and it had lost the bet, so it accepted its fate. Shaking and trembling, the white stone carefully climbed down from the tree and bowed to Chen Mianmian. "Thank you, Mom, for saving my life. I admit defeat. I will give you this month's allowance." The white stone closed its eyes, giving up completely, shouting loudly enough to make Chen Mianmian deaf. But along the way, it had seen Chen Mianmian's extraordinary abilities. Making friends with the wolf pack was lucky, but then she brought a wild boar to be a nanny and calmed down an angry black wildcat. These were things no ordinary person could do. He was also foolish and stubborn. Now, not only had he lost face and dignity, but he also lowered his rank. Most importantly, he lost his monthly allowance, 100 yuan. Chen Mianmian knew that Baisher was holding his breath, but this was a bet, so he had to follow through. At the same time, he wanted to teach him a lesson. When you're outside, don't judge people by their appearance. This time, she didn't mind, but if he encounters someone cruel and ruthless, he could be in serious danger. Good big brother, it's great that you can admit your mistakes. From now on, don't be so impulsive. If someone bullies you next time, just show them my name, and I promise they'll be so scared they'll run away. Chen Mianmian patted Baisher on the shoulder with a smile and led him back to the others. The soldiers from Group 492 quickly gathered around, happy that Baisher had escaped danger and thanking Chen Mianmian. If she hadn't arrived in time, someone could have been hurt or worse today.
All right.
Remember, in this line of work, especially women, the elderly, and children, you must be extra careful. These groups are often underestimated, but they can also fight back fiercely if provoked. Thinking about future missions, Chen Mianmian recalled stories from her past life. People using women and children to plant bombs for terror attacks, kidnapping children to lure people into traps, and then blowing them up. Some even used beauty tricks, with poison in lipstick or nails, to drug a group of people easily. Everyone listened with serious faces. If these tactics were used on them, they might fall for them too. Thank you for your advice, Comrade Chen. We'll be more careful in the future. Chen Mianmian nodded with satisfaction. These soldiers serve their country. They might die on the battlefield, but she hopes they won't fall victim to treacherous schemes. With the threat of the brown bear gone, everyone relaxed a bit. They finished roasting and eating the remaining pork, while the wolves ran off to find their own lunch. After tidying up, they prepared to set out again to find their target. The mountain air was fresh, but a bit boring after a while. Chen Mianmian wanted to finish the mission quickly, worried that the enemies might escape further away. "Where are you going?" The brown bear looked at Chen Mianmian and the others, frowned, and asked. "King, we're going to get revenge." Chen Mianmian pouted, looking a bit wronged. "I was caught by those people, which delayed me from helping you with your stitches. Since I found you, I want to seek revenge." "Boo-hoo, you don't know, I was mistreated by them, couldn't eat well, couldn't sleep well. Look, my hair is all split ends." Chen Mianmian is holding her hair and acting pitiful. The brown bear looks a bit disgusted. These humans have so little fur, which makes them already quite ugly. Now their hair is in such bad shape, they really went too far. "I will go with you." The brown bear stands up tall like a small mountain. It needs to watch out. If this little human gets into trouble again, who will apply medicine for it? Chen Mianmian's eyes are wide open, looking surprised and happy. "Big King, I knew you care about me. Big King, I will always be loyal to you. I am your most faithful follower." Hearing her exaggerated flattery, not only the soldiers, but even the Wolf King can't help but roll his eyes. Humph, clever human. Just now, she said she was related to the wolf, and now she's calling herself a follower of that big fool. But just seeing how she can easily fool that big fool into thinking she's harmless, her own little ones won't suffer either. Thinking this, the Wolf King feels much better. With the wolf pack and the brown bear leading the way, by nightfall, everyone finally reaches a resting place. Because of the campfire, the wolf pack and the brown bear can't get close. Su Bian takes a few skilled people to check the perimeter. There are over 30 people in the camp, including the ones who hurt the wolf. Confirmed, it's over at Zairizzi's place. I can't understand their language, but there are 38 people inside, for machine guns, more than 10 grenades, and each has a pistol. If we attack directly, it won't be easy. Although there are over 100 of their own people in the mountains, only 2 teams have joined up now. Plus, the enemy has real guns and ammunition, so the chances of winning are slim.
But
this situation doesn't include Chun Mianmian. When she hears it's over at Zairaizi's place, her blood boils with national pride. She rolls up her sleeves and makes a low rumbling sound as she presses close to the ground. In no time, everyone hears rustling sounds, followed by snakes slithering out one after another. The group gasps in surprise. So many snakes? Did they disturb a snake nest? Little ones, help out. Go bite those people inside. Later, I'll give you some meat. Chun Mianmian points to the camp not far away. The snakes tilt their heads in response, nudge her finger with their heads, then all crawl toward Zairaizi. He, 10 seconds countdown. Chun Mianmian grinned slyly, with a cold glint in her eyes. Sure enough, soon after, loud screams and howls came from the camp. The little creatures shouted snake and ran out in all directions. Through the campfire, Chun Mianmian could see some snakes hanging on the people's bodies and around their necks. Ha, time to bite and kill these bunch of fools. Chun Mianmian covered her mouth to hide her smile, quietly commanding the wolves to attack. When the chance came, they struck. Big brother, just leave a few alive, for us capturing these little creatures alive was unlikely. Now was the time to take advantage of their panic and use the wolves to attack. Su Bayan told everyone to follow behind each wolf. Once a wolf caught something, they all rushed in to subdue the little creatures. If they could catch them alive, they would. If not, they would be killed. They tried not to shoot guns, since no one knew if more people might come. What about me? What should I do? The bear watched the wolves leave and was eager to join in. After all, he was the king of the forest. Why should he just stand here and watch? King, don't worry. Heroes always appear last. Being a little fat now doesn't matter. The real strength comes later. We wait until those little fools get close, then strike. Chun Mianmian and the bear stayed together, waiting for some unlucky person to come by. If they encountered the wolves, they might still survive. But if they ran this way, it would be only a matter of time before they had to pray for help. As they spoke, a little creature ran toward them, with a snake hanging from its lips. No need to bother with lip piercings. King, attack and kill him. The person ran right in front of them. If they didn't act now, it would be rude. The brown bear was already eager. Hearing Chun Mianmian's words, it roared loudly and swung a paw at the little creature. In an instant, the little creature was like a kite with its string cut, flying through the air in a graceful arc, then crashing to the ground silently. Roar. Anyone else? The brown bear fought happily. After knocking one down, it saw a few more running over and charged forward. A sudden appearance of a brown bear made the already panicked villagers feel even more hopeless. They couldn't run fast enough, and within minutes, there were no survivors left in the camp.
Master,
you're so amazing. My admiration for you is like a never-ending river, and words like awesome can't even describe your bravery. Under Chun Mianmian's persuasion, the brown bear became excited and charged into the camp, searching for any remaining escapees. Meanwhile, Chun Mianmian slowly untied her belt and checked each person lying on the ground. Those still alive were quickly dispatched with a white silk ribbon, sent to the afterlife. Chun Mianmian had a past where she was hunted and had taken lives before. Now, killing villagers didn't bother her anymore. Wah! Help! Save me! The villagers had been beaten so badly by the bear that their internal organs were bleeding, and they had no strength left. Struggling was pointless now. Relax, feeling dizzy is normal. When you die, you'll be free, Chun Mianmian said softly, but her eyes were sharp and cold, like poison. Anyone daring to harm her homeland under her watch was asking for death. With her team's effort, all the villagers were quickly dealt with. Meanwhile, the bear searched around but couldn't find anyone. When it angrily returned, Su Bayan and his group also came back covered in blood. There were 38 villagers in total. They killed 25, captured 13, and no one died, No shots fired, and only minor injuries among them. Chen Mianmian disinfected and bandaged the wounds with iodine solution. We should ask if they have any accomplices and how they managed to hide among the people, Su Bian said confidently, interrogating the prisoners. Bai Shi and his team started cleaning up the battlefield, their eyes bright with excitement at the weapons they found. Seeing this, Chen Mianmian deliberately cleared her throat. Bai Shi quickly retracted his grin and turned to give a small, polite smile, bowing slightly so she wouldn't have to strain her neck to look at him. Mom, how should we distribute these spoils? He asked. Humans are very adaptable. At first, Bai Shi felt awkward calling Chen Mianmian mom, even a bit embarrassed. But after a while, it became natural. Especially since this little mom was very generous with her share, saving them a lot of trouble. Every time they go on a mission, someone always loses a few soldiers or gets seriously injured. But this time, they all seemed to be winning easily, which was very exciting. Whitestone called out Mom twice and led everyone safely back, feeling very satisfied. Thinking this way, his expression looked even more sincere. All these weapons, we all contributed to, so we'll split them into 2 parts. As long as the food isn't spicy, we'll open it all for the snake group as a reward. The other items, we'll gather and distribute evenly. Whitestone brought soldiers from the 492nd Regiment, who were risking their lives, and Chen Mianmian wouldn't let them be treated unfairly. When they heard the weapons would be shared equally, everyone was very happy. After all, the support came from the wolf pack, the bear, and Su Bian, who was like a killing machine. They were mostly supporting roles, so they didn't expect to get so much. Whitestone sincerely thanked Chen Mianmian and happily went to clean up the battlefield with everyone. Soon, all the bodies were gathered together, ready to be buried on the spot. Chen Mianmian quickly moved closer and searched through each pocket. She found a pocket watch, a pen, a wristwatch, a mini camera, a tiny pistol, and even gold bars and a lot of cash. 입에마다 furtun. 10, 20, 100, 200. So much money. Wow, haha. The cash was at least 5 or 6,000 yuan. Chen Mianmian was so happy, her eyes filled with symbols of money. Everyone looked at Chen Mianmian's greedy expression and couldn't help but laugh. Especially the brown bear, who rolled its eyes at her, seeing how worthless her greed was. You like these things? I have several buried on my hill. I'll dig them up for you to play with later. Chen Mianmian was surprised and happily looked up at the brown bear, running over with a touched expression, grabbing its big paw and rubbing it. King, you are truly the best bear in the world. I am your most loyal little dog, so please remember to dig up those treasures for me. I really don't want to refuse the king's gift. Everyone didn't know what the brown bear said, but from Chen Mianmian's expression, it was definitely something valuable. But they weren't jealous. After all, surviving from the hands of wolves and bears was already more than what ordinary people could do. Just as the snake group finished eating and drinking, and the camp was cleaned up, with the bodies ready to be buried on the spot, Su Bian frowned and approached. What's wrong? Are you refusing to speak because you're stubborn? Chen Mianmian had never seen someone like Su Bian refuse to talk before. She immediately called the wolves to come over. If they refuse to speak, let them see what it means to be torn apart by 5 wolves. No, Su Bian looked at his wife protecting him, feeling a sweet warmth in his heart, but remembering the mission, he sighed. They did speak, but I can't understand their words. Not only Su Bian, but everyone else also couldn't understand, and they all felt stuck. They didn't know if more people would come later, and if some escaped, many innocent people might still be harmed. Hey, it's just a little language. I can understand it. Chen Mianmian's words made Su Bian open his eyes in surprise. There was something she knew that he didn't. Facing everyone's eager looks, Chen Mianmian cleared her throat and explained. Our village was once occupied by those little people. When we withdrew, we left some children and women behind. There was a mother and her child from those little people in our village. I met them when I went up the mountain to pick vegetables. I was young then, and learned quickly. I don't need to anymore, but I still remember. Chen Mianmian's explanation made everyone realize. Indeed, Some women and children abandoned by those little people were kindly taken in by the villagers. Unexpectedly, by a strange twist of fate, they even brought a translator. There was no time to delay. Su Bian took Chen Yanyan to the back. What they saw were a dozen bloodied, human-shaped bags. Su Bian removed their joints and slowly drained their blood, making them feel the fear of their bodies drying out. In the end, only 2 refused to speak and were killed by Su Bian. The others trembled and finally gave in. Chen Yanyan spoke to them in the language of those little people. Her pure Beijing accent surprised them. If it weren't for the fact that no women were on the list, they might have bowed and saluted her. There's an old saying in our country, those who know the times are wise. Hurry up and tell us what you know, and we might let you die peacefully. Otherwise, you'll experience the 10 great tortures. While speaking, Chen Yanyan suddenly appeared with a dagger in her hand. She casually cut along a little person's body, stopping at a fatal spot. Everyone, especially the men, couldn't help but tighten their legs in fear. If you don't want even death to be incomplete, just say so quickly. In 1 minute, I will start asking questions. Anyone who can't answer will be punished. Chen Yanyan watched these people hesitate. Before the minute was up, she already punished one of them. Listening to the person's heartbreaking screams, the others quickly begged Chen Yanyan to ask questions. They would answer obediently. So, Su Bian took someone aside for separate questioning. If all answers are the same, it shows they are trustworthy. If there are differences, then we punish again to warn others. We don't need to show mercy to these animals who have sneaked into our land. Finally, when only 5 prisoners remained, most of the information was already obtained. They will come again tomorrow noon with more people, carrying secrets and kidnapped talents from different fields. Once they meet, they will follow the mountain range to the border, where someone will pick them up. Looking at the information in her hand, Chen Yanyan knew she had caught a big fish. Not only did they steal national secrets, but they also kidnapped our talented people. If Wen Jianya hadn't been rescued in time, he might have become one of them. Since they dare to come, as the host, we must give them a good reception. With a cold snort, she played with her dagger and entered the mountains. This is her territory. It's harder to take someone from her than to reach the sky. Returning to the camp with Su Bian, Chen Yanyan ordered everyone to the clothes from the bodies. Come on, everyone, disguise yourselves. Tomorrow we'll play a game of ghostly tricks. Remember, when I say baka, you slap the person in front of me. When I say you sure, you clap. Everything depends on my eyes and gestures. There's still some time, so Chen Yanyan trained everyone overnight in the language of the little days. It didn't need to be perfect, just convincing. Since their clothes are all blood-stained, it looks like they just went through a big fight. Everyone appears tired and silent. That's perfect. To avoid blowing their cover, everyone worked hard to learn, and their efficiency was surprisingly high. Thinking about fooling the little days and turning them into dogs gave everyone patience and strength. As the commander of this operation, Chen Yanyan led everyone to follow orders carefully, from digging traps to planning their actions. Everyone showed great obedience. A pack of wolves was arranged nearby, waiting for Chen Yanyan's signal to attack and take care of the remaining small targets. Big boss, later you'll need to hide in the cave and help protect the people we send in. Is that okay? When the time comes, I'll bring you a wild pig as a gift, she said. When she heard that the small targets had kidnapped our country's experts and scientists, Chen Yanyan prepared herself to ensure their safety. I want to too, she thought. Chen Yanyan gasped in surprise. Were these animals becoming smarter? Why were they bargaining? But since she remembered they promised to help find treasure, she reluctantly agreed. It's just about hunting wild boars. Once they take care of these small targets, they can use guns. They could shoot a few, bring them back to the military base, and share the meat with their families. After planning everything, Chen Yanyan heard a bird report that a group of people was coming this way. Quick, quick. Is everything packed? She excitedly told everyone. The soldiers looked tired and disheveled, some with their heads covered or with one ear shaped differently. Their appearance was quite comical. Following Chen Yanyan's signals, they chose spots around to hide, lying or leaning against trees. They looked like they couldn't fight anymore. Ouch! Ouch! They whined in pain. Chen Mianmian was very pleased. She gave them a thumbs up and then went into her tent. When the group from the mountain arrived, seeing the bloodstains and injured people lying around, they all gasped. A man with a goat beard, looking honest and kind, was very angry. He grabbed a whip and lashed Whitestone twice, cursing in the small target's language. Whitestone winced in pain but dared not move. He could only pretend to be weak and begged for mercy in the same language. At that moment, Chen Mianmian ran out of the tent, holding a gun. She shot the man whipping Whitestone.
Bang!
The whip dropped, and the man's arm was wounded with a bleeding hole. Everyone was shocked. Just as they opened their mouths to curse, Chen Mianmian rushed over, grabbing the man's collar and slapping him twice. Using a standard Kyoto accent is just a loud scolding. Idiots, where are you from? How dare you attack my emperor's subordinates? I will tear you to pieces. What are you standing around for? Hurry up and deal with them according to military law. Chen Mianmian looked around. A few of the people who had just been hurt immediately stood up and rushed over to kick the goat-bearded man hard. Especially Baisher, who kicked the hardest. That dog's son dared to hit him, so he kicked that to death. The goat-bearded man didn't expect to be hit. He fell to the ground and howled. The others shouted idiot and reached for their guns. Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. I am under the emperor's command. Fujiwara, your mother is also. You fools dare to disrespect me? I will report to the emperor and have all of you killed. Fujiwara is a noble family name. With Chen Mianmian's fluent and standard Kyoto accent, those people were stunned and didn't dare to shoot. At this moment, Chen Mianmian waved his hand, signaling Baisher and the others to stop. They immediately stepped back and returned to their original positions, pretending to be dead and whimpering. If it weren't for the injuries on the goat-bearded man, everyone would think it was just a hallucination. The goat-bearded man was grimacing in pain when suddenly he felt a cold sensation at his temple. Chen Mianmian had already pressed a gun against his head. What kind of person are you? How dare you attack my subordinates? Are you a spy planted inside my army? Trying to divide our forces? Tell me your name, your identity, and your background. If you lie, I will crush you. Chen Mianmian took the initiative, making the goat-bearded man confused. Afraid of being mistaken for a spy and killed, he quickly introduced himself. It turned out he was a contact left behind during the army's retreat, secretly gathering intelligence inside the country. This time, because Chun Xingyue was exposed, they had to leave with the intelligence and hostages they had gathered. How do I know if your information is real? What if you're lying with fake intel? We could suffer heavy losses. How will you compensate? And those people you brought, are they really useful? Or are you a traitor who brought back a bunch of undercover agents? Chen Mianmian pressed forward step by step, showing the authority of a leader. The others had no chance to think independently. While the goat-bearded man was still trying to prove himself, Chen Mianmian had already ordered someone to take away the tied-up people. They said they wanted to interrogate them properly to make sure they weren't spies before bringing them back. They are all useful talents. The data I brought can prove it. Chen Mianmian took the documents handed over by the man with the goat beard. She looked at the thick stack, filled with the hard-earned research data of these experts, which had been stolen from them. She felt angry inside, but appeared very satisfied on the outside. Well, I guess you're not too stupid. Everyone around cheered when they heard you see. Chen Mianmian gently waved her hand, and they lay back down, muttering. This time, the departure was really rushed. Have you all prepared? The aura of a leader naturally radiated from her slender body, making it seem as if she had been surrounded by riches since childhood. The strict hierarchy made the little subordinates dare not slack off. The man with the goat beard covered his arm wound, enduring the pain as he said they would leave a hidden agent to continue lurking and wait for the contact person to activate. Your Excellency, the man with the goat beard looked at Chen Mianmian with some doubt and hesitation. There are no women in this mission. Why did the Fujiwara family send you here? Hearing this, Chen Mianmian felt like she had been stabbed. She shouted, Baka. In an instant, several others jumped up and started punching and kicking the man with the goat beard, kicking him until he cried out and could only lie back down. With a grim expression, Chen Mianmian stepped on his wound with force. Who told you I am a woman? Do you know how much I sacrificed for the empire? To better infiltrate, I took an ungrowable medicine and cut the most vital parts. As she spoke, her eyes turned sorrowful, and her voice choked with emotion. The little subordinates looked at her in disbelief, their eyes full of admiration. Everyone saluted Chen Mianmian in unison. This lady, she is truly selfless. Sorry, Your Excellency. It was my petty mind misjudging your noble heart. Please forgive my mistake. The man with the goat beard knelt before Chen Mianmian to confess his sins. She waved her hand, dismissing her sadness, indicating she didn't mind. We are all working for the future of the empire. Rest for a while. After we eat, we will leave overnight. Chen Mianmian called the man with the goat beard and his subordinates into the tent to continue exchanging information. This was much easier than torture. Over the next hour, Chen Mianmian kept asking questions while the goatee man answered, even pulling out his codebook and ID to show proof of contact. In the end, there was nothing more to say. A hint of killing intent flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes, but she kept a calm smile on her face. You did well. In that box, I've collected antique art pieces and some gold and silver treasures over the years. You can pick some to give to your loved ones when you return home, or keep them as souvenirs. Hearing about the treasures, the goatee man and his men brightened with excitement. After thanking Chen Mianmian, they went to open a nearby box. But when they opened it, instead of gold and silver, they found a mass of snakes inside. Before they could scream and step back, Chen Mianmian quickly moved behind them, grabbing their hair and forcing their heads into the box.
Go to.
She swiftly closed the lid, pinning their heads tightly, and pulled out a small dagger from her leg, stabbing each of them in the neck. Blood splattered on her face, but she didn't stop until they stopped struggling. Only then did she walk out of the tent. On the open ground, everyone was cooking, and the smell of food eased the tense atmosphere. The villagers saw the injured soldiers looking exhausted and even started a fire to cook. At that moment, Chen Mianmian, covered in blood, came out. She wiped the blood off her face with her thumb, her eyes filled with excited killing intent. Finish the trap. Anyone who harms my homeland, no mercy. With Chen Mianmian's command, everyone stopped hesitating and suddenly sprang into action, rushing toward the villagers like hungry wolves.
Don't compete with me.
I want to kill these villagers. Brothers, let me handle this. I really want to make a contribution. Stop wasting time. The wolf pack is coming soon, and we won't get anything if we all fight. Everyone surged forward with incredible strength and speed. By the time Chen Mianmian summoned the wolf pack, the battle was almost over. The Wolf King tilted his head, looking at Bai Shi, who had just bitten off a villager's ear, and then looked at Chen Mianmian with a speechless expression. They're attacking us, not because we don't want to fight. Chen Mianmian dropped the stone in her hand, feeling a bit disappointed, but nodding in agreement. TSK, she didn't even get a chance to act, and these little lives were already finished. Truly, there are many wolves and few sheep. In less than half an hour, all the little lives were gone, and two of them almost fought over a single target. Hey, everyone is brothers. It's not worth fighting over a little life. There will be more chances in the future. Chen Mianmian went over to stop the fight, successfully separating the two. They looked at Chen Mianmian out of respect, snorted, and pulled their trophies aside. This time, everyone followed Chen Mianmian's example and started searching the bodies. They found many good things, and each of them was very happy. These little lives were killed by them, and the loot belonged to each person. This made everyone even more grateful to Chen Mianmian. Seeing that everything was fine, Chen Mianmian went to the cave to find Su Bian, who was guarding the hostage they brought. Su Bian, are you inside? When Chen Mianmian's voice was heard, Su Bian hurried out. Seeing her covered in blood, he quickly checked her carefully and was relieved to find it was all from the little lives. You're safe. That's great. Su Baiyan's eyes curved happily, and his gaze was full of affection, almost sticking to Chen Mianmian. It's just that these professors and experts don't quite believe we're good people. With Su Baiyan's helpless explanation, Chen Mianmian realized that the hostages they brought had started to doubt their identities because of what the Little Lives had said earlier. They thought it was all a trick by the Little Lives. Once their vigilance lowered, they would still try to gather intelligence and secrets. "Don't worry, leave it to me," the charming little girl who everyone loves, Chen Mianmian confidently assured Su Baiyan and jumped happily inside. "Dear elders, the danger is gone now. Come out with us quickly." Chen Mianmian showed a sweet and cute smile. Anyone seeing her would say she's a lovely young girl. But inside the cave, everyone huddled together, looking at her with hostility. "We don't believe you. I think you're one of the Little Lives." "Humph. Just because you're acting doesn't mean we'll believe you. Even if we die, we won't step out of the country." An elderly man in his 70s, with a head full of silver hair, stepped forward angrily, glaring at Chen Mianmian.
"Oh,
"You old fool. I was just trying to talk to you nicely, and you start cursing? Who's the little life here? Your whole family is the little life." Chen Mianmian was angered by the old man's words and rolled up her sleeves, ready to argue. Su Baiyan quickly grabbed her around the waist. His wife tends to get so angry she even scolds herself, so he was worried she might upset the senior experts and professors. Chen Mianmian, with short arms and legs, was like a tiny turtle in Su Baiyan's arms, kicking and flailing, trying to push away the air around the old man, as if to suffocate him. "Old Deng, if you have the guts, don't leave. Let's settle this one-on-one. Watch me throw some turtle punches." Su Baiyan let me down. He swore so badly, sobbing, "I'm so good-looking, and you call me a little kid." She thought she was unbeatable in scolding, but for the first time, someone had made her angry with just words. If not for his age, she really wanted to have King Bear chase him around the mountain. The old man was stunned by Chen Mianmian's intense reaction. He thought this girl probably wasn't a little kid after all. But for the safety of over 30 people, he had to be careful. The two faced each other stiffly. Su Baiyan comforted Chen Mianmian, showing his military ID and the order from the military district. The old man still didn't believe. "Humph. We won't be fooled again. This time, don't even think about stealing our secrets." Seeing the old man's stubborn attitude, Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. "Old Deng, you can only be tough with us. If you have the guts, challenge those little kids from earlier. Honestly, I think you're just stupid. Otherwise, how could they have taken both people and secrets?" She raised her chin and looked at the old man through her nostrils. The old man had probably never been treated like this before. He was so angry, he kept saying, "You. If it weren't for those little kids threatening us with the lives of the wounded, we wouldn't have given in. They're old and won't live many more years, but there are still young people in the team, hope and fire for the country. They absolutely can't be lost easily. As long as they didn't cooperate, the little kids would torment the young members of the team. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago." He thought it would be hard. Chen Mianmian's eyes flashed with determination. "If you don't cooperate with us, I'll have the bears behind you eat all those wounded." To make everyone believe, Chen Mianmian desperately signaled to the brown bears. "King, quickly show your teeth so they can see how mighty and strong you are. Hurry." The brown bear rolled its eyes at Chen Mianmian and even farted loudly at her. The wild boar didn't see it and still wanted the bear to protect the people. "There's no way it will listen now."
ugh.
Chen Mianmian gagged from the smell, and everyone in the cave covered their noses. "King, if you don't cooperate, they won't listen. How can we hunt wild boars for you? Only your authority can make them obey. When they listen, we can hunt faster." Chen Mianmian moved closer to the bear and started making big promises. The bear looked around with sneaky eyes, seeming to understand, and finally agreed to cooperate. Listening to the bear's loud roar, the experts trembled in fear. Dealing with animals is much harder than talking to people. Sometimes, it's like a scholar trying to argue with a soldier. Nothing makes sense.
See?
Before our king eats people, he has to show off a little. If you old folks don't behave, I'll have the bear eat all the young ones in your group. Look at those teeth. Eating you will be as easy as biting into crispy bones. Crunch, crunch. Chun Mian stood proudly beside the bear, hands on her hips, feeling proud. When the experts entered earlier, they were afraid the bear might suddenly attack and eat them all. Now that they saw Chun Mian could communicate with the bear, they were even more scared. Humph. If you behave, listen to me. Otherwise, you'll see your team members die one by one. While speaking, Chun Mian took a small dagger from her pocket and pretended to shave her beard, showing her fierce and daring side. Humph. You wicked woman. Don't think this will make us give in. We will never reveal any secrets. The old professor and scientists snorted coldly and followed Su Bian out of the cave. Chun Mian watched the crowd leave, then suddenly smiled and said kindly, "Be careful on your way." Someone in the crowd instinctively bowed and saluted her. In response, Chun Mian quickly rushed over and threw chili powder at him. While he covered his eyes and wailed, Su Bian swiftly grabbed his chin to prevent him from harming himself. Everyone else stared in shock at what just happened, unable to believe their eyes. Chun Mian clapped her hands and raised an eyebrow at the elders. How stupid you all are. Look, the spies have been hiding among you, and you didn't notice. You're still blaming me, little Lu, the innocent and gentle one. In her past life, Chun Mian watched many spy movies. She knew that many spies stay hidden until they are activated, never revealing themselves. She quickly tested her theory, and sure enough, someone was exposed. This kind of instinctive reaction is the hardest to hide. After hearing Chun Mian's explanation, everyone looked upset. Especially the old man who had called her a little girl before. His face turned pale, and he sank to the ground. Wei Min, how can you be a little girl? You've been by my side since you were 15 years. I treated you like my own child. No wonder our secret mission was discovered and the enemy was caught. It turns out, it was you who betrayed us. Wei Min, the little girl, never expected that his long-standing habit would become the reason for his exposure. As his eyes slowly adjusted, he looked at the old man's sad and disappointed face, and a bitter, complicated smile appeared on his lips. When he was inserted into the enemy's camp, he had already foreseen this day. But he never thought it would take 15 years. His youth, everything he had, was wasted here. Just when he thought he would never be able to restart his life and could live like an ordinary person, things turned out like this. Enough, everyone has their own responsibilities. There's nothing more to ask, Chun Mian told Su Bian to take the little girl away. You all should live smoothly from now on. Develop more technologies to strengthen our country. When our nation becomes strong, that will be your greatest way to retaliate against the enemies. Chun Mian's words eased everyone's gloomy mood. Yes, the reason the enemies are so rampant is because we are too weak. If we can't defeat them, we'll fight to the death. I don't believe we can stay behind forever. Everyone held back their anger, supporting each other as they headed toward the camp. They no longer doubted Chun Mian much. When they arrived at the camp, seeing the soldiers in uniform again and the enemies who had been killed, they felt a little relief. Send a few people with guns to hunt wild boars. The rest stay here to cook and rest. When we return, we'll go down the mountain. Chun Mian still remembered to pay tribute to the brown bears. The wolves over there heard about it and wanted to join too. With this group helping, hunting becomes much easier. Not taking advantage of the opportunity would be foolish. Go ahead, I'll handle things here, Su Bian said. Although he wanted to go with Chun Mian, he knew he had responsibilities. Be careful. Chun Mian listened to Su Bian's advice, smiled brightly, and felt warm inside. In her past life, she was always alone wherever she went. Now, she had someone who cared for her, and he was so handsome. She felt happy. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, she said. Knowing Su Bian was shy, Chun Mian playfully tickled his palm. Immediately, she saw his ears turn red, spreading to his handsome face. She laughed happily, threw a flirtatious look at Su Bian, then left with her group and the wolf. Su Bian covered his pounding heart until Chun Mian disappeared from sight. He reluctantly returned to the camp and used her medical kit to treat everyone's wounds. Young man, who is that crazy girl to you? Asked an old man, watching how close Chen Mianmian and Su Bian seemed. She's my wife. Su Bian replied with a gentle smile, his cold eyes full of affection. Old man, she's really not a bad person. She was just trying to cooperate with you before. Don't blame her, he added. The old man waved his hand and sighed. His most trusted student had betrayed him, but these strangers had saved them. He had no right to blame anyone. I just want to tell you, that girl is good. She may seem wild and crazy, but she's clever. Since you're lucky enough to marry her, you shouldn't be indecisive. He looked at the bodies of those who had died in the small battles. There was no more misunderstanding about Chen Mianmian. The old man, worried about saving face, casually mentioned to Su Bian that women in this era were awakening to independence. Their achievements were no less than men's, and marriage bound them less. Su Bian nodded seriously. His wife was someone he had worked hard to marry. In his mind, Chen Mianmian was his widow. There was no such thing as divorce. As the smell of food drifted from the camp, cheerful and lively singing suddenly filled the air. I have a little donkey, One day I got the idea to ride it to the market. I was holding a small whip, feeling proud, but suddenly I slipped and fell into the mud. Su Bian listened to the donkey's braying and singing. It was either Chen Mianmian or no one else. Everyone looked toward her singing and saw Chen Mianmian riding a big wild boar coming over. Hey there, audience across the way, let me see your hands. Chen Mianmian, inspired by her singing spirit, started acting wild again. Luckily, everyone was used to her occasional quirky behavior, so they clapped and cheered. She happily waved her short legs. An elderly person gently tugged at Su Bian, looking worried. Has this girl always been like this? I know a mental health expert. Maybe you should take her to see someone. Being like this all the time isn't good. Su Bian chuckled softly. Old sir, this is exactly why I like her. I admire her free and lively way of living, not caring about anything. It's wonderful. The old man was surprised by Su Bian's words. He looked at Chen Mianmian, who was smiling happily and waving at everyone. It was quite a festive scene. Meanwhile, Chen Mianmian had already brought 8 big wild boars closer. Yes, she had turned back and brought several large wild boars. This time, they were bigger than sows, with broad backs, perfect for riding. Many of the elderly, weak, or sick among the crowd had already passed away. If they kept going, only their spirits would remain. So, Chen Mianmian had the idea to threaten the wild boars into becoming mounts instead of killing them. At first, the boars refused, but after seeing some of their fiercest companions killed, they lay down and begged for mercy. The Wolf King and his pack took down 1 boar, and the remaining 2 were carried back as tribute to the brown bears. Later, you all divide up. 2 people can ride on 1 wild boar. The stronger ones can follow us. Chen Mianmian patted the boar's rear, making it tremble with fear, worried it might be killed by this lively death god. Better to be obedient and survive than be killed for meat. Are you telling us to ride pigs? The old experts swallowed nervously. This was so exciting. Yes, look at you all, old, weak, sick, and disabled. If you try to keep up your pace, you'll be coming down the mountain during the new year. If you don't want to ride pigs, I could just tie you behind them and let them drag you along. Chen Mianmian's 2 options weren't great, but compared to being pulled by pigs, they'd rather ride them. Ignoring the elders' sighs about their ruined image, Chen Mianmian had already started enjoying herself. After a whole day and night of fussing, she was starving. After eating and drinking enough, everyone finished packing up here. They took everything they could, even dismantling the tents to carry them away. All the grains and canned meat they found were given to the snake group that helped. The bodies were buried on the spot, and next year, the vegetation in this area should grow very well. A few remaining prisoners had their jaws removed and were like rice dumplings behind the pigs, following along. Let's go. Time to go back and see my little sweethearts. Chen Mianmian sat on the back of the last wild pig, giving the order. Everyone cheered and headed back. This mission was a perfect success, no one was hurt. They also captured many guns and bullets, making a big profit. It was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of normally. They didn't need to hide their tracks on the way back, and with the pigs carrying the injured, they moved faster than before. After meeting up with the others, they headed toward Wolf's territory. When they arrived, they saw that the remaining team had already gathered together. "Come on, everyone. We finished the mission perfectly. Tonight, let's cook some good food and have a bonfire party." The Wolf King just returned to see his wife and told the wolf pack what Chen Mianmian said. The brown bear happily followed, claiming Chen Mianmian needed to put medicine on it. This time, they definitely wouldn't let her run away. Chen Mianmian was happy to have it follow her. The bear was strong, and she managed to persuade it with lots of praise. It helped carry many supplies. Where else could she find such a strong worker? When the brown bear heard there was good food, it was very happy. It ran straight toward the wild pigs, scaring them into squealing. Its huge body trembled like a little wife, and one of the pigs, panicked, ran into Chen Mianmian, who was happily laughing. She didn't notice and fell flat on the ground, landing right on the belly of a mother pig that was feeding her piglets. The sow snorted and jumped in surprise. As she turned to stand up, her open mouth met Chen Mianmian's. Warm, slightly bloody milk rushed into her mouth. Chen Mianmian realized something was wrong just in time and swallowed quickly. She gagged twice, annoyed that she couldn't avoid this pig's milk. Looking at the wild pigs still running around, Chen Mianmian casually pulled out Su Bian's belt and ran over. "Stop running. If anyone runs again, I'll shoot it and turn it into a stew." After shouting, she turned to look at the brown bear, telling it these pigs were not for eating. If it wanted to eat, it should hunt its own. "Humph, you humans are too stingy. Watch. I'll bring back a big one for you." The brown bear, seeing Chen Mianmian's firm refusal, knew it couldn't eat the pigs. It looked a bit disappointed and swaggered off to find something tasty. Without the troublemaker, the wild pigs quickly calmed down. Chen Mianmian drove them aside and made them eat wild vegetables, keeping 2 soldiers nearby to watch so they wouldn't sneak away again.
Ugh.
This taste is really strong. The flavor of pig's milk lingered, and Chen Mianmian stuck out her tongue, frowning like a kitten that had been scalded. Su Bian, holding back laughter, shoved a big, white rabbit candy into her mouth. Soon, the sweet smell of milk replaced the fishy taste, and Chen Mianmian looked happy again. Milk is still nutritious. When we get home, I'll see if nearby villages raise sheep and get some sheep's milk for you. It's good for your health and helps you grow taller. Hearing about growing taller, Chen Mianmian's eyes lit up immediately. Although she didn't like drinking cow or sheep milk if it helped her grow, she was willing to drink as much as she could, just as long as it didn't harm her. Thinking about growing taller filled Chen Mianmian with energy. She went hunting with the wolf pack and found several places with yellow mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and various wild vegetables. When they returned, everyone's hands were full. More than 100 people were bustling around. The cooks swung their spatulas high, setting up all the pots they brought, while some squatted nearby roasting meat. Although they had limited seasonings, Chen Mianmian prepared a bunch of mountain delicacies. With simple cooking, the food was incredibly delicious. This feast lasted from the afternoon until late at night. Without alcohol, the young people gathered happily. Even if they sang off-key, everyone laughed and had fun. At this moment, Bai Shi took the opportunity to come and sincerely thank and apologize to Chen Mianmian. He was reckless and judged people by their appearance, which caused him to suffer losses. If it weren't for Chen Mianmian this time, I think not many people from Group 492 would be left. "Hey, Captain Bai, just don't hold a grudge about me lowering your rank." Chen Mianmian sat happily beside Su Bian. "In the future, be careful when you go out. Not everyone is as easygoing as I am." Faced with Chen Mianmian's teasing look, Bai Shi twitched his mouth. He still thought he was easygoing? The person who would rather tear someone apart in a bad mood was definitely not him. "Of course, I've learned my lesson this time." Bai Shi scratched his head honestly. He really didn't want to have more wild moms in the future. If his mother found out, she would definitely break his legs. "Hey, Captain Bai, you admit your mistakes so quickly. Otherwise, I could have a real feel for what being a father is like." Su Bian, who was beside him, jokingly added. Bai Shi's eyes widened in surprise. It's true, people can change. The once serious and quiet Su team leader has been influenced. Chun Mianmian looked at Bai Shi's dazed expression and laughed, leaning on Su Baiyan's shoulder. Her bright, cheerful laugh infected everyone. In the quiet woods, the lively fire on the campfire seemed to drift into the Milky Way above. The mission was complete, and everyone felt relaxed. That night, they didn't speak much. The next day, they all took turns patrolling and cooking. Chun Mianmian snuggled beside Su Baiyan, sleeping very soundly. Su Baiyan was on night watch. All night, besides watching around, he kept stealing glances at his wife. Chun Mianmian, asleep, looked fragile under the firelight, her small face delicate and vulnerable. If no one was around, he would have hugged her tightly, afraid she might suddenly fly away into the sky. Good morning, Su Baiyan. Su Baiyan wanted to quietly poke Chun Mianmian's face, but before his finger touched her, she woke up. He quickly turned his hand, pretending to pick a leaf from her hair. Good morning. I'll go get some food for you. Su Baiyan almost got caught trying to do something bad. He hurriedly made an excuse to leave, which made Chun Mianmian a bit puzzled. Why does he look so fine, yet his ears are red? Breakfast was just reheated leftover roast meat and mushroom soup, plus some compressed biscuits, and the dry food brought by Lu Rulin. Everyone from soldiers to experts ate happily. Not to mention, even during the new year, they probably wouldn't get to eat so much meat. Because she needed to remove stitches from the wolf and apply medicine to the brown bear, Chun Mianmian had to stay in the mountains for a few more days. She planned to let Bai Shi's people go back, leaving only the soldiers brought by the military district. We agreed to work with you to complete the task. Why are you going back early? Don't worry. At least the brothers have strength. If you need help, just call us. Bai Shi wasn't stupid. During these days in the mountains, they had guns, money, and could show off their strength. He had heard from Chun Mianmian that there were many good things in these mountains. They didn't ask for much, just a small fee for their hard work, enough to send some supplies home to their families. So he decided to stay with them until they came down the mountain. Chun Mianmian saw that Bai Shi was sincere, and since the experts also needed a few days to rest before leaving, she agreed to stay together. In these mountains, she was in charge. If she didn't make everyone a little stronger, it meant she wasn't capable enough. Then you can stay. When we need you, I won't be polite. Bai Shi was very happy when Chun Mianmian agreed. He patted his chest and promised that the 429 regiment would handle the patrols for the next few days. The experts didn't quite understand. Bai Shi could leave early, so why stay and suffer in the mountains? He seemed to think he had found a treasure. Suddenly, heavy footsteps sounded nearby. All the nearby wolves ran over, alert and watching where the sound came from. Even the Wolf King, who was close to the wolves, came out and squinted to see what was happening. When the figure of the brown bear appeared, everyone relaxed. Big boss, where have you been? You didn't come back last night. I was worried I wouldn't sleep well. When Chun Mianmian saw the brown bear, she immediately went over like a loyal follower, making sure to be polite and appropriate. The brown bear looked at her with a flattering expression, snorted, and threw the carried object onto the ground. The box, smelling of dirt and earth, hit the ground with a loud bang, making a small dent. No wonder the bear's footsteps were so loud earlier. I ate 2 wild boars for you. This is for you, so you won't go around saying I'm stingy. For me?
Ha ha.
Thank you, big boss. You're the best brown bear in the world. We're the best team ever. When Chun Mianmian heard it was from the brown bear, she didn't care about the dirt on the box. She immediately hugged it, almost wanting to kiss it. Everyone watched her happily hugging a dirty box, sighing helplessly. It's over. She's gone crazy again. But when Chun Mianmian pried open the lock on the box and revealed a neat stack of gold bars inside, everyone gasped.
Wow.
So many gold bars. Enough to buy our lives. Bai Shi stood nearby, unable to hold back a shout, as he looked at Chun Mianmian with a flattering smile. Mom, I am your good eldest son. As an elder, shouldn't you give me a greeting gift? Yes, Mom loves a wise and obedient eldest son. Chen Mianmian proudly lifted her head and happily handed a gold bar to Bai Shi. "Follow me, and I promise you'll enjoy a good life." Bai Shi's eyes widened as he took the heavy gold bar, which weighed at least 2 jin, about 1 kilogram. Nowadays, gold isn't used openly in circulation, but it's still a strong form of currency. Even if not sold, it's enough for jewelry for the family.
Thank you, Mom.
I will definitely be filial to you in the future. Bai Shi tucked the gold bar into his chest, showing off his flattery more than anyone else. Before everyone could comment on Bai Shi being too servile, Zhao Mingji came over, knelt down, and hugged Chen Mianmian's leg, starting to wail. "Master, I am your first disciple. How can you be biased? Do you know how much that hurts me, Master, after all these days of living together? Am I not better than that silly black guy?" Zhao Mingji was crying loudly on one side, while Hallie sat nearby, using his 2 front paws to bow politely. All the tricks Chen Mianmian taught him came back to bite him. Chen Mianmian rolled her eyes. She had already planned to keep some of the gold bars for herself, and the rest would be used as funds for the military dog team. Since she had no impressive items to bring back this time, she decided the gold bars would be her first mission reward. Of course, everyone gets some. Our military dog team all have one. After saying that, Chen Mianmian gathered the team members and handed each one a gold bar. At first, they didn't dare to take it, but Chen Mianmian pushed each one into their arms. "Open your eyes and see wider. There will be many more situations like this in the future. I told you, as long as you follow me, you won't be at a loss. No matter whether you can stay in the military dog team in the end, these gifts given to you are yours. I will not take them back. Thank you, Captain. We will follow you to the death." The members of the military dog team excitedly collected the gold bars. They had never seen so much gold before, and it belonged to them. Following the captain these days has been really tiring, with all kinds of skills and knowledge poured into their minds. But they also enjoy the good life. They have the best food in the whole army. Now they are out, eating well, and drinking happily, and they also have gold. Wah wah wah, even if they die, they want to stay in the military dog team. They absolutely don't want to be sent back. Seeing the passionate fire in everyone's eyes, Chen Mianmian smiled slightly. She never thought that relying only on faith and right or wrong could control a person, but personal benefits make them more loyal. Following her has advantages, so they won't be easily taken away. Chen Mianmian's act of sharing the gold bars surprised everyone. They admired her generosity, and the 492nd Regiment could only envy from afar. Some even wanted to learn from Bai Shi, kneeling on the ground to ask her to be their godmother before it was too late. Isn't this girl part of the army? Don't her gold bars need to be handed in? Some old experts didn't understand what was going on. Afraid Chen Mianmian would get into trouble when she returned, they asked Su Baiyan nearby. "Old sir, it's okay," Su Baiyan patiently explained about Chen Mianmian. "The military dog team in the military district operates independently. Anything they get from missions belongs to them. And this box of gold bars was given to Mianmian by Xiong Dan himself. Even if she takes it all, it's justified." Everyone listened and suddenly understood. They thought the military district was quite open-minded, allowing such a profitable department to operate independently. Everyone admired, but no one was jealous. Without Chen Mianmian, they would probably be left with just bones between the wolves and the brown bears. She earned this. This box of gold bars was very heavy. Chen Mianmian couldn't lift it at all, so she simply sat on the box, holding a few bars, kissing one, rubbing another, looking like a little treasure seeker. "Gaga gaga gaga, I got it! I got it! Thanks to the ancestors for burying gold. I will spend it well." Watching Chen Mianmian dance happily and look so excited, the old experts sighed and shook their heads again. Here we go, she's gone crazy once more. With her gold, Chen Mianmian feels especially happy. Even when a fly flies by, she has to praise its wings for flying so well. This excited feeling stays with her even while she changes the bandage on the wolf's back. She hums a silly song, and after everything is done, she pats the fluffy head of the wolf. Whose fluffy fur is this? Chen Mianmian was about to kiss it when she saw the Wolf King's fierce stare. She quickly retracted her smile and said, "Of course, it belongs to my big brother wolf. Take good care of your injury and howl. When you heal, you can go out and play." Chun Mianmian's claws reluctantly leave the wolf's head. She thinks, why is the Wolf King so fierce and cold, while the wolf's eyes are clear and gentle? She really wants to take him away. Just as Chun Mianmian was about to leave the cave, the Wolf King suddenly called her. "Bring someone with you and come with me. I know where some of those people hide their things." Chun Mianmian's eyes lit up instantly. "Big brother, I knew you liked me best. You definitely won't forget your little sister. I'm so happy. From now on, I'll take good care of my 8 nephews and treat them like my own children." Faced with Chun Mianmian's flattering praise, the Wolf King snorted softly. "I promise to help you find those things, and I won't go back on my word. That way, you won't think that the silly bear is good." After saying that, the Wolf King proudly walked out. Chun Mianmian covered her mouth and giggled secretly. Turns out, she was jealous because she flattered the brown bear earlier, but didn't flatter him. "Big brother, how could you think that? We are the best in the solar system. No one can beat us." Chun Mianmian knew this in her heart, but she still kept praising him enthusiastically. The Wolf King's eyes showed a hint of pride and happiness, and she spoke even more happily. When everything was ready, Chun Mianmian called some people to bring tools and go with the Wolf King to find the treasure. Everyone was eager to go digging. In the end, Su Bayan and Bai Shi each picked 5 people, or there would have been a fight. Everyone knew that working with Chun Mianmian meant they wouldn't lose out. They followed the winding path and arrived at a barren hill with the Wolf King. Those people buried many boxes underground. "You can dig them out." The Wolf King patted the ground with his paw, his cold eyes full of pride. His slightly raised head seemed to be telling Chun Mianmian, "Praise me."
Wow.
"No wonder you're the big brother. You're amazing. If I get rich someday, I'll buy lots of good things to thank you." Chun Mianmian excitedly patted the Wolf King and waved to everyone to start digging. With the previous chest full of gold bars, everyone worked hard, swinging their shovels as if they could smoke from the effort. After more than half an hour of digging, someone felt a different sensation with their shovel. "I found something." "I did too." One after another, people reported their finds. Chun Mianmian told everyone to keep going. Soon, 3 big boxes were dragged out. When opened, they contained very valuable antiques. It seemed they were buried in a hurry when the army was retreating, probably because they couldn't take everything with them. Today, Chun Mianmian was lucky. More gold bars, silver ingots, and even official seals were found underneath. These items were well preserved, and in a few decades, they would be worth a lot of money. Chun Mianmian didn't hold back. She divided a piece of gold and a silver ingot to each worker, making them so happy their big teeth almost showed. "I found more stuff." Everyone worked even harder after getting some rewards. They kept digging, and sure enough, more things appeared. But when the full boxes were revealed, Chun Mianmian's eyes widened in shock. "Back up. Everyone, back up." She looked at the box, which had a skull and a big character that said poison stamped on it. This clearly looked like a gas bomb. When they heard gas bomb, everyone quickly stepped back. Chun Mianmian took a handkerchief from her pocket and covered her nose and mouth carefully. She slowly opened the box. Inside, there were many gas bombs with holes on top, clearly showing the danger inside. Wow, that was close. If we had accidentally broken it while digging, we'd all be lying here today. Thinking about how everyone had been happily digging just moments ago, Chun Mianmian broke out in a cold sweat. This was really dangerous. What should we do with these? Should we bury them again? A soldier swallowed hard and asked nervously. Since they were buried deep, they probably wouldn't be dug up again, right? No way. If we bury it again, in case of an earthquake or accidental leakage, this mountain will be ruined. Chun Mianmian spoke seriously, urging everyone to stay alert here. She then asked the Wolf King to lead the way back to find the experts who understand this area. When everyone heard that Chun Mianmian found a poison gas bomb, they all became nervous. Old Ling, who had argued with Chun Mianmian earlier, quickly stood up, eager to go see it. I'm a chemistry expert. I know a bit about poison gas bombs. Let me go. But as soon as he finished speaking, a young student held him back. Teacher, let me go instead. You're older, and if there's a leak, you might not get away. Plus, your knowledge is a national treasure. It's dangerous here. Old Ling immediately frowned and pushed the student's hand away. Nonsense. If I go for you, isn't that dangerous too? Whose life isn't important? He tidied his slightly messy clothes. I eat for the country, so I should do my part. You haven't even touched those bombs. If you break them, it's a disaster. He then said, my old bones are not needed now. When should I use them? After that, Old Ling followed Chen Mianyan to the place where the poison gas bomb was. As they approached, Old Ling looked at the familiar words and patterns on the bomb and gasped. It's a mustard gas bomb. These fools buried so many dangerous things before they left. Old Ling kept cursing as he looked, his usual calm and steady image replaced by anger. Chen Mianyan didn't understand how powerful a mustard gas bomb was, so Old Ling explained seriously. A mustard gas bomb can infect through the skin. After contact or infection, the whole body first rots, then the virus invades inside, damaging organs through the blood, causing decay, cancer, and death. Without an antidote, the injury can be irreversible, and wounds might never heal. In the worst case, it causes endless pain and suffering, and only death can bring relief. Wow, that's so cruel, Chen Mianyan shivered. They think no one in our country is left? I'll get some Italian cannons and shoot those back too. Chen Mianyan rolled up her sleeves to go deal with the problem, but Old Ling held her back. There are at least 200 poison gas bombs here. Currently, there are 2 ways to handle them. The first is high-temperature burning, placing the mustard gas in a furnace and breaking it down into harmless substances at high heat. The second is neutralizing with sodium thiosulfate. Neither method can be done here. The bombs must be transported down the mountain. During this process, extreme caution is needed. Any leak would be very dangerous. Upon hearing this, the soldiers nearby stepped forward to volunteer for the task. As soldiers are meant to protect the people, they should step up in such moments. If they don't, they would be considered cowards. Seeing everyone eager to carry the bombs, Chen Mianyan raised her hand to stop them. These bombs aren't made by you. Why should you carry them? We have about 10 prisoners. Now is the perfect time to use them. Let these prisoners carry the bombs down. It's fine if they leak. They're the ones who will suffer first. While saying this, a fierce look flashed in Chen Mianyan's eyes. In her past life, she had an eagle squad that flew over the enemy's territory and dropped bombs.
That was really satisfying.
But now she has nothing. She remembers this grudge well. When she rebuilds her eagle squad, she will send all the bombs back to the enemy. Chen Mianyan made a mental note to ensure the soldiers protect the prisoners and then went back with Old Ling to report what had happened. I'll go back now and bring more people to the bombs. Bai Shi also left Chen Mianyan's side quickly, taking his team down the mountain. Take the experts down first, prepare the antidote, and the burning furnace. Su Baiyan remembered there was a steel plant nearby. He wasn't sure if their furnace could reach the necessary temperature. Old Ling thought it was feasible. As long as they could control the temperature and prevent leaks, there was no problem. All right then. Please work hard, everyone. Set up quickly. When the bombs arrive, destroy them immediately. Su Baiyan chose trustworthy people to the experts down the mountain, while the others were responsible for guarding and transporting the bombs. The prisoners, who thought they would just be taken to jail, were terrified when they saw the dense cluster of mustard gas bombs in the pit. They trembled with fear, crying and retreating. Don't touch this. It will kill you. They shouted desperately in their native language, clearly having seen the deadly power of the gas bombs. But the more they begged, the more Chen Mianyan hated them. She pulled the belt from Su Baiyan's waist and started hitting those people. You're all going to die anyway. Why are you still on our land? Crying and begging won't help now. If you know what's good for you, stay still and listen to me. Otherwise, I'll open one up and let you experience the consequences of your country's sins. As she spoke, Chen Mianyan pressed the spy apprentice, Ling Lao, onto a gas bomb. He screamed in fear, more terrified than when she was about to kill him before. He was one of Ling Lao's people. Before, he had studied the power of the gas bombs to gather data. Seeing the footage of the test subjects suffering and dying, covered in blisters and ulcers, their faces twisted in pain, made him realize that experiencing it himself was even worse than death. Okay, I'll do it. I'll move. Don't let me get exposed to the gas. Sun Weimin looked terrified, sweat soaking his forehead and the surface of the gas bomb. His body was tense, trembling as he spoke. Despite his fear, he was still a spy. Chun Mianmian spat on his face in disdain. Good for nothing, she said, holding the belt tightly and glaring at the prisoners. Don't try to trick me. I can capture you, and your lives are in my hands. Behave and you might survive in prison. But if you try anything funny, I'll make you experience what our bacteria troops do to our enemies. The belt snapped loudly in the air. Seeing the miserable deaths of the test subjects, the prisoners' faces turned pale, as if they had already died. As long as you don't use us for experiments, we'll obey. They realized that if they surrendered peacefully, they might have a chance for a safe life after being handed over, or at least face a quick death. But in Chun Mianmian's hands, their fate was entirely up to her mood. After her harsh words, the prisoners had no choice but to obediently carry the gas bombs. Along the way, guards with guns protected their faces and noses, and a military dog followed at 20 meters. Any attempt to escape would result in the gas bombs being detonated, causing the prisoners to suffer from internal and external decay, feeling the pain of death. Even the small animals nearby were driven away by the wolf pack to minimize harm. Su Bian watched closely, afraid of any mistake. Chun Mianmian stayed near the poison gas bomb to prevent careless animals from touching it. As the small animals were gradually moved away by humans, 7 days passed. The wolf's wound stitches were removed, and it could move freely again. The brown bear's wound was fully healed, no longer suffering from swelling or infection. When the last poison gas bomb was taken away, Chun Mianmian knew it was time to leave the mountain. The gold bars and jewelry dug up had already been taken by the soldiers, leaving only a few wild boars and 8 wolf pups. Under the care of the mother pig and military dogs, the wolf pups had grown quite a bit. Whenever they smelled Chun Mianmian, they would whimper and come close, seeming to recognize her as the one who saved them. I'm leaving now. I will take good care of the little wolves. Next time I come here, I will bring them to see you. Chun Mianmian hugged the wolf pups to leave, but was suddenly called back by the wolf's mother. Wait, let me see them. The wolf's mother looked at the pups with sadness and pain in her eyes. If it hadn't been for the difficult birth, she would have raised her children herself instead of leaving them to humans. Chun Mianmian sighed and gently set the wolf pups down. Howling, howling, yip yip yip. The tiny wolf pups, without their source of warmth, immediately started to cry out. One by one, they stretched their little legs and sniffed around with their small noses. The wolf's mother gently approached, her eyes full of love as she looked at her healthy children. Be good in the future. Your mother will come to see you. She nudged the pups with her nose and gently licked their small bodies with her tongue. Feeling her warmth, the wolf pups all crawled toward her. Howling, howling. The wolf's mother lay on the ground, forming a circle with her big tail, surrounding her children. She looked very reluctant, rubbing and licking them. Chun Mianmian watched from the side, noticing tears in the wolf's mother's eyes, feeling a little sad inside. Don't worry, I will take good care of them. Time was almost up. Chun Mianmian knew she had to leave, or she would have to spend another night on the mountain. Please take good care of my children. The wolf queen looked back reluctantly as Chun Mianmian gently gathered the children into her arms, her eyes filled with sadness as she bowed her head to her. This is usually a sign of submission from a lower-ranked individual to a higher-ranked one. As a mother, the wolf queen hoped Chun Mianmian would treat her children well. She would offer her loyalty to the wolf pack in exchange. Chun Mianmian patted the wolf queen's head and finally turned to leave. Howl. Not far behind, she heard the wolf queen's sorrowful, lingering howls. Howl, howl. Other wolves in the forest responded with their own calls, as if they were sending Chen Mianmian off. Descending the mountain was faster than climbing. Chen Mianmian rode her pig quickly. By evening, she finally reached the bottom of the mountain. As she stepped out of the woods, she turned her head and saw the silent Wolf King following her. "Don't worry, I will take good care of your children. When they grow up a bit, I'll bring them to see you. They still need to learn how to hunt from you." Chen Mianmian smiled brightly at the Wolf King. The Wolf King, with its cold eyes, looked at the small wolf cub in her arms. After a long howl at the sky, it turned and disappeared into the forest swiftly. Unlike when they came, there were 4 cars on the way back. One was a wild boar, another carried antiques and gold bars, and the remaining 2 were filled with soldiers. Still driving at lightning speed, Chen Mianmian sat in the 3rd car, watching the soldiers in the 2nd car bounce up and down, holding onto the bars tightly to avoid falling out. She held back her laughter, her biggest virtue. Cough cough, are they okay like this? She was worried they might accidentally be thrown out.
Hey, no worries.
We're all tough and resilient, so we can handle it. The driver was still Qianwang. This time, his car was filled with gold bars and antiques, and he drove very steadily. Wild boars get carsick if we go too fast, and antiques might break, but they're tough as steel, with iron will. Chen Mianmian twitched her lips. Well, on the battlefield, they were the best life and death partners. But in normal times, the biggest danger came from their comrades. When they returned to the military district, Chen Mianmian still felt a bit dazed. Unknowingly, half a month has passed since I left. Looking at the familiar gate and the military compound, Chen Mianmian jumped out of the car, took a deep breath, and thought, "It's so good to be back on my home turf. Let's go, Elbow, let's go. Take these good things and go for a walk around the office building." Chen Mianmian brought back so many good items that she didn't want Chu Zheng and Su Chunsheng to see them. It would be like sneaking around without any sense of achievement. Qian Wang happily responded and signaled the follow-up vehicle to move slowly behind Chen Mianmian, giving a feeling of supporting her. People passing by the military area saw Chen Mianmian return and greeted her with smiles. Although she had been away for half a month, her legend continued to spread within the military district. Especially the story from a couple of days ago about finding 287 poison gas bombs, which had already been shared, and about destroying a small spy hideout that was stealing national intelligence, rescuing many experts. Captain Chen is back. Chen Mianmian's official military rank was actually just a regular soldier, but no one dared to treat her with less respect because she had no rank. So everyone simply called her captain along with the military dog team. Yes, I'm back, Chen Mianmian cheerfully greeted them. I'm going to report to Commander Song with a carload of gold bars and a carload of wild boars. You all take your time training. Hearing her words, everyone's eyes widened. 1. A carload of gold bars and a carload of wild boars? After the vehicle passed, the crowd indeed saw in the last carriage a fat and strong wild boar, especially one that was carsick, sticking out its large, tusked head and vomiting. Oh my goodness, Captain Chen is amazing. So many wild boars. Quickly, I have a feeling there will be more excitement. The soldiers resting after training caught the scent of excitement and hurriedly followed cautiously. Others still needing to train reluctantly left, promising to come back and share the fun. Chen Mianmian knew someone was following her, but she still walked leisurely, greeting anyone she met. You all know I have made a great contribution, bringing back a truckload of gold bars and a truckload of wild boars. Haha, it's all thanks to our military dog team. Hello, everyone. Do you know if Commander Song is in the office building? I came back to report to him, but I don't know where to put this truckload of gold bars and wild boars. I'm so confused. From the military district gate to the office building, Chen Mianmian kept talking all the way, almost losing her voice. She quickly drank half a pot of water to soothe her throat. Just as she was about to shout, she heard the little wolf pups in her arms howling. Knowing it was time for them to drink milk, she gently put down the mother pig and piglets, letting them lie on the open ground. The mother pig was grunting softly as she fed her piglets. Chen Mianmian looked up at the building and took a deep breath. Commander Song, I, Chen Mianmian, am back. Come see the good things I brought back for the military dog team. At this familiar call, the windows of the entire office area opened in the next second, and many heads poked out. Captain Song Chulia's face was especially happy. He looked at the proud Chen Mianmian downstairs and the two large trucks. Although he knew she had returned with a full load, he couldn't help but smile broadly like a sunflower. Girl Mianmian is back. I'll come down right now. Captain Song Chulu threw down his pen and happily ran outside. His quick steps almost made the guards lose track. Besides Captain Song Chulu, Chu Zheng and the others also saw Chen Mianmian's proud look. This past half-month, the military district had been unusually quiet, and now that she was back, things probably wouldn't stay peaceful for long. Oh, isn't that my great-uncle? It's been half a month. Have you missed your obedient granddaughter-in-law? Do you feel like giving me some money? When Chen Mianmian saw Chu Zheng downstairs, she acted as if she didn't notice his gloomy face, happily waving her arms. Chu Zheng, who didn't want to go down at first, was called out. He rolled his eyes irritably and led Su Chunsheng and others downstairs. If he didn't go down, who knew what kind of nickname Chen Mianmian this crazy girl would give him next, causing him to bleed heavily. When they reached the bottom, Chen Mianmian and Captain Song Chulu were already examining antiques. There was a green imperial Buddha statue, a shiny, full-body Dongzhu necklace, and even two Tang Sankai figurines. In modern times, just one of these items would cause a gasp of amazement. All these items gathered together showed their high value. According to our agreement, I will take what belongs to me, and the rest will belong to the military dog team. By the way, I gave each member of our military dog team a gold bar and a silver ingot. Commander Song probably won't mind, right? Chen Mianmian confidently reported what she had done, and Song Chulu waved her off casually. You don't need to tell me about small things like this in the future. Without you, the dog team wouldn't have so many good things. Don't worry about sharing. Even if each person got a box, I wouldn't complain. Song Chulia's eyes lit up as he held the gold bar. When he saw Chu Zheng approaching, he smiled even more. Oh, Deputy Commander Chu, come look. These are all Mianmian spoils of war. We should thank Deputy Commander Chu for the idea to let the dog team operate on their own. Otherwise, these would have been confiscated. Chu Zheng looked at the dazzling gold bars and antiques. Hearing Song Chulia's words, he really wanted to slap himself. Was he out of his mind back then? How could he have made such a stupid request? Now, the dog team kept making achievements and was getting richer and richer, but they didn't get a single thing. Yes, Mianmian is really capable. Chu Zheng clenched his teeth and praised Chen Mianmian, feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. Oh, thank you, Grandpa. I'll keep working hard and won't let Commander Song down. Chen Mianmian pretended to be shy, lowering her head. The next moment, she patted her thigh and took out nearly 20 pounds of salted pork from the truck, handing it to Song Chulu. Commander Song, this is wild boar meat we hunted in the mountains. Wow, it's over 1,000 pounds. We can't finish it all, so I just salted part of it to bring back. Please don't mind if it's a bit less. When I go on my next mission, I'll bring back a couple of roe deer for you to try. Song Chulia's eyes widened as he looked at the heavy wild boar meat in his hands. That's way too much. That's too much. I'll take 2 pounds, and you can take the rest home. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian cheerfully waved her hand. I kept some at home, 50 pounds, including ribs and hindquarters. Later, my mom will make pork dumplings and send some to you to try. Wild boar meat is a prized delicacy these days. Chen Mianmian naturally wanted to keep some for her family. Hearing that there was even more at home, Song Chulu didn't refuse. He happily handed the meat to the guard and then looked at Chu Zheng with a proud smile. Her step-grandfather. Look at Mianmian. She's so filial. Oh, she gave me so many things. She'll definitely give you even more.
Chu Zheng sir not gonly.
Chen Mianmian was lucky not to be splashed with manure at his door. Even if she gave him something, he suspected it might be poisoned. Since she's safely back, we'll leave now. In the future, don't be so showy. People should be more modest. Seeing Chu Zheng's annoyed expression, Chen Mianyan felt happy inside, but looked a bit uncomfortable on her face. Her step-grandfather, you don't know. I also want to be low-key, but I don't have the strength. While speaking, she waved the gold bars in her hand. The sunlight made them shine so brightly that it almost blinded Chu Zheng and the others. Su Chunsheng looked at the pile of gold and silver treasures. He remembered how Chen Mianyan had taken his own things and had to beg for them back. He felt upset and couldn't help but scold. It's just a small victory for us. It's no big deal. Chen Mianyan shot a sidelong glance at Su Chunsheng. Some people don't even get a chance to succeed. Besides getting hemorrhoids, they can only hide and bark. Before Su Chunsheng could reply, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Who the took my son to be a caretaker at the military district? Zhao Mingji, come out. I'll break your legs. A burly man with a face full of anger ran over. His features clearly showed he was a close relative of Zhao Mingji. His curse revealed that Zhao Mingji had sneaked out to join the military dog team. Even changing his military unit was done secretly, without telling his family. When Zhao Daqiang returned from his mission, his son had become part of the Northern Military District. After asking around, they found out he was raising animals. That's basically being a caretaker. He, Zhao Daqiang, a division commander in the Northwest Military District, had a son who ran off to be a caretaker at the Northern Military District. That was a slap in his face. So Zhao Daqiang drove for 3 days and nights to come here. Seeing the aggressive person, Chen Mianyan knew that arguing now wouldn't help. She turned her head and pointed at Su Chunsheng. It's him. It's him. He's the one who took Zhao Mingji. He lied to him, made that kid hungry and cold, holding a steamed bread in his hand, with no oil in the dish. Faced with Chen Mianyan's false accusations, Su Chunsheng widened his eyes. I didn't do it, it wasn't me.
Ooh.
Chen Mianyan couldn't let Su Chunsheng finish and quickly took a silver ingot, stuffing it into his mouth. It was just the right size to block him. Dad, you took credit without saying much. Now it's time to pay back. You and Zhao Mingji's father are both teachers and the militia is also sick. He won't beat you to death. Chen Mianyan winked at the speechless Su Chunsheng. When Zhao Daqiang rolled up his sleeves and raised a fist the size of a sandbag to come over, she kicked him away with one foot. Go on, Dad, beast. If you get hurt, I'll have my stepmother take care of you.
Ooh.
Boo, hoo 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 hoo. Chen Mianyan, are you even a person? Su Chunsheng couldn't pull out the silver ingot from his mouth and could only curse at Chen Mianyan with unclear speech. Before he finished, he was kicked away by a big flying kick. Zhao Daqiang grabbed Su Chunsheng by the collar and beat him up, but he didn't beg for mercy. Oh, tisk tsk, look at this, so impulsive. It's too bloody. I can't bear to watch. Chen Mianyan stood to the side, covering her eyes with her hand. Through her fingers, she saw Su Chunsheng's mouth with the silver ingot almost bitten to pieces. Boo, hoo hoo, boo, hoo hoo hoo. Chen Mianyan, I at percent and... Even though Su Chunsheng's words were unclear, Chen Mianyan could tell he was insulting her. But she didn't mind. She couldn't understand him anyway, and it hurt Su Chunsheng. Moreover, Chen Mianyan was adding fuel to the fire. Oh, this uncle, this Su Chunsheng is no good. Abandoned his wife and children, stole his son's achievements, and previously made his own son marry a woman 12 years older just to climb higher. Tell me, isn't he the kind of person who should be beaten? If your son were in his hands, would there still be a way to survive? Hearing how terrible Su Chunsheng was, Zhao Daqiang's fist clenched even tighter. You're so cowardly, yet you're still a militia commander. Are all the people in the Northern Military District just good at eating and doing nothing? How can someone like this stay in the military? Zhao Daqiang's words were like a slap in Chu Zheng's face, especially since he was the son-in-law Zhao Daqiang had personally promoted. Song Chu Lu was quick to add fuel to the fire, crossing his arms and shrugging. Hey, isn't that true? Who told him to have such a good father-in-law? After saying this, he looked at Chu Zheng with a half-smile. This old troublemaker often caused him problems, but now with Mianyan around, he felt very happy.
Ha!
That girl is his lucky star. Hearing about the family connections, Zhao Daqiang was even more annoyed with Su Chunsheng and wished he could hit him like a punching bag.
Dad, stop.
Oh my gosh.
Please stop.
Zhao Mingji had just returned this morning. He was at the military dog base, familiarizing himself with the place with Hallie. When he heard that Chen Mianmian was back, he was happy and came to greet her. But he saw his father about to hit Chen Mianmian's father-in-law very hard. He was so scared, he quickly stepped in between. Although the captain didn't get along well with his father-in-law, he definitely didn't want him to get hurt badly. When Zhao Daqiang saw his son, his anger had mostly been vented. He knew he couldn't really hurt anyone, so he loosened his grip on the man. You little brat, how dare you show up in front of me? Who gave you the guts to go to the military district and come here as a trainer? Have you lost your mind? Zhao Daqiang scolded his son loudly. Listening to this, Chen Mianmian felt her ears ringing. But Zhao Mingji was used to it. After his father finished scolding, he chuckled and explained. Dad, you misunderstood. I'm not here to be a trainer. I'm here to be a military dog instructor. Hallie and I are a team. We just finished a mission recently. Not only did we succeed, but we also received an award. While talking, Zhao Mingji took out the gold bar and silver ingots he had been hiding and handed them to Zhao Daqiang. Zhao Daqiang's eyes widened as he looked at the heavy gold bar. He instinctively bit into it, and sure enough, he left clear teeth marks. It's really gold. And this silver ingot is real too? Zhao Daqiang forgot his anger for a moment. He quickly bit into the silver again, and there were still teeth marks. He burst out laughing. Nice. With these two things, I can buy your mom a pair of gold bracelets and make a few earrings. I saw her looking enviously at the gold bracelets of Commander Li's wife the other day. Seeing his father no longer angry, Zhao Mingji nodded quickly. I originally wanted to give my first reward to my parents so they could see that my choice was right. Seeing Zhao Daqiang no longer angry, everyone relaxed because the fierce soldier from the Northwest military region is truly formidable. Back in the Big War, he could cut off enemies' heads with just a big knife, and no one could stand against him. His military achievements are real, not like Su Chunsheng, who only got his rank through connections. Dad, I'm serious this time. I've loved dogs since I was young. Now that I can fight alongside Hallie, I'm very happy. I've learned a lot in the military dog team. Recently, our leader even taught us first aid skills. Not only can we save dogs, but we can also save people on the battlefield. Zhao Daqiang frowned as he listened. Does this kid really speak human language? Can a veterinarian treat humans? Our team leader said, whether you're a vet or a military doctor, if you can treat and save lives, you're a good doctor. Only those who survive on the battlefield deserve to be picky. When he said this, Zhao Mingji looked very proud. He imagined leading Hallie on the battlefield, unstoppable, and people begging him to save them. That feeling was really awesome. Are you sure the team leader you keep talking about isn't this coward? Zhao Daqiang looked at his son, who trusted the military dog team leader completely, and hesitated as he pointed at Su Chunsheng, who finally spat out the silver ingot. This guy's strength isn't impressive. Could he be a civilian official? Zhao Daqiang wondered if he had mistaken someone and needed to apologize. Look at this. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. I tend to be impulsive. Just as Zhao Daqiang forced a smile and reached out to help Su Chunsheng up, Zhao Mingji's voice came from the other side. Dad, you're mistaken. I'm just impulsive. What can you do if I hit you? If you have the guts, hit me back. Hearing that he hadn't hit the wrong person, Zhao Daqiang loosened his grip, pushed Su Chunsheng down again, right onto his injured spot from the beating, and immediately grimaced in pain. Seeing this, Zhao Daqiang looked even more disdainful. Useless. A scoundrel who abandons his wife and children for power. Beating him is already light. If he were in his own territory, he'd find a way to tie him up and throw him into the river. Su Chunsheng was beaten up for no reason and was also looked down upon. He was so angry that his face turned green. His hands trembled as he didn't know whether to scold Chen Mianmian or Zhao Daqiang first.
Dad.
Look at you. Uncle Zhao didn't do it on purpose. You're a grown man, so stop fussing over small things. It's because you've done so many bad things that heaven hasn't struck you down with lightning. That's a sign of heaven's mercy. Chun Mianmian seemed to be trying to comfort him, but she still stabbed him with words. Chun Mianmian, I wish a lightning strike would kill me instead of making me so angry. I was just beaten up and you want me to be generous? How can I be generous? It's not you who got hit. Su Chunsheng gritted his teeth, wishing he could swallow Chun Mianmian whole. When he moved to touch his wound, the pain made him grimace. Seeing his swollen face and black eye, Chun Mianmian felt secretly pleased but pretended to look pained. She pointed at the silver ingot in Su Chunsheng's hand. Isn't this for your medical expenses? With so much silver, if I gave it to someone else, they'd be eager to get beaten up. Su Chunsheng looked at the silver ingot, stained with his blood and saliva, and couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He thought, he was beaten up, and this brat must have planned it all along. Seeing Su Chunsheng about to go crazy with anger, Chun Mianmian took another silver ingot from the box and shoved it into his hand. Is this enough? Not only did they beat you up, but this much silver could have bought your life back in the old days. If you keep bothering me, just return the silver ingot and go cause trouble at the Northwest Military District yourself. Chun Mianmian looked impatient, which made everyone else persuade Su Chunsheng to let it go. Zhao Daqiang is a key figure in the Northwest Military District. Even if he reports this, it would be a small fuss. It's better to take the silver ingots and be done with it. Given Chun Mianmian's stingy nature, giving Su Chunsheng 2 silver ingots was already a kind act. I'm doing this for the reputation of the military district. Next time I won't bother with you all. If you do this again, I'll report it to the commander. Su Chunsheng scowled and said harsh words, then gritted his teeth and put the silver ingots into his pocket. He had run out of money these days, and with these silver ingots, Jin Rong should have a better attitude. While Su Chunsheng mourned over the silver ingots he got from being beaten, Zhao Mingji had already pulled Zhao Daqiang over to Chun Mianmian. Dad, this is my team leader, Chun Mianmian. Zhao Mingji proudly stood beside Chun Mianmian. She is not only our team leader but also my mentor. In the future, I will show her respect and take care of her in her old age. Ahem, Uncle Zhao, hello. Chun Mianmian quickly interrupted Zhao Mingji, worried she might be sent away. Our military dog team is officially recognized by the military district, and we are a proper unit. We have plenty of opportunities for promotion and various benefits. For this mission, our team performed very well. I plan to apply for a collective third-class merit as a reward. They not only caught spies and intercepted a lot of national secrets, but also discovered poison gas bombs and rescued kidnapped experts. Although Chun Mianmian contributed the most to these achievements, the military dog team also completed its first mission very successfully. I believe that as long as Chun Mianmian applies, the military district will approve it. That's right. Even if Mianmian doesn't say anything, I will also apply for a collective third-class merit for you all, Song Chulu said, seeing the tension eased. He quickly came over to act friendly. When Zhao Daqiang heard the military commander's assurance, he realized that this girl really had some skills. Zhao Mingji, standing nearby, was already eager to tell everyone about Chun Mianmian's heroic deeds on the mountain, delivering puppies to the wolf pack, saving Bai Shi from a bear attack, and disguising himself to catch thieves with everyone. Hearing this, Zhao Daqiang's eyes showed admiration and respect. Even Chu Zheng and the others looked at Chun Mianmian with new respect. This girl, though small and thin, is truly brave and clever. Zhao Daqiang saw that his son had indeed become stronger recently, which showed life was going well.
Hey.
Since you've made your own decision, you have to take responsibility for it. Even if you cry and beg me, I won't transfer you to the military district anymore. Zhao Daqiang's words showed he agreed that his son would stay here. Zhao Mingji was very happy to hear this. He kept promising to work hard, get promoted early, and bring honor to the family. Team leader. Something's wrong. Hurry, come help. Just as the atmosphere was peaceful and only Su Chunsheng's injury was acknowledged, a hurried voice rang out. Everyone turned to look and saw the remaining military dog team member, covered in blood and with a swollen face, running over. When he saw Chen Mianmian, his eyes shone with intense admiration. "Captain, your sister-in-law was harassed by a troublemaker. We went to rescue her, but there were too many of them. They not only detained everyone but also demanded 1,000 yuan from us, threatening to sell your sister-in-law into a hidden mine." Chen Mianmian listened to the team member's story, her face quickly darkening. She asked him what exactly happened. It turned out that today, Su Jia heard that Chen Mianmian would return. She was very happy. After finishing the middle school exams, everyone was free, so they decided to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some meat and vegetables to cook a big meal. Dong Bowen had been exhausted from studying and was not himself. After the exams, he took a break and started running around the residential area for fun. This morning, he saw Su Jia carrying a basket out of her house. He immediately followed her, insisting on buying something too. As they walked and stopped, they ran into the military dog team. Everyone knew Chen Mianmian was back, so they decided to go for a walk together. Everyone was dressed in casual clothes, not military uniforms, walking with a military dog, laughing and joking. The young woman was beautiful and gentle, and the man was energetic and handsome, naturally attracting attention. While Dong Bowen and his comrades were walking ahead, a group of troublemakers took the opportunity to cover Su Jia's mouth and kidnap her.
Woof.
Woof!
Woof.
The military dog sensed something was wrong and started barking, drawing everyone's attention. Jia is missing. Hurry and find her. Dong Bowen turned back and saw that the basket in Su Jia's hand had been thrown to the ground. Sniff. Quickly find where Jia is. Fortunately, he brought a military dog. Even though Jia was missing, they could follow her scent. Following the scent, they wound through the area until they reached an abandoned house. This place used to be a brothel during the old society. After the new country was established, people thought it was unlucky, so it was abandoned, and the nearby area became deserted. Unexpectedly, someone was hiding there. "I'll jump in and see what's going on." Dong Bowen was skilled and easily jumped over the wall. But as soon as he landed, he was hit and knocked down with a brick. "Hey, first time seeing someone walk into a trap willingly. Kid, where are you from?" Dong Bowen covered his dizzy head, his hair being roughly pulled, and was forced to lift his head. At this moment, he finally saw the environment around him. The brothel was crowded with people, and judging by their accents, they were not locals. Looking at their worn-out clothes, they appeared very rough, but their bodies were strong and powerful. Their eyes looked fierce and cruel. Some even had a reckless, daring look. I am here to find my sister. Please give her back to me." Dong Bowen struggled hard, searching everywhere for Su Jia's figure. Outside the wall, a few people heard the noise and jumped in. The people inside didn't expect these young fools to be so reckless. They actually dared to rush in. Dong Bowen and the others were mostly soldiers, so they were naturally skilled. In an instant, 4 men and a dog knocked down a large group of people nearby. But even with their skills, it was hard to fight 4 against 1. There were too many people in the yard, and they didn't follow any rules of fairness. They attacked with knives and threw stones whenever they saw an opening. Soon, everyone was badly hurt. Even the military dog's front leg was broken, bent and unable to touch the ground. "Let us go. Please, give me back my sister." Dong Bowen was pushed to the ground again, blood blurring his vision, making it hard to see clearly. The others were also caught, glaring fiercely at these people. This was the military district, and these people were too bold, daring to kidnap someone right under the army's nose? "Your sister? Which one? We have many sisters here." During the fight, a man with a scar on his face stepped forward. He looked at the struggling people and harshly whipped them with a whip. This hidden place had been discovered. They'd have to find a new hiding spot. "Boss, these guys are pretty skilled, and they saw our faces.
Should we?"
Someone pointed to the scarred man's neck, implying they wanted to kill to silence them. The man didn't speak. He snorted coldly through his nose, but Dong Bowen and the others clearly saw the killing intent in his eyes. "I want to see my sister. Where did you take her?" Dong Bowen was shocked and cursed himself for being too impulsive. If he had gone to get help earlier, He wouldn't be in such a passive position now. But now, he could only pretend to be reckless and stubborn. He had to see Su Chunsheng. If anything happened to her, none of them would survive. Looks like you're pretty loyal. Take them inside and see for yourself. It might be the last time you see her. The scar-faced man lit a cigarette. For a few lives lost, it was just like the smoke he exhaled. Nothing worth mentioning. Dong Bowen and the others were pushed into the house as they wished. The house was dark and broken down. The air smelled strongly of sweat. Many young girls were in the corner, some dressed in ragged clothes, with blank stares. When they saw someone enter, they all hurriedly squeezed inside, afraid of being seen and humiliated again. One girl, who had been knocked out, lay on the ground, clearly visible. She had been wearing pretty clothes when she left, but now they had been taken off. She only wore a dull gray long coat, and her face was smeared with dirt. If Dong Bowen hadn't been with her recently, he wouldn't recognize her now. Sister, what did you do to my sister? Dong Bowen looked at Su Chunsheng and hurried to go to her, but someone kicked his leg hard, making him fall to his knees. She used to be your sister, but she isn't anymore. From now on, she might be someone else's wife or servant, but she's no longer your family. The man guarding the house had a rough voice, with yellow teeth showing, and his eyes were cruel and sinister. Looking at the unconscious Su Chunsheng, he didn't see a person but a piece of property. You all. Dong Bowen's mind quickly thought of the Broken Clothes Gang. This gang was made up of drifters and outlaws from all over. They had no fixed home and roamed across the country. They robbed and looted everywhere, even selling women. They were extremely wicked. But these people moved around a lot. Usually they left quickly after committing crimes. When reports were made, they often escaped before the police arrived, moving on to the next place. Dong Bowen looked at them, and all the details matched. But he dared not speak out, because that would mean they would kill him to silence him. You're kidnapping my sister just for money? I have plenty of money. Dong Bowen suddenly changed his tone. If you let us go, my family will pay you. How about that? You've seen how my sister's dressed. She's the most loved child in our family. If you take her, we will do everything we can to catch you. Instead of causing trouble for yourselves, why not take the money and leave? I won't tell anyone about you. It'll all stay a secret. These people were only after money. Dong Bowen's mind raced quickly as he argued with them. Is your family really rich? Sure enough, Dong Bowen's words made them interested. Since Chuansong City has a military presence, they didn't dare to be too aggressive. Many locals might be related to the army, so provoking them could be dangerous and hard to escape from later. It would be better to pay money and leave peacefully. Yes, my family is wealthy. As long as you don't hurt us, my family will pay you. Dong Bowen pointed to the teammate who was least injured. If you don't believe us, you can let him go back and get the money. We're all here. If he doesn't come back, you'll have to kill us all. No, we stick together. We leave together, the soldier refused. Dong Bowen kicked him. Stop wasting time. If you don't leave now, we'll all die. Selling our lives for money is worth it. Hurry up and go find my sister. Dong Bowen winked suggestively. Suddenly, the soldier remembered that Chen Mianmian was his cousin. Thinking of Chen Mianmian, he felt more confident and looked determined. Wait for me. I will bring the money back. Seeing their reluctant faces, the leader snorted. I advise you not to waste time. I'll give you 2 hours. If you can't bring back 1,000 yuan, just prepare to be dead. Even the pretty girl inside the house, I sent her to a dark place, to be used by many men. The situation is like this. The Broken Clothes Gang has about 100 people. There are over 30 girls inside. Chunsheng is unconscious now, not sure if she was drugged or knocked out. Captain, we have half an hour left out of the 2 hours. We don't have enough time. The Broken Clothes Gang released him, and someone followed. To avoid revealing he was a soldier, he took a winding route and finally managed to shake them off and return safely. But now, time was running out. Even by car, it would take at least 40 minutes to get there. Everyone was angry at how arrogant the Broken Clothes Gang was. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to confront them. I haven't seen such a bunch of troublemakers in a long time.
Give me a squad. I'll wipe them out.
Zhao Daqiang pulled out his pistol and was about to attack someone. But gathering everyone takes time, and half an hour definitely isn't enough. Go, bring all the military dogs with us. No need to unload the wild boar, everyone follow me. Chun Mianmian, tired of waiting for their slow gathering and procedures, was already impatient. By the time they all arrived, people might be dead. She bent down and took out the machine gun hidden under the gold, then stuffed it into the front passenger seat. Turning around, Chun Mianmian pulled the driver out of the car. Get in. I'll take you to get revenge. The injured team member, touched, sniffed hard and nodded fiercely before climbing into the passenger seat. Zhao Mingji saw Chun Mianmian's grim face and knew things wouldn't end well. He quickly led Hallie into the back of the truck carrying the wild boar, worried about being left behind. The others from the military dog team also arrived. Seeing the situation, they didn't hesitate and climbed into the cars with their dogs. Chun Mianmian, your military dog team is supposed to cooperate with us, not act on your own. Chu Zheng, with a stern face, saw Chun Mianmian ready to risk her life and hurriedly told her to get down, worried she might plan poorly and let the troublemakers escape. That could cause even more casualties. I don't care about personal heroism. I only know we don't have enough time. They dared to kidnap my sister and hurt my team members. I swear they won't get away with it. After saying that, Chun Mianmian stepped on the gas and sped off, leaving only exhaust behind Chu Zheng and the others. Watching Chun Mianmian rush away at high speed, Chu Zheng was furious. He turned to his stunned subordinates and pointed at them, scolding. Are you all fools? Hurry up and follow me. I'll give you a whole battalion's worth of soldiers. Bring all the guns. There are so many hostages. We must ensure the safety of the civilians. Don't let that troublemaker escape with even one person. Following Chu Zheng's commands, everyone quickly rushed to carry out the mission. Song Chulu ordered someone to gather all the gold, silver, and jewelry Chun Mianmian left behind, and assigned someone to watch over the nursing Sao. Back in the office, he began preparing the orders for the military dog team's operation. That way, if Chun Mianmian causes trouble later, he could handle it more easily. Ignoring the chaos among the military district staff, Chun Mianmian drove her car like a plane. She drifted around bends, feeling that she didn't need to brake at all. From the military district to the city, then to that dilapidated house, Chun Mianmian arrived just in time. Only 25 minutes, not even half an hour. The person leading the way saw the car stop and quickly jumped out to run to the side, vomiting violently. People pay for rides, but the captain's driving is life-threatening. Chun Mianmian found a place, jumped out of the car, and knocked loudly on the door. Open up. I'm here to deliver ransom. If you have the guts to kidnap someone, you should have the courage to open the door. The urgent knocking sounded very loud in the rundown house. Soon, the door was opened. A big man, shirtless, appeared. When he first opened the door, he didn't see anyone. He looked down and saw Chun Mianmian. Seeing how small she was, he immediately laughed. Are you here to deliver ransom, or just eager to get caught? With your tiny size, I could slap you against the wall. That guy is really powerful. Chun Mianmian smiled sweetly. My family is afraid of being kidnapped, so they push me, a weak and helpless girl, forward. Can that guy take me inside to see your boss? I want to check on my sister and brother. Chun Mianmian's appearance is very deceiving. Plus, she's quite thin, so the big man didn't suspect anything and let her in. As soon as she stepped inside, she saw Dong Bowen and others hanging from a pole, their bodies torn and bloody. Even the military dogs were suspended in midair, blood dripping from their mouths, unconscious. When they saw Chun Mianmian come in, the people herding them stopped and turned to look at her, smiling with ill intent. Dong Bowen and the others, beaten senseless, sensed someone approaching and instinctively looked up. Seeing it was Chun Mianmian, their dull eyes flickered with a faint light. Chun Mianmian looked at their injuries, her eyes lowering as if she was scared. These people were beating them to death. They didn't want anyone to survive. Chun Mianmian suppressed her rising murderous intent and timidly looked up at the boss. I came to give money. Where is my sister? Chun Mianmian trembled, clutching her clothes. I didn't see my sister. I won't give any money. Seeing her red eyes and her attempt to act strong, everyone in the yard burst into laughter. Little girl, do you know what we do? What do you think you can threaten us with? Since you are here, let's have some fun with the brothers. And also, let you see where your sister is. The big man who opened the door had already taken a liking to Chin Mianmian. When he heard her speak, he immediately acted on impulse, carried her into the house. People in the yard watched like they were watching a show, laughing and teasing the man about being too eager and joking not to hurt Chin Mianmian. Fatty, you can play with women, but don't steal the money. If you do, I'll break your leg. The boss didn't care about Chin Mianmian's safety. He only wanted the 1,000 yuan. Okay, big brother. I'll finish up soon and bring the money out. The big man called Fatty hurriedly carried Chin Mianmian into the house. She pretended to be scared and struggled a little, but after the door was closed, she saw the girl inside and the unconscious Su Chunsheng. Her anger was no longer hidden. She pulled out the small knife tied to her leg and stabbed it at the man's neck. Fatty screamed in pain, but then Chin Mianmian's louder crying drowned him out. Fatty, be careful. Don't break that thing. If you do, you might have to change your name to...
Ha ha ha.
Outside, people thought Fatty's screams were part of a game, and they cheered and laughed. Some even got excited and shouted for him to hurry up, wanting to go in and join the fun. Chun Mianmian's strike sent Fatty straight to the afterlife. She pretended to cry while untying the ropes binding the girls. She checked on the unconscious Su Chunsheng and found she was just knocked out by inhaling ether, so it wasn't serious. Whatever happens later, don't come out. When I call you, listen carefully, okay? My sister. Please take care of her for me. Chun Mianmian whispered to the girls. Their dull eyes suddenly lit up. Can you save us? One girl whispered excitedly, her eyes turning red. Of course.
Help is outside the door.
Those people won't escape today. You must stay inside the house. I will save all of you. Hearing Chun Mianmian's firm promise, the girls gasped in surprise. Some smiled, and then quietly started to cry. Finally, this fearful time was about to end. Don't worry. We will take good care of your sister. The girls, crying, protected Su Chunsheng behind them. If Chun Mianmian could save them from this dangerous place, she was willing to do anything, even sacrifice herself. Chun Mianmian smiled at them and took out some milk candies from her pocket to share. Eat these candies. Once they're gone, I will take you away. After saying that, Chun Mianmian stood up and headed toward the door. The girls watched her back. She wasn't very tall, but she made them feel safe. There were more than 30 girls. Since there weren't enough candies, they broke them into small pieces for everyone to share. The candies melted in their mouths, spreading a sweet taste. Tears welled up in their eyes again. They were finally saved. Chun Mianmian didn't realize she had gained a group of fans. She slightly opened the door. That big guy is tired and resting inside. Who was trying to come in just now? Her soft, tempting voice made everyone outside feel curious. The person who wanted to come in earlier strode inside confidently. It's me, little darling. Let your big brother give you some love. The man hurried into the room. As he closed the door, a flash of cold light appeared, and in the next moment, blood sprayed from his neck. He only then realized he had been cut. Big brother, let me take good care of you. Chun Mianmian giggled sweetly as she stabbed the man repeatedly with a dagger. More than 10 times, each strike deadly. Her sweet, charming voice sounded like a devil's whisper. The man didn't even have time to scream before he collapsed dead. Bright red blood stained Chun Mianmian's face, giving her a fierce and alluring look. At that moment, signals from the military dog team outside reached her. They were ready to attack at any time. Everything was prepared. Chun Mianmian curled her finger and blew a loud whistle in response. In an instant, the soldiers with the military dogs outside kicked open the door and rushed in with guns. Nobody move. Drop your weapons and don't hurt anyone. Although they said that, as soon as the soldiers entered, they started shooting. Chun Mianmian had already said not to let anyone escape. If anything went wrong, she would take responsibility.
Bang, bang, Bang.
Under the gunfire, the fierce bandits in the yard scattered in chaos. None of them expected to be caught off guard here. You are so awesome. If you have the ability, don't run away. Come and fight me. You bunch of animals.
Ha ha.
The military dog team members held their guns and fired rapidly, especially the one who was beaten earlier, who was shouting wildly. It's so satisfying to get revenge like this. Chun Mian took the chance of the chaos to rescue Dong Bowen and the others, along with their dogs. She led them to a safe place. She handed a gun to each of them so they could fight back themselves. Meanwhile, she listened to the sound of gunfire and the crying of the injured people, then walked to the truck. She looked at the wild boars with a kind smile. Originally, you were supposed to be caught and eaten when you entered the military zone, but I am kind-hearted. I give you a chance to survive. Do you see the people inside? Besides those in the house, everyone on my side has been defeated. Understand? Yes, we understand. We will listen and defeat everyone standing and step on those lying down. Chun Mian was very pleased. She removed the barriers from the truck bed and told the wild boars to come down. Charge, little pigs. The wild boars, hearing Chun Mian's command, became very excited. They howled and rushed forward. With a loud boom, the wall was pushed open by the boars' tusks. Their huge bodies charged at anyone nearby, knocking the brave bandits who had just escaped the gunfire into the air. The man who had beaten Dong Bowen was lifted by the boars and spun around 720 degrees in the air before falling perfectly to the ground. Then, the boars stepped on him repeatedly. Help! Spare us! We won't dare to do it again. Many of the gang members had been killed. The arrogant boss, who was just now acting tough, was chased by the boars and almost peed his pants. He saw the boars' tusks pierce through the people behind him, spilling intestines everywhere. Terrified, he knelt in front of Chun Mian and begged for mercy. Queen, heroine, please spare me. I only did it to survive. If I could live, who would want to have their head tied around their waist? The boss knelt and knocked his head on the ground, tears and snot running down his face. He looked quite pitiful. But Chun Mian was not a saint. She snorted coldly, picked up a broken brick from the ground, and smashed it toward his head. I won't spare you. And what about the girls you hurt inside? The innocent souls you killed earlier. Who will forgive you? The child is dead, and you come to comfort me. After killing someone, you just say a few words and expect me to forgive you.
Dream on, old lady.
Watch my skills in Jiamusi, catching thieves, sitting crows on planes, and the legendary dragon's 18 palms. Chun Mian performed a smooth combo, and the boss turned into a bloodied gourd lying on the ground. If his chest wasn't still moving faintly, I would think he was dead. Put away the machine guns to avoid accidental harm. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Just leave a few alive to report back. As soon as Chun Mian spoke, everyone's eyes lit up. Dong Bowen, bleeding from his wound, grabbed a brick from the ground and charged forward, shouting loudly. Whoever fought me the hardest earlier, come here and face your punishment. Inspired by Dong Bowen's fierce attitude, others also shouted and rushed forward. Chun Mian, with a military dog, kept attacking, humming a modified song. Left 3 slashes, right 3 slashes, neck broken, buttocks torn, one cut after another, were slicing meat. You lazy pig, you need to toss people 2 meters into the air, blood splashing out for a better show. Hey, look, isn't this much better? Pig by the wall, can you stop just using your depressed people? And are you pulling out too? Do I need to teach you that? You're all grown wild boars now. Can you think more creatively? Don't make me worry so much. An hour later, reinforcements arranged by Zhu Zheng arrived. They looked at the scattered limbs and arms, and the wild boars occasionally defecating on the faces of the injured, their eyes wide with shock. What the heck is going on here? Everyone held their guns, watching Chun Mian tie up the remaining captives in a pose resembling Jesus. A group of people circled around them, stabbing, punching, or letting the military dogs bite. The once normal people had lost their human appearance. When they saw the soldiers in uniform rushing in, tears streamed down their faces. Soldiers, Please come save us. This woman is too cruel. Is this all you're doing? Did you fight each other? The battalion commander, arriving to reinforce, stared in shock at everything around him. Could a team of a dozen military dogs really do this? How could we fight? We are all peace-loving people. It was clearly their own people fighting among themselves, suddenly opening fire wildly, and ending up like this. Chun Mianmian innocently shrugged her shoulders. She wouldn't admit it. As far as I know, you brought a bunch of machine guns when you came, right? Don't tell me the bullet holes in their guns were made by throwing them by hand. The company commander had just seen Chen Mianmian put the weapons on the truck. Now he's pretending to be tough. Oh, those machine guns are on the truck, but we're just pretending. Look, there are no bullets left. The magazines are empty. We follow the rules strictly. Military regulations say we can't shoot without permission. Chun Mianmian spoke smoothly, like a good student, but everyone knew what she was really like. This company commander was from Chu Zheng's side and knew how tough Chen Mianmian was. He didn't argue about the machine guns because he knew higher-ups would handle it later. He then pointed to the dead bodies on the ground. Military rules say we shouldn't use violence against civilians lightly. You're shooting and killing people. Are you bandits or soldiers? The people from the Broken Clothes gang, when surrounded, usually surrender their weapons and are not killed. They don't act so ruthlessly as Chen Mianmian, who almost leaves no survivors. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I could sue you for slander. Chen Mianmian pointed at the wild boars in the yard. I was very angry earlier, trying to rescue my sister-in-law and the team members. But I remember my duty as a soldier. I can't kill innocent people, so I held back, waiting for reinforcements. Coincidentally, when our military dogs got out of the car, they released the wild boars. Then, by bad luck, those boars ran into the yard.
You can check.
These people are all gored by wild boars. The dung is from the boars too. We have nothing to do with it. After speaking, Chen Mianmian pointed at Dong Bowen and others, who were badly injured.
Look at my team members.
They are so badly beaten, almost unconscious. How could they possibly kill anyone? The company commander listened to Chen Mianmian and couldn't help but roll his eyes. So, the gunshot wounds are from the Broken Clothes gang fighting back. The dead were killed by wild boars. The survivors injured themselves and are afraid of ghosts on the cross? Then he asked, what role are you playing here? Of course, it serves as a bridge, highlighting the main idea and expressing the author's homesickness. Listening to Chen Mianmian's wild and crazy words, the company commander no longer wanted to talk to her, fearing he might get angry. Since things are already like this, he could only report honestly. Plus, Dong Bowen and the others were seriously injured and needed to be taken to the hospital quickly.
Hey, wait.
Chen Mianmian pointed to the house with the closed doors and windows. Those are girls who were robbed. They are very frightened, and some have been harmed. You should find some female soldiers or policewomen to take care of them. Also, find a vehicle to take them away. Only the police and doctors responsible for the case can see them. In this era, a girl's chastity was very important. Not only would the girls who were harmed have their lives ruined, but even those simply caught might face rumors and gossip after returning home. Chen Mianmian couldn't stop everyone from talking, but she still hoped to minimize the harm. Hearing her words, the company commander knew that the girls, in a den full of men, would have a terrible outcome. They probably didn't want to see any men right now. Okay, I'll go find them. The company commander thought for a moment and agreed with Chen Mianmian's suggestion. But you have to come back with me to the military district to report. Knowing there was no way to avoid this, Chen Mianmian agreed quickly. He arranged for the uninjured team members to care for the wounded, including the unconscious Su Juexia, and sent them all to the hospital for checkups and treatment. Chen Mianmian gathered the wild boars back into the truck and took the military dogs with her back to the military district. When they arrived at the office area, the company commander reported the situation at the brothel to Chu Zheng. His eyes lit up, and he and Chen Mianmian rushed to Song Chulia's office, shouting, "Song Chulu, you old fool, look at the mess you've made." Allowing Chen Mianmian to be recruited under special circumstances, now look at the trouble you've caused for our military district. Chen Mianmian, Are you crazy? At least leave us some survivors. Listening to the company commander's report, he felt speechless. Is this girl born from a meat grinder? I heard that place couldn't even find a complete person. If it weren't for rescuing those 34 girls from the house, the soldiers would have thought they had entered a mass grave. Who said, I didn't leave you some survivors. I left a few Jesuses for you. Chun Mian tilted her head, shook her legs, and picked at her nails, mumbling softly, not taking Chu Zheng seriously. It's better not to mention those survivors, but bringing up Chu Zheng made him even angrier. Those few were indeed very guilty, but Chun Mian's team had hit them with pigs, dogs, and knives. When they were taken away, they all lost their minds, especially with multiple broken bones, and some with internal bleeding. Most likely, they wouldn't survive until tomorrow or the day after. During questioning, they had to speak softly, afraid those few would die suddenly. Lao Chu, don't be angry. Mian just cares about saving people. Besides, those guys are outlaws, probably responsible for many deaths. If they die, they die. Song Qiuli looked at Chen Mian, who was covered in blood, and when he confirmed she was okay, he turned to play the mediator.
Do I not know they deserve to die?
Chu Zheng glared at Song Qiuli. But Chun Mian took her military dog team and used guns to shoot people into sieves. Isn't that against military rules? Also, originally, this operation was supposed to be a joint effort with the local police. They handle the arrests and interrogations. Now, everything's dumped on us. Do you know how much manpower and resources it takes to investigate this? Most importantly, Chen Mian didn't follow orders and acted on her own. You must discipline her. Otherwise, if everyone acts like her, our military district will become a joke. Hearing this, Song Qiuli understood that Chu Zheng was trying to get some benefits from this incident. Those thugs caught were also shot dead. Why didn't they say it was Chen Mian who took action and controlled the situation? Over 100 people, and not a single one escaped. Impressive. Old Chu, you're wrong about Mian. She was just following my orders to be on the front line. Look, I even have the order here. Chu Zheng widened his eyes, looking at the order in Song Qiuli's hand, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. When did you issue this?
I didn't see it.
You asked for support, right? I knew you, old schemer, had a backup plan. See?
I'm clever.
Song Qiuli raised an eyebrow, waving the order in his hand, acting sneaky, just like Chen Mian. Good job, you old rascal. Using all your tricks on me, huh? I won't let you get your way. Chu Zheng snorted coldly, a firm look in his eyes. He quickly rushed forward, grabbed Song Qiuli's order document, and shoved it into his mouth. He thought to himself, if I eat this order, what can you do now? Chu Zheng, you old rascal, spit it out for me. Song Qiuli didn't expect Chu Zheng to stuff the document into his mouth. He was so angry that he reached in to grab his throat. Chu Zheng bit down hard, refusing to let go. The two elders once again started a tug-of-war, pulling each other's collars. Chun Mian watched the fight excitedly, cheering and encouraging. Grandpa Song, keep going. You can win, she shouted, even helping with sneaky tricks. Grandpa Song, pull his armpit hair. When he hurts, he'll open his mouth. When he does, spit water into his mouth, see if he can swallow it without feeling sick. Song Qiuli thought these were good ideas, so he followed suit. Chu Zheng was pulled by his armpit hair and splashed with water. Getting so angry, he opened his mouth to curse, revealing a flaw. The order document was finally pulled out of Chu Zheng's mouth. He looked disgusted and placed it on the table. If you try to my order again, next time I'll write on toilet paper.
Let's see how you eat that.
Chu Zheng rubbed his sore chin, glaring at the two stubborn people, furious. Song Qiuli, don't try to fool me. Chun Mian was saving someone, but she broke military rules. If you don't give me an explanation or punish her, I'll report to the Central Command. Oh, we're all from the same military district. Why report to the Central Command? Song Qiuli turned to Chen Mian. Mian, do you admit your mistake? What mistake? I didn't even fight. Those bad guys were killed by wild boars and military dogs. They're more loyal than people, knowing someone's in danger and helping out. If you ask me, They should at least be rewarded with a military stance. Chun Mianmian, are you speaking human language? Which dog or wild boar stands at attention? Stop talking nonsense. I told you, you need to compensate the military for the damages. With so many resources wasted, do you think the army is your family's business? Chu Zheng originally wanted to say that if dogs could stand at attention, he would imitate a dog bark. Later, remembering the lesson from before, she swallowed her words. Anyway, if Chun Mianmian didn't bleed this time, he wouldn't consider it finished. Protecting the people's safety is a soldier's duty. You ask me for money? I don't have any. I'm so poor I almost blood. Grandpa, don't look at the things I brought back. The military dogs don't need money for food or drink, and maintaining equipment doesn't cost us anything. Our military dog team is self-funded, and we pay the team members ourselves. I'm so poor I eat only coarse rice and vegetables every day. I don't even dare eat too many of those steamed bread. If you really want money, my father-in-law just got 2 silver ingots.
You can go take them.
Chun Mianmian turned out her pockets, but there was not a single penny inside. All the gold and silver she brought back went into the military dog team's storage. She quietly took her share home. Haha, Chu Zheng couldn't possibly take a single penny from her. Alright, you're playing tricks on me, huh?
Fine.
I suggest punishing your military dog team members. They neglect their duties, disobey military discipline, act heroically on their own, and don't work together. Just these reasons are enough to dismiss them from the army. Chu Zheng couldn't deal with Chun Mianmian, so he shifted his focus to the team members. In the past, Chun Mianmian was tough, and Su Bian was not easy to mess with. Now, the team members she had were actually a weakness. What? You want to dismiss them from the army? Fine, go ahead. If you dare, I'll go to your house and do my business in your pot, then hang myself at your door tonight. Let everyone see what kind of bullying the deputy commander of the military district is doing. What a lack of justice. Our team was bullied and almost beaten to death. You didn't stand up for us or help us, and now you want to dismiss us? When Chun Mianmian heard this, she ran straight to the corridor, sat on the ground, pounded her thighs, and started crying loudly. People say you're just a deputy commander, but with your attitude, you'll never be a proper officer in this life. Last time, when your grandson was kidnapped, I shouldn't have gone to save him. It would have been better if he had been killed and turned into fertilizer. Why didn't you say I was acting heroically then? If it weren't for me, your daughter would still be friends with spies. She's practically on her way to becoming a traitor. You ungrateful thing. I want to write a big poster and put it up in the military district. Broken voice. Chun Mianmian threw a tantrum, listing all the debts she owed the Chu family. Other officers in the office saw Chu Zheng's face turn purple. Some came over to mediate, trying to make peace in front of the deputy commander. Come on, little girl, enough already. Is this office building your playground to run around and cause trouble? The deputy commander is talking about your mistake in disobeying orders and acting on your own. You should admit your fault humbly. Faced with Chu Zheng, Chun Mianmian couldn't be too rude, but when someone challenged her, she immediately got fired up. Admit fault? What did I do wrong? Do you mean that saving Deputy Commander Chu's grandson was wrong, or rescuing those girls was wrong? Every time you people open your mouths, you say I didn't follow orders. When I arrived, Commander Dong's grandson was about to be beaten to death, and my sister-in-law was about to be sold. Do you know how many girls have been harmed there? They are all born and raised by their parents. If it were your daughters, your sisters, could you still calmly tell me to admit fault? Chun Mianmian's words left the man speechless. She didn't follow orders and killed everyone, but so what? Those people were. Killing them reduced harm to society. Also, she didn't let the broken clothes gang escape, nor did she hurt innocent people. So her mistake could be big or small. It all depends on how the military district handles it. Chun Mianmian's military dog team hadn't even officially started, but it was already making a big impact. Now, people from other military districts were trying to find out about her. If at this critical moment she was taken away, the northern military district would really be furious. Just as the tension was rising, a group of old men hurried over. Who dares to hurt our sand-crazy girl? Ling Lao walked over quickly, protecting Chen Mianmian behind him. They had just gone to help handle the poison gas bombs, and this girl had been bullied. San crazy girl? Chen Mianmian looked confused. She was the only woman in the group. Old man, are you talking about me? Ling Lao glared at her with a look of annoyance. On the mountain, Chen Mianmian would go crazy at least 3 times a day, so the expert team gave her a friendly nickname, San Crazy Girl. Why do I feel like you're insulting me? Chen Mianmian was a bit speechless. She thought these experts were here to support her, but it didn't seem like they were doing much. There are not many girls as loyal and lively as her. Since you don't appreciate her, we will take her away. She can serve as a guard at our research base, with doubled salary and official treatment. Yes, we don't want you. Sanfeng, come to our lab. I like girls like you who have a simple mind. Come to us. Our place is beautiful and the treatment is good. If you bring your military dog team, I will give each of you a house. Your salary will be the same as ours. These are all top national experts. They are surrounding Chen Mianmian, each wanting to recruit her. After this kidnapping, they understand how important security systems are. Chen Mianmian's military dog team is really useful. They can guard, find people, and even catch bad guys. Such talented people will shine anywhere, so there's no need to stay only in the army. While talking, Zhao Daqiang also ran over. His son called him from the hospital earlier, asking him to support Chen Mianmian. When he heard so many people competing for her, he hurried to join in. Big sister, if you really can't stay here, come to our Northwest military region. The treatment is the same, and I promise your military dog team will still be independent. Take whatever good things you find. Since you're my son's teacher, I will definitely support you. Zhao Daqiang's words made Song Chuli shout that he was despicable. That brat didn't come to find his son. He was clearly trying to steal her away. He finally found this treasure, and if she was taken away, he wouldn't sleep at night and would slap himself. Even Chu Zheng glared at Zhao Daqiang. Why hasn't that brat left yet? Zhao Daqiang, why are you everywhere?
Get lost.
Even if Chen Mianmian made mistakes, she was still part of our military district. Who gave you the right to her? Usually, Chu Zheng doesn't like Chen Mianmian because it's an internal matter. But if it involves others, we must stand united. They originally wanted to discipline Chen Mianmian and make her pay a price. But because of these experts and Zhao Daqiang's interference, it turned into a fierce competition to take her. Chen Mianmian stood in the middle of the crowd, listening to everyone arguing desperately to win her over. She immediately blushed and covered her face shyly, her legs twisting nervously. Oh, I know I am very talented, but you all are so enthusiastic that I feel a bit shy. The people competing for Chen Mianmian's attention suddenly quieted down after hearing her words. Especially the expert team, who looked at her with approving eyes. Look at that, the crazy antics have started again. You old folks, you don't understand charm at all. I'm just teasing a little, Chen Mianmian said angrily, crossing her arms. Since you don't want me to tease, I'll just cause some trouble. Although Chen Mianmian was the smallest and weakest among the crowd, her confidence and presence always made people forget she was just a 19-year-old girl. Now, no one dared to blame her for any mistakes. Otherwise, if she really got taken away, the Northern Military District would be laughed at for 3 years. All right. Today, Chen Mianmian was a bit impulsive, but she didn't make things worse, and even completed her task well. Let's just consider her efforts and mistakes as balanced out. Just write a report for me later. Song Chulio summarized softly, putting this matter aside gently, while secretly signaling to Chen Mianmian. He would distribute the rewards for the military dog team later. Chu Zheng listened to Song Chulio's words and was very unhappy, but he knew he couldn't cause trouble now. He understood that these experts were supporting Chen Mianmian and probably wouldn't really take her away. But Chen Mianmian's way of thinking was different. If she suddenly decided to switch jobs, the Northern Military District would lose a big help, which wouldn't be good. We'll see next time. Chen Mianmian, I'll be watching you. After saying that, Chu Zheng angrily turned away, with his hands behind his back. Chen Mianmian pouted and imitated his walking style, sneaking into his office while he was shouting. She also took a half box of tea leaves from his desk. Grandpa, I don't like this tea. Next time, please give me jasmine tea. Chun Mianmian shook the tea box confidently and walked away boldly, making Chu Zheng so angry he took off his shoes and threw them at her.
Chun Mianmian, get lost.
I never want to see you again. Those words sounded so familiar that Chun Mianmian was tired of hearing them. She liked it when people looked down on her but couldn't beat her. Haha, that felt great. After all the noise, the military dog team's unauthorized actions were quietly taken up and then gently put down. She returned to Song Chulio's office, where all the experts were waiting for her. Seeing the concerned looks from the elders, Chun Mianmian sincerely bowed to thank them. Thank you all for coming to support me. If it weren't for you, I would still be struggling for a while. The elders smiled warmly at Chun Mianmian. Although she seemed a bit crazy, she spoke and acted with sense. Usually, they called her old man or old dude, but on the mountain, she always shared tasty food with them, even finding hay for their sleeping places, layer by layer, to avoid hurting their old bones. Chun Mianmian's kindness is shown in these small details. Her playful attitude also distracts the expert team. Otherwise, just Ling Lao being betrayed by his own disciple would be enough to make him feel so guilty he might want to give up. Sanfeng, you're a good kid. We can't let anyone bully you. Also, we managed to come here in time because of your husband. He said you went back to the military district today, worried you'd be bullied, so he asked us to support you. That kid really cares about you. Ling Lao is happy to see the young couple's good relationship. Sanfeng, what we said is true. If you don't want to stay in the military district anymore, just come to us. Whatever conditions or treatment you want, just say. Chun Mianmian is now like a shining gold piece. Everyone wants her, depending on who she chooses. Song Chi Lu watched Chun Mianmian nervously, afraid she might really switch jobs. Haha, thank you, grandpas, for your praise. I promised Song Grandpa to help him set up a military dog unit to protect the country. I will do it. But with our relationship, if you need anything in the future, just come to me. I won't refuse. With Chun Mianmian saying this, the experts were satisfied. They had a feeling that trouble from Sanfeng girl wouldn't be small in the future. Everyone chatted for a while longer. Chun Mianmian was worried about Su Juexia and Dong Bowen in the hospital, so she said goodbye to everyone. When she arrived at the hospital, she saw Lu Ruolin rushing over. Seeing Chun Mianmian, her carefully maintained composure completely broke down. She collapsed to the ground, crying uncontrollably. Mianmian, sob. Thank you. Thank you for saving Juexia. If he had been kidnapped, I wouldn't want to live anymore. Mom, don't cry. Juexia is fine. He's doing well. Chun Mianmian gently hugged Lu Ruolin and softly comforted her. Previously, I didn't tell Su Juexia about being kidnapped because I was afraid she would worry. Mom, how did you come here?
Who told you about this?
Chun Mianmian frowned, thinking that the news of Su Juexia's kidnapping must have spread, but she wasn't sure how much. It's the wife of Battalion Chief Chen from the family compound. She said that someone from a bad group kidnapped Juexia. I was so scared I came to the military hospital to find Wu Yan. She saw Su Chunsheng, who said that Juexia was in the hospital and brought her here on purpose. When Chun Mianmian heard that Su Chunsheng brought Lu Ruolin, she was a bit surprised. Could he really be so kind? Or does he have some other plan? She quickly asked Su Chunsheng if he had made things difficult for Lu Ruolin or if he was trying to get Wu Yan to do something. Lu Ruolin sniffed and shook her head. On the way, she was worried about her daughter and didn't have time to care about Su Chunsheng's expression. At the hospital, she got out of the car and happened to meet Chun Mianmian. While they were talking, Su Chunsheng also came over. Hearing Chun Mianmian's words, he rolled his eyes. I'm here to treat my injuries and to bring her over. Chun Mianmian, don't think badly of me, okay? After saying that, Su Chunsheng walked away quickly. Seeing his limp, Chun Mianmian temporarily believed that he had a good conscience. Chun Mianmian helped Lu Ruolin as they looked for Su Juexia's ward. When they arrived, she had just woken up, staring blankly with no expression. When she saw the two of them, her eyes filled with tears and blinked. Mom, sister-in-law.
Sobi.
I thought I would never see you again. Su Jueshia pouted and cried sadly. She was conscious when taken away and heard those people talking about selling her. She was terrified. When she lost consciousness, her despair reached its peak. She was afraid that when she woke up, she would be in a strange, suffocating place. Although the worst-case scenario didn't happen, Su Jueshia was still very scared when she woke up and saw the empty hospital room. Seeing her familiar family members, she immediately cried helplessly and pitifully. She clung tightly to their clothes, trembling slightly. Jueshia, it's okay now. Your sister-in-law saved you. Lu Rulin stroked Su Jueshia's hair, tears streaming down her face. The mother and daughter hugged and cried together. Chun Mianmian watched from the side, sighing. I gently hugged both of them, patting their backs softly to help calm their excited feelings. After crying for a while, Su Jueshia felt much better once she released her emotions. She looked at Chun Mianmian with tears in her eyes, feeling guilty. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been punished. It's all my fault. I insisted on wearing a skirt today. If I hadn't dressed up, maybe everything would be fine. Earlier, when she woke up, Zhao Mingji visited her and explained the situation. Not only did Dong Bowen and others suffer multiple fractures and need time off to recover, but even Qin Mianmian was called back to the army and punished. She blamed herself for all of it. If she hadn't gone to the supply store or had walked faster and not been alone, none of this would have happened. Seeing Su Jueshia apologize, Qin Mianmian frowned and gently held her face, seriously correcting her. First, you are my little sister-in-law. It's my duty as your sister-in-law to help you. If I didn't care about you, wouldn't I be a bad person? Second, you look pretty and like to dress up. That's your right and nature. You didn't do anything wrong. The real wrongdoers are those criminals. I've already taken care of them, and no one will bully you anymore. Don't worry. Who can punish me? I'll even bite their teeth off and use them as mahjong tiles. Hearing Qin Mianmian's firm tone, Su Jueshia's gaze finally became steady. Really, it's not my fault? How could it be your fault? Chun Mianmian forcefully pinched Su Jueshia's cheeks, making her pout like a fish. Remember, after you leave the hospital, if anyone talks about you, slap her. If you can't fight, come find your sister-in-law. I'll help you deal with her. Got it? Then loudly tell them that your purity has never been under a skirt. Other people's mistakes are not reasons for them to blame or punish you. Remember, I'm here supporting you. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. When Su Jueshia was taken away, the military dog team didn't make a sound, but many people heard about it. Those officers might tell their wives at home, and if one woman knows, the whole family compound will find out. No matter the era, words alone can cause harm. Chun Mianmian was worried Su Jueshia might do something foolish because of the upcoming rumors, so she prepared her mentally. Seeing how serious Chun Mianmian was, Su Jueshia nodded obediently. Sister-in-law, I will listen to you. Whoever says something bad about me, I will give her a big slap. Good girl. Chun Mianmian smiled as she patted Su Jueshia's head. Women face many unfair things in this world. You can be gentle, but you must not be weak. We can be as beautiful and diverse as flowers, but also as tough as a rock. Your retreating won't make those who hurt you soften. It might make them more aggressive. These lessons were learned by Chun Mianmian in her past life. So, after repeatedly retreating and feeling sad, she went crazy and fought back fiercely. The world suddenly became much kinder and clearer. Su Jueshia listened carefully and nodded. She knew her sister-in-law was doing this for her. So she decided to be stronger, not only to reassure her sister-in-law but also to protect her mother. While the three of them were chatting, someone knocked on the door. When they opened it, no one was there. Only some leftover milk powder and peach cans on the ground, and a fleeting shadow passing by. Chun Mianmian carefully checked to see if anything had been opened. Since there was no poison, she took the items happily, without asking who sent them. She carried them back cheerfully, not mentioning who gave them. Su Jueshia and Lu Rulin thought they were from someone Chun Mianmian knew, so they didn't ask. Chun Mianmian stayed with Su Jueshia for a while longer. Seeing her mood was much better, she let her observe a bit more. After the doctor agreed, she and Lu Rulin went home. She still needed to visit Dong Bowen and the others. Rumor had it that the boy had a broken leg and a broken rib. But when he was fighting, he didn't seem hurt at all. He was quite tough. Sister-in-law, I want to go thank them too, Su Chunsheng said, grabbing Chen Mianmian's hand with big, blinking eyes. She knew that if Dong Bowen and the others hadn't delayed, she might have been hurt badly. Chen Mianmian nodded. She took the mother and daughter to Dong Bowen's hospital room. As expected, they saw Dong Qingqiu, aunt, Dong Yingling, uncle, deputy director, and Dong Yingming, biological father. When they saw Chen Mianmian, they wanted to say hello, but Dong Bowen's loud voice drowned them out. Dong Bowen's leg was in a cast, his arm was hanging in a sling, and his chest was wrapped up like a mummy. But hearing his strong voice, Chen Mianmian knew he was okay. Previously, Chen Mianmian said that the military dog team needed to pass an assessment to stay. Now that he is badly injured, he definitely cannot pass the test. But he really likes being in the military dog team and doesn't want to leave. Don't worry. Although you were too impulsive and made many mistakes this time, your delay in action saved Juexia. Your good and bad points balance out. You can keep your assessment for now and do it later. Later, write me a report on your actions, including your mistakes and how you could do better if it happens again. It should be at least 5,000 words. 5,000 words? Captain, are you asking me to write a book? Dong Bowen scratched his head, really unsure how to improve. Chen Mianmian rolled his eyes with folded arms, looked at his forehead, and seemed disappointed. Have you forgotten the 36 stratagems I taught you? Even if you did, I told you not to reveal yourself too early when the enemy and us are unclear, be sneaky, and develop slowly. In the yard, with so many people, can't you set a fire to distract them? Pretend to defect and gather information? Or act like you're lost and ask for directions. If nothing else works, pretend to be stupid, sit down and do your business at their door. When they come out to beat you, throw mud at them. That's better than getting hit with bricks, right? Chen Mianmian said each point clearly, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Dong Bowen was shocked but suddenly understood everything, as if a light had been turned on in his mind. Yes. I look pretty good, and if that doesn't work, I can pretend to be a woman, go over and ask for a glass of water, then get taken inside. Or I could let the military dog sneak in, act crazy, and bite people indiscriminately. I could take advantage of the chaos, knock someone down, and then pretend to be that person and get closer gradually. Hearing Dong Bowen's ideas, Chen Mianmian nodded with satisfaction, thinking he was teachable. This time I take responsibility too. When I get some anesthetic, you should carry it with you. In future situations like this, first knock out a few people, and it will be easier. Maybe I should go get some tear gas grenades. Using tear gas against criminals would be perfect. The two discussed more and more enthusiastically. Dong Yingming, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, twitched his mouth, wanting to speak but hesitating. Fortunately, Chen Mianmian now has a military background. If she weren't a soldier, letting her go out like this would definitely be a risk to society. After talking with Dong Bowen for a while, Chen Mianmian was about to continue visiting other patients. Mianmian, suddenly Dong Yingling called her. We haven't done well enough for your matter. We apologize to you. It's understandable that you blame us. I just hope you give us a chance to make up for it, okay? Dong Yingling, who was usually the one others begged, now looked at Chen Mianmian with a pleading and cautious expression. Yes, Mianmian, I'm sorry. I was too focused on myself before and didn't consider your situation. I didn't expect the Chen family to treat you that way. I'm truly sorry. Can you give Mom a chance to make it up to you? Dong Qingqiu's eyes were red as she looked at Chen Mianmian with full of sadness. Is it too late now to talk about making up? Your nephew is hurt, and you came to see him immediately. Your stepson is disabled, and you serve him meals and water. When I was young, I was beaten so badly I fainted, but I never saw you come to care. This kind of outdated motherly love, I don't need it. Whatever you want to do is your business, but better stay away from me. Just seeing you makes me want to destroy the world. The original owner hated everyone in the Chen family, but she never hated Dong Qingqiu. She only fantasized that if her mother were around after every grievance, She might comfort her or hold her in her arms. But Chun Mianmian couldn't do that. Just thinking that if Dong Qingqiu paid a little more attention to her daughter, even just asking someone to check on her, she wouldn't have died so tragically. Why was she so miserable, while Dong Qingqiu was living so comfortably? Not destroying her would be a small act of gratitude for giving birth. If Dong Qingqiu came to her again and started to act up, Chen Mianmian was afraid she might really lose control and strike out. Dong Qingqiu was frightened by the coldness and hatred in Chen Mianmian's eyes and took a step back. Tears welled up and fell down her cheeks. I really just want to make it up to you, Mianmian. I'm sorry. Hearing Dong Qingqiu's crying, Chen Mianmian felt a bit annoyed. She left the ward with Su Juexia and Lu Rulin to see other patients. Because they were soldiers, they trained all year round, so their physical fitness was much better than ordinary people. Although they had fractures and broken bones, they could recover. Don't worry, once you're better, the military dog team will still welcome you. Don't think that being in the hospital means you can relax. When you are discharged, you still need to study your lessons every day. If your body is hurt, your mind shouldn't fall behind. Chun Mianmian wants to quickly train this group of team members and then have them teach new members. Otherwise, she will tire herself out. Everyone is happy to see that Chen Mianmian hasn't given up on them. They are especially pleased when they learn that she not only gave them a gold bar and a silver ingot, but also provided extra compensation for their injuries. They receive nutritious hospital meals and a daily allowance of 10 yuan, totaling 300 yuan a month, more than a major general salary. Wow! It seems they are no longer in a rush to recover. Thank you. Thank you all for saving me. I will repay you someday. Su Juexia sincerely bows to everyone and takes on the task of delivering meals to the patients. Since they were injured while saving her, she feels she must do something to help her conscience. At first, everyone tried to refuse, but Chun Mianmian told them not to be polite. Su Juexia is shy and sensitive, easily overwhelmed mentally. It's better to let her do something to distract her. Thank you, Sister Juexia. The food Aunt Lu makes is really delicious. Everyone laughs kindly, making Su Juexia and Lu Rulin smile shyly. When it's about time, they start to head home to cook and deliver food to the children. Where are the girls who were rescued? Chun Mianmian happens to meet Dong Yingming, the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau, who should be involved in the case investigation. They are upstairs. We arrange them in a quiet ward so no one will bother them. When it comes to official matters, Chen Mianmian is friendlier with Dong Yingming. She nods and gives a few more instructions. Those girls have been through a lot. It's best for you to communicate with them using female police officers. Also, even the medical staff should be careful. Don't talk about anything inappropriate in front of them. They've been harmed and might feel ashamed or upset. Don't provoke them. It's best to find a few empathetic female psychologists to help guide them. I'll cover the costs, she adds. Chun Mianmian is now the wealthiest person in the entire military district. Otherwise, how could Chu Zheng always want to get things from her? She doesn't want those bad people to die. She hopes these girls won't have to endure even more malice and pain. Don't worry, I will do as you say, Mianmian. Before Dong Yingming finished speaking, Chen Mianmian went upstairs to see the girls by herself. There are 34 girls and 30 of them have been harmed. Chun Mianmian looked at their medical records, her brows furrowing tightly. Some girls had wounds that were already infected and oozing pus, and a few had even lost their ability to have children. Those scumbags got off too easily. They should be punished severely. Chun Mianmian clenched her teeth in anger. For the first time, she regretted being too impulsive. If she had known, she would have kept them alive to let them experience what it feels like to be mistreated. After treatment and sedation, the girls were sleeping. The doctor suggested she come back tomorrow. Take good care of them. I will come every day from now on. The medical staff nodded because many people had called to ask them to be careful with these girls. Their stories made everyone feel sympathetic, so they tried even harder. When they returned home, it was already dark. Chun Mianmian went to the military area to bring back the mother pig, her piglets, and the wolf cubs. The other wild boars had already been moved to the pig pen behind the military dog base, and they would belong to the military dog team from now on. Mom, these wild boars will be the milk mothers for the wolf cubs. Please help feed them from now on. Lu Rulin looked excitedly at the mother pig in the backyard pig pen, her eyes wide with happiness. No problem. I used to raise pigs when I was with the Sue family. I will take good care of them. Lu Rulin stroked the broad back of the mother pig, a look of joy in her eyes. And those little piglets that were digging around everywhere, she had always dreamed of raising her own pigs. Every new year, she envied others when they slaughtered pigs. Now, thanks to her daughter-in-law, her wish could come true. The mother pig felt Lu Rulin's intense gaze and thought it was a bit cold. She turned around and faced away, using her backside to feel more comfortable. Chun Mian placed the 8 wolf cubs next to the mother pig, telling her to take care of them carefully. If she was careless or hurt the babies, she would be on the dinner table tomorrow. I will be careful. Don't eat me. The mother pig kept begging for mercy, pushing the wolf cubs into her arms with her round nose, almost bowing to ask them to grow up well. Don't worry, as long as you take good care of the wolf cubs, you will have plenty to eat and drink. Chun Mian patted the pig's rear, then went inside to wash up and comfortably lay on the bed to sleep. During the past half-month outside, she had been sleeping outdoors every day. Now she finally could lie in her bed and happily roll around a few times. But when she turned her head to the empty side, a shadow of Su Bian flashed in her mind. He was still working on the gas bomb issue and would probably return in a few days. TSK habits are really scary. As a strong woman, I never thought I would feel lonely just because there's no man around. Chun Mian sighed, trying to ignore the strange feeling in her heart, and covered herself with the quilt to hypnotize herself. Just as she finally fell asleep, she suddenly heard shouting and scolding. Su Jueshia, you little brat. Your body is dirty, and you still have the nerve to stay in the family compound. Why don't you just run into a wall and die? You're so lowly. I've long seen that Lu Rulin and Su Jueshia are 2 restless troublemakers. Recently, they've been dressing up more and more fancy. They must be flirting around and can't live without a man. Lu Rulin and Su Jueshia were preparing breakfast when they heard the shouting and quickly ran outside. They saw the 3 sisters of Su Danny standing at the gate, arms akimbo, shouting and cursing. They seemed eager for everyone to know that Su Jueshia had been kidnapped and lost her innocence. That morning, they had been wandering nearby and heard that a girl in the family compound had been abducted. Curious, they inquired and found out it was Su Jueshia. That little brat being kidnapped is a good thing. Her reputation will be ruined. I wonder how Lu Rulin and Chun Mian will still protect her. Coincidentally, the old widower next door had just beaten his wife to death. If they married Su Jueshia to him, they could even get 100 yuan bride price. The 3 sisters had long harbored resentment because Chun Mian had previously sent them to the police station. Now they finally had a chance to cause trouble and were eager to scheme against Su Jueshia. They even suspected that Su Jueshia was just bored and deliberately seducing men. Hearing these insults, Su Jueshia's eyes turned red with anger and her whole body trembled. Jueshia, stay inside. Mom will go and chase them away. Lu Rulin held the broom tightly, feeling an uncontrollable anger inside. In the past, she could endure being bullied or robbed, but today, the 3 sisters of Su Danny were trying to push Jueshia to the limit. If she, as a mother, didn't stand up now, what was her purpose in life? Mom, I'm not afraid, Su Jueshia said as she grabbed a broom to sweep the yard. My sister-in-law said that if anyone calls me bad, I will slap them. I promised my sister-in-law to be strong. I am not wrong. The ones who are wrong are those mean people. Su Jueshia really admires Chun Mian's independence and strength. She dreams of becoming like her one day. Her sister-in-law said yesterday that she is not wrong, so she believes that. Lu Rulin looked at her usually timid and insecure daughter, and her eyes suddenly shone with determination. She realized something important. Yes, they are not wrong. Why should they hide? If anyone should hide, it should be the bad people. Let's go. Mom and I will help you chase them away." Mother and daughter looked at each other, grabbed their tools, and rushed out to confront the three sisters from the Sue family, who were still shouting insults. "I won't let you talk about my daughter. I will beat you. Get out of here, you bad people." The three sisters from the Sue family were happily insulting when suddenly Lu Rulin and her daughter rushed out and started hitting them. They quickly dodged away. "Su Chunsheng, you little troublemaker. How dare you hit your elders? You deserve to be taken away and punished. Someone like you, in ancient times, would be thrown into a pond. How can you still live? Lu Rulin, you ungrateful fool. Now Su Chunsheng's reputation is ruined. We, her aunts, arranged a good marriage for her. The family doesn't mind that she's been hurt. You should quickly prepare some dowry and marry her off. If you miss this chance, there won't be another." The three sisters from the Sue family saw that the usually gentle mother and daughter dared to fight back and cursed even more harshly. Su Chunsheng bit her lip, her eyes red with tears, and she gathered all her strength to hit Su Danny. Her sister-in-law said she was not wrong, but in the end, Su Chunsheng was only 16 years old. Lu Rulin was too weak to compare with the strong and sturdy three sisters. In a short while, the mother and daughter were disarmed and pushed to the ground. "Su Chunsheng, don't be shameless. You're just a broken girl played by others. Do you still want to find a young man? It would be good if an old widower wanted you. Stop talking to her. We've already taken the bride price. Hurry up and take her away. Since she's been hurt so badly, we don't need to follow proper procedures." After saying that, the three sisters tried to grab Su Chunsheng. Lu Rulin held her daughter and fought back but was slapped twice. "Wow, what the heck? You're so crazy to come bother me, Chen Mianmian, early in the morning while I'm sleeping? Last time wasn't enough? You still dare to hit my mother-in-law and my younger sister-in-law?" Chen Mianmian, with her messy hair, walked out looking very angry, clearly annoyed from being woken up. She looked at the three sisters from the Sue family, who were trembling with fear. She whistled, and suddenly, the neighborhood dogs ran over. "Bite them all." Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers, and the dogs growled as they rushed forward. The three sisters from the Sue family had only come because they found out Chen Mianmian was out, so they dared to come. "When will this troublemaker be at home? Help! Chen Mianmian, we are Su Bian's real aunts. If you let the dogs bite us, I'll report you to the military police for being unfilial." Su Danny, being chased by the dogs, skillfully climbed a tree. Seeing the dogs couldn't get up, she finally had time to threaten Chen Mianmian. Seeing the sisters climb the tree again, Chen Mianmian shook her head at Lu Rulin and her daughter. "Your chance for revenge is here. Use whatever you have to fight back. Do whatever makes you feel better. If you end up hurting them badly, I'll support you." Hearing Chen Mianmian, Lu Rulin and Su Chunsheng quickly got up, grabbed 2 shovels from the yard, and started hitting and stabbing the 3 women. They made them scream in pain, but didn't dare to stop. After all, they had been bitten by dogs recently, and just recovered. Chen Mianmian watched coldly as the 3 women were beaten. She had originally wanted to teach those talkative women a lesson, but today, they came looking for trouble on their own, like a bunch of reckless chickens. "You keep saying that Chunsheng was harmed. Did you see her being hurt while you were hanging on the beam watching? The police haven't even announced the case, yet you're all just spouting nonsense and cursing. You 3 are just a bunch of fools like turtles in a salt jar, completely useless." The morning fight at the door drew a crowd. Some people, not very smart, came out to defend them. One slap doesn't make a sound. If Su Chunsheng didn't dress so fancy every day, how could she have been kidnapped? "Look at me. I'm honest, and I have nothing to do with this. In the end, it's all because Su Chunsheng is reckless and unfaithful. She's just a troublemaker, bah." Chen Mianmian, already angry inside, saw someone trying to provoke her and walked over, slapping that woman right across the face.
Come.
"Look at me slap you, and you still don't react. You are just jealous that my sister-in-law looks good and want to spread rumors about her. Instead of complaining now, look at yourself. You're so ugly." Don't talk about being a hooligan. If anything, you'd pay money to chase after men, stripping to attract them. When they look back, they're just teasing you. That woman was indeed a bit ugly, flat nose, small eyes, not only dark but also covered with pimples. She had a mouthful of crooked teeth, biting in and out. If she bit someone, even science close-up would need 10 episodes to explain it. Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, everyone around couldn't help but burst into laughter. They said it was interesting to watch the Su family's drama. Chen Mianmian, the young girl, cursed so fiercely, it was very satisfying. Some who usually had a dull tongue were now paying close attention, planning to learn from it later. The woman was furious, covering her face as she glared with anger. You little brat, I'll tear you apart. Who's jealous of that woman's Su Juexia? She looks like a who's been with many men.
I don't care to look like that.
My husband said marrying me was just because I'm easy to get along with. The woman looked proud, still trying to put down Su Juexia, as if she was the most despicable woman in the world. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms and snorted coldly. In the end, she said, basically, you're just jealous that my sister-in-law looks better and is more popular than you. Just look at how jealous and envious you are when you curse. So, tell me, are you longing to be with many men too? Let me guess, your husband, who said you're easy to get along with, probably hasn't touched you in a long time, right? Chen Mianmian's words made the woman, who was still self-deluding, stiffen. Clearly she was caught. How about I'm right? Want to guess why? I told my husband he's too tired from the army. The woman frowned, recalling her husband's words, which seemed to be the reason. Suddenly, Chen Mianmian chuckled. Married life is busy. Whose husband isn't tired after a long day? Ask anyone whose wife is like a widow, not even bothering to do anything for years. It's because you're ugly. Your husband said that seeing your ugly face at night gives him nightmares. If he didn't care about his reputation, he would have divorced you long ago. Chen Mianmian crossed her arms, smiling sarcastically. Not only about the issues in the neighborhood committee, but she knew about everything happening in the nearby villages. There was nothing she didn't know. This woman was famous for being a big mouth in the area. Because her husband didn't love her, whenever she saw someone attractive, she would spread rumors and gossip. She had previously accused Lu Ruolin of being unfaithful, but after Chen Mianmian married into the family and gained fame, her relatives warned her to behave herself. So she stayed quiet for a while. Today, when she was wandering around the neighborhood, she saw the big commotion and started gossiping again, trying to insult Su Juexia. Ugly monster. Your man says you look like a ghost. Nonsense, I don't believe it. The woman looked angry and was trying to argue. Ugly monster. Your man doesn't touch you. Chen Mianmian spoke coldly with a small, sharp voice, each word hitting the woman's heart precisely. You little, I will tear your mouth apart. The woman screamed and tried to hit Chen Mianmian, but she suddenly moved aside and tripped over her own foot. With a loud thud, the woman fell face first into the dirt, making everyone burst into laughter. Ugly monster, since you're so funny, I'll tell you a truth. If a man's gun isn't aimed at you, it means he's using it on someone else. Chen Mianmian's eyes were bright and sharp, seeming to see into the woman's deepest, most hidden thoughts. What she had long wanted to ignore was now exposed by Chen Mianmian, like a vampire dragged into the sunlight, every part of her hurt, wishing she could just die. No, my man wouldn't look at other women. The woman mumbled distractedly, looking disheveled and pitiful. But this didn't soften Chen Mianmian's heart. She snorted coldly and pointed at Su Juexia, who was still hitting her. Quickly apologize to your mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Tell them your mouth is like a full of filth and ask for their forgiveness. Hearing this, the woman's eyes turned red with anger. Why should she apologize? Her shame had been torn apart. If she weren't no match for Chen Mianmian, she would have torn this girl apart herself. Oh, we're all neighbors here. You're still a proud family member of the military. Why cause so much trouble? Suddenly, a gentle voice spoke. A slim woman with delicate features, dressed in a dark blue work uniform, approached. She didn't mind the woman's messy and dirty appearance and helped her up. Then she looked at Chen Mianmian with a soft voice and kind eyes. Comrade, we all live nearby in the village. We see each other often. Why be so aggressive? Everyone knows your sister-in-law was kidnapped. Even if you're only upset with Sister Sun, you can't stop others from talking. Causing such trouble isn't good for the community. It's better to apologize and let Juexia get married soon. Even if her conditions aren't perfect, at least it can help avoid more trouble. Your family wouldn't be embarrassed then. This woman's words seemed to be kind advice, but they made Chen Mianmian frown. East is bright, west is bright, but you're just a fool. Whatever mess you caused, you're the one who made it. If you can't speak properly, just shut your mouth. Chen Mianmian's harsh words made the woman immediately look hurt, biting her lip and her eyes turning red with tears. Comrade, why are you insulting people? I'm only trying to help everyone. Boo-hoo, I'm a widow struggling to survive, and now I'm being insulted by a young girl. I can't go on like this. Her tears fell easily, and her innocent, pitiful look drew sympathy from a few women nearby. They had been shopping for vegetables together and happened to see the commotion. Who would have thought the war would come so close? Especially the woman who just spoke, who crossed her arms and protected her behind. You little troublemaker, don't go too far. Sister Wu is the most honest woman in our village. She's a widow all alone. Do you really want to get struck by lightning for insulting her? Hearing her surname Wu, Chen Mianmian immediately remembered what she knew about her. She grinned even more wildly. I just insulted her. So what? If you can't remember, I can even carve it on your tombstones. Some people are just ridiculous. Their husbands are taken away, and they still pretend to be good people, calling their broken shoe sisters. Serves you right for your dirtiness. Hearing this, the widow Wu, who had been crying, suddenly stiffened. Her eyes flashed with panic. But then she sensed the suspicious looks from others and cried even louder. Oh heavens! How could you treat me like this? I'm so young and already a widow. I am usually afraid of being talked about behind my back. When I see men, I try to avoid them. Despite that, I still get blamed and misunderstood. It feels like they are pushing me to the limit. How can I continue living in the village like this? While speaking, Widow Wu struggled to walk toward a nearby tree, but several quick-acting women stopped her. Seeing her humiliated, everyone looked at Chen Mianmian with disapproval. If Chen Mianmian were to argue with the heavens or the powerful, they wouldn't say anything. But Widow Wu's husband died 2 years ago, and she has no family to rely on. She has no children or relatives nearby. Luckily, the villagers understand her situation and help her stay in the village. She is hardworking and managed to get a job at a textile factory. This way, she can support herself and have a place to stand. Usually, she keeps quiet and works hard, only chatting with the village women while mending shoes or making clothes. She is very kind and doesn't offend anyone. Now, Chen Mianmian is pushing her to the point of wanting to commit suicide, and everyone feels sad for her. Mrs. Su, the wife of the squad leader, you should know your limits. Widow Wu only said a few words to stop the fight. How can you insult her like that? Isn't that too much? Yes, yes. Why are you so mean? The squad leader married you, but you're so vicious. You must have been blind. Hearing everyone's angry accusations, Chen Mianmian snorted coldly. I was just speaking the truth. If that's too much, then what about my sister-in-law? She was involved in a simple hostage rescue case, but you all turned her into A and A. What should I do? Ju Xia was clearly right. This woman is going to marry her off just like that, and she still talks about saving face for us. What face do we have? Is our reputation more important than a woman's happiness? If your daughter had gone through the same thing, would you also rush to marry her off? Chen Mianmian's questions left everyone speechless. She sneered and looked around at everyone. You only realize it hurts when a dog bites you. Well, your kids are just children, but ours are born from the dirt. Have I been too kind to you, making you think you're human? Don't come here and start with moral accusations. I don't give about morality. After saying this, Chen Mianmian walked up to Widow Wu. Under her panicked and confused eyes, she grabbed her hair and slapped her hard. Chen Mianmian fought quickly and fiercely. By the time everyone reacted, Widow Wu's face was already swollen and red. Her clothes also tore with a loud ripping sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, her dark blue work uniform revealed purple and blue love marks on her neck and chest, and there were even 2 clear bite marks. At this moment, everyone was stunned, and the air suddenly became very quiet. When Widow Wu realized something was wrong, it was too late. She could only scream and clutch her clothes tightly, with no other options left. Hey, everyone, come look. Is Widow Wu having an allergic reaction? Why are her red patches patchy? It's hard to tell, but the supposedly kind and pure Widow Wu has some strange habits. Biting herself on the chest? Maybe she's possessed by a snake spirit or something. Chun Mianmian sat like she was on a gossip chart, starting with sharp accusations. Anyone who has been married knows what that means. These obvious clues are now making the people who just offended Widow Wu look foolish, their faces turning red and pale, which is quite amusing. Chun Mianmian's eyes were full of sarcasm as she looked at them like they were fools. Some people talk about righteousness and morality, but behind the scenes, they're involved in shady affairs. You all insulted Ju Xia with rumors, but you don't realize that the biggest troublemaker is right beside you. Widow Wu, we didn't know each other before, and I wasn't interested in exposing your secrets, but your foul mouth offended me, and I'm very upset. So, I can only ruin your reputation to get back at you. Chun Mianmian grabbed Widow Wu's chin, staring at her face with full malice in her eyes. No, don't. I was wrong. Widow Wu trembled with fear, scared by Chun Mianmian's crazed and cold stare. She had a feeling she was doomed. Admitting your mistake now is too late. Chun Mianmian smiled and looked at the crowd. Does anyone here have a husband named Qingzong? Last night, he said there was an emergency at work and had to leave late at night. He was coming to meet Widow Wu. Those marks on her are from him biting her. And there's another guy called Tai Shuang. A few days ago, his family caught a big fish, planning to keep it for later. But that night he came to find Widow Wu with the fish. The bite marks on her chest are from him. The most disgusting part is that after he finished, the next day, he falsely accused our family's stray dogs and cats of stealing the fish, which caused the dogs to get beaten. Chun Mianmian shared the feedback from the dogs. In the next moment, the 2 middle-aged women who had just spoken up for Wu Widow screamed and rushed out, attacking her with punches and kicks. You little brat, I told you that you often come to my house just to look at me closely, but it turns out you're actually interested in my husband. I caught a big fish to help my son get stronger, but you took it into your dirty mouth. Spit it out. The wife of the iron chain was big and strong, grabbing Wu Widow's hair and hitting her. After a few hits, Wu Widow's nose started bleeding, and her hair was pulled out in clumps. The other wife, Qingzong's wife, was even more ruthless. She tore off Wu Widow's top, leaving her in a tank top, which revealed more marks on her body. Hey, isn't this tank top the one I made a few days ago to send to my sister-in-law? How come you're wearing it? The ugly woman who had been beaten by Chun Mianmian looked at the tank top with wide eyes, her face turning green instantly. No, this is. I bought it myself, Wu Widow hurriedly explained, afraid of being beaten again. The ugly woman didn't believe her and quickly pulled the tank top aside, revealing a patch of fabric that was a different color at the seam. You liar, that patch was added because I ran out of fabric when I made the tank top. Where did you buy a tank top that looks just like mine? The ugly woman was trembling with anger. Even if she was slow, she now knew who had given Wu Widow that tank top. The feeling of betrayal was terrible. She felt that all her past kindness to Wu Widow was just humiliation. She felt sick, her vision blacking out, and her stomach churning. But Chun Mianmian didn't let her go. She crossed her arms and kept stabbing. Oh. Ugly woman, you don't know, do you? The most honest and decent woman in this village, when she sleeps with your man, she's not subtle at all. Your husband, even though he doesn't look at you kindly, calls her his precious. He's calling her his sweetheart. Oh, I forgot to tell you. The job opening at her textile factory was originally yours, but who let her and your man have a good time together? Your man softened his heart, and your brother stood firm. So he gave her the job. Usually, he says he wants you to make some food for his friends at work, but actually, it's all for this little widow. As Chun Mianmian spoke more, Wu Widow's face showed more fear. Her face turned pale as she looked at her like she was seeing a ghost. No way, how do you know all this? These things only happened in her small yard. Besides her and those men, no one else was there. Those men wouldn't be foolish enough to tell anyone. How does this little girl know all this? Chun Mianmian snorted coldly, placing her hand on her chest, her eyes firm and determined. I am the successor of the new society, the half of the sky spoken of by the great people, the pig-killing heroine of Chuansong City, and the head of the military dog team in the Northern Military District. None of those men and women in your belly can hide from me. Today, I will stand in for the organization and expose you, this venomous woman, for who you really are. Such a perfect moment to show off. Chen Mianmian wouldn't miss it. Just as she was about to take off her shoes and give Wu Widow a good beating, that ugly woman suddenly screamed and rushed forward, tearing at her vest, scratching, biting, and pulling. Wu Widow's delicate, fair skin was soon bloodied. You witch! I will kill you. That's my job. Why are you taking my place? I've been so good to you, introducing you to someone, saying I want you to stay loyal to your man. Turns out, you've been loyal to my man. The ugly woman was jealous of women who looked good. Wu Widow usually could flatter and humble herself, so she didn't bother to pick on her. Now, her own man was stealing from her and giving her job opportunities to Wu Widow. How could she not hate her? When she attacked, she aimed at Wu Widow's face and body, scratching with her nails, leaving strips of flesh behind. Help! Someone's killing me. Save me. Please help me. Wu Widow was pressed down and beaten by 3 furious women. She no longer cared about her dignity. She felt she wouldn't survive today. The crowd watching found the situation very surprising. She turned her head to look at the Su family sisters, Lu Rulin and her mother, still hitting them on the tree, and then glanced at Wu the Widow, whose head was about to burst from the beating. Everyone is neighbors. Seeing Wu the Widow being beaten until she was about to faint and her back almost torn, some kind-hearted people wanted to step in and stop the fight. Chun Mianmian looked over sideways, scanned the crowd, and, seeing that they were from the same village, felt they couldn't just watch and do nothing. Before you all try to be good people, I need to tell you something. This Wu the Widow isn't just involved with those 3 men. Her belt is very loose, and any man who gives her something can easily undo it. Recently, she was found to have a disease, and she hasn't stopped causing trouble. Anyone who touches her gets infected. And those men go back home and touch their wives. Guess what? Do you think those wives will also get infected? Chun Mianmian spoke softly, but her words made everyone's hair stand on end. Especially when she looked at the saintly woman who was speaking earlier, her eyes full of mockery. Why are you just standing there? If you don't go hit her now, you might miss your chance. Haven't you been feeling unwell lately? I suggest you go see a doctor. As soon as she said that, the saintly woman's face turned pale instantly, and she swayed as if she might faint. She hadn't been feeling well these days, itchy, uncomfortable, with stabbing pains, so bad she couldn't sit still. But she was too ashamed to go to the hospital, so she just used some ashes and herbs to cover up. Unexpectedly, it was her husband who had infected her. You all kept calling my sister-in-law a little, and now you've caught the disease yourselves. Haha, now you're worse than the women in the brothel. You go get checked. Everyone Chen Mianmian pointed to looked pale and terrified. It was as if she was calling out to the king of, where she passed, only wails remained. Well, is it too early to start crying now? When you go out later, and everyone points at you, calls you or a, won't you want to hang yourself? How does it feel? Enjoying the show and seeing yourself in it? Weren't you all happy when you mocked my sister-in-law earlier? Now laugh loudly, louder, so I can hear. My sister-in-law was just scared for nothing. She is still innocent. But you are in big trouble. After saying this, Chen Mianmian burst into wild laughter. Nothing feels better than making these ugly women feel the same pain. Don't they like to use purity and innocence to judge others? Now they are caught in the same gossip storm and can experience being looked down upon and humiliated.
Ah,
I want to hurt her. The women, influenced by Chun Mianmian's words, lost their reason and rushed forward screaming. The figure of the widow Wu disappeared, and the dirt on the ground was kicked up so high it looked like smoke. Someone unfamiliar might think they were practicing magic. Hey, why are you all so impulsive? We are neighbors. We see each other every day. Chun Mianmian stood nearby, pretending to be friendly and speaking softly about the earlier quarrel. Although she slept with your men and spread her germs, she's still a neighbor for many years. It's not a big deal. Being a good person means being happy. Can't you be more generous? Let her go, and maybe even treat her like an ancestor. That would show how noble you are. Ha, this is so funny. Neighbors around. Why aren't you laughing? Do you also feel sorry for this widow Wu? At this moment, Chen Mianmian's gaze made everyone tremble, afraid she might say something deadly. The women who had been gossiping now wished they could cut out their tongues. But it was too late to leave now. Facing Chen Mianmian's intense stare, they could only force a weak smile, pretending they didn't pity Wu. Meanwhile, the conflict grew worse. Wu was beaten so badly she lost her shape and fainted. Seeing her breathless and unconscious, the women finally stopped fighting. But then they worried about getting into trouble. You're really something, Chen Mianmian sneered when they stopped. Flies don't bite seamless eggs. No matter how flirtatious Wu is, if your men are strong-willed, they wouldn't be tempted. Life isn't fair to women. You hit women for mistakes you all made, but don't hit your own men. In the end, you're just cowards. Hearing this, the women suddenly realized the truth. Yes, Wu is hateful, but the men at home are even more disgusting. Ungrateful people. They don't even want to share the food and supplies at home. They all took everything to widow Wu. Life feels so hard. They found a plank, threw her on it, and carried her to the entrance of her husband's textile factory. Today we've lost face and dignity. Now they have caught a disease, and in the village, they can't lift their heads. Those men won't be doing well either. I want a divorce. Me too. Not only that, I want that to lose his job. He's not worth it. Yes, let's go. My life is ruined, and he won't be doing well either. While talking, the women carried widow Wu away. Suddenly, the crowd became lively, then quickly quieted down. Now only the three sisters from the Su family, holding onto the tree and refusing to let go, remained. Lu Rulin and Su Juexia were fighting happily below. They never thought they would have a day for revenge. They used all their strength, and the three sisters were crying out loudly. Help! Help! Someone help us! Su Danny shouted until her throat was sore. She looked like a bigger, uglier version of a koala, afraid to let go. The dogs below, watching closely, would really eat her if she fell. Ha ha, no matter how loud you scream, no one will come to save you. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Wanting to marry Juexia, calling her saying she was mistreated? Chun Mianmian staggered over, thankful to heaven for sending these three fools. Otherwise, Su Juexia's situation would take longer to resolve and be much more troublesome. Now, everything is settled. Juexia, go to the police station and report that there are enemy agents inciting the crowd to cause social panic, insulting military family members, and human trafficking. Okay, I will. Su Juexia threw down what she was holding and ran toward the police station. Mom, go home and cook. Once everything is settled, we'll eat.
I'm hungry.
Lu Rulin picked up the shovel Su Juexia threw down, turned, and went back to the yard to cook, worried her daughter-in-law might get too hungry. Meanwhile, on the tree, Su Danny listened to Chen Mianmian's words and almost fainted from fear. You are talking nonsense. When have we ever caused social panic? We are not enemies or spies. Chen Mianmian was annoyed by Su Danny's loud shouting. She picked up a stick from the ground and poked her in the. How can you say you're not a spy? If you're not a spy, why are you slandering the reputation of military family members? We saw Juexia being taken away, and she didn't even lose her hair. Yet you say she was ruined and became a. Insulting military family members affects the soldier's morale. When Su Bayan is on a mission, he can become distracted. If he is distracted, there is a risk of danger, and the mission might fail. If the mission fails, the military area's reputation will drop. A lower reputation causes social instability. People will lose their sense of security, and chaos will increase. All this is your fault. You even forcibly tried to take Juexia away to marry her, ignoring her wishes. That's kidnapping. You traitor and human trafficker. Why don't you just die for the good people? Chun Mianmian kept insulting and poking the three Su sisters' butts. The actions weren't difficult, but the insults were very harsh. They kept calling Su Juexia a little. Well, let them experience what it's like to be humiliated publicly. Chun Mianmian, what are you trying to do? Just as the three Su sisters' butts were bleeding from being poked, Chun Mianmian was about to grab some chili powder and salt to put on their wounds when she heard a furious voice. She turned around and saw Su Chunsheng rushing over. Wow, brother, you finally came. We're going to die. Please save us. Su Sani saw Su Chunsheng coming and immediately started crying. Yesterday, Su Chunsheng was beaten badly. Today, he took a day off from the army and was just planning to rest when he heard from someone close to Chu Jinrong that the Su family was beaten by Chun Mianmian. He was so angry, he started cursing loudly. He knew what kind of people his three younger sisters were. In the past, to manipulate Su Bayan, he secretly instructed them to cause trouble. But since the wedding last time, when the Su family almost ended up in jail because of Chun Mianmian, he had already warned them not to go near her unless necessary. Now, even when Chun Mianmian is going crazy, he has to stay out of her way. Chun Mianmian, they are at least Juexia and Bayan's aunts. How can you behave like this? Quickly let them down. As soon as Su Chunsheng arrived, he ordered Chun Mianmian to leave, causing everyone to gasp in shock. Some people already felt sorry for Su Chunsheng, while others looked at him with pity. Sure enough, Chun Mianmian sneered at Su Chunsheng. My real dad can't even control me.
Who are you?
How dare you yell at me here? Su Chunsheng, yesterday you secretly gave Juexia something. I thought you had a conscience and were going to be a better person, but I was wrong. In the end, you're still the same as before, a selfish, vain beast who abandoned his wife. Chun Mianmian's eyes were cold and harsh, making Su Chunsheng feel a chill in his heart. Usually, even if she was stubborn, she knew her limits and wouldn't say such harsh words. What's really going on? Su Chunsheng finally sensed something was wrong and looked angrily at Su Danny and the others. We didn't do anything, Su Danny said, noticing Su Chunsheng was angry. She thought he didn't like Juexia either, so she didn't hide anything. I heard that Juexia was kidnapped by someone. She's been gone for so long. Her body must be hurt. Our Su family is innocent, and it's better to marry her off than keep her as a lowly girl. Besides, old Zhao from next door just died. He wouldn't mind if Juexia married him. Before she finished, Su Chunsheng shouted angrily. Old Zhao? He's already 40 and I've heard he beats his wife badly. Why would you want Juexia to marry someone like that? Even if Juexia was fine or had problems, decent people wouldn't marry their daughter to such a man. The three Su sisters really saw Juexia as just a tool. So what? Every husband hits his wife sometimes. You just have to endure it. If Juexia gets beaten, it means she deserves it. If she hadn't dressed so flashy, those men wouldn't be interested in her. Brother, you should help us. Juexia ran to the police, and we took 100 in bride price. She has to marry him. Before Su Chunsheng could refuse, Chun Mianmian let out a soft, mocking laugh beside him. Her lips curled up, but her expression was twisted and cruel. Now you finally remember to keep your promise. I recall you still owe me 122 yuan from before, right? It's been so long. Family members should settle accounts honestly. I said 1 week and you didn't pay. For your sake as relatives, I'll give you a 20% discount. Return me 244. After speaking, Chun Mianmian reached out and started searching the three sisters from the Su family. She was quite forceful, causing the three of them to scream in pain. Not only was the bride price of 100 yuan taken, but even their own money was confiscated. TSK, such poor folks. With just this little money, you dare to come bother me? It's not even enough for me to extort. Chen Mianmian looked at the 150 yuan in her hand and then shifted her gaze to Su Chunsheng. Still short 74. I'll round it down, just give me 100. Su Chunsheng's eyes widened. He had never seen anyone round down in this way before. Who has more good people the more they take? Chen Mianmian, my family is about to be drained by you. How could I still have money to give you? Recently, Su Chunsheng had been struggling to get by. Even the things he gave to Su Juexia yesterday were from his comrades. I don't care if you have money or not. If you don't give me that 100 today, I'll report you at the military headquarters for allowing your relatives to slander military families. Oh, and for arranging marriages for your children, doing all that feudal stuff. I'll write a big poster about it right now. When did I arrange a marriage for your children? Su Chunsheng felt like a pot was being slammed onto his back. Last time, when he tried to get Su Nian married, Chen Mianmian didn't let him have a good life afterward. He had no energy left to arrange Su Juexia's marriage. Those 3 ugly girls aren't your family members. Since they dared to come openly to people, it's obviously your idea. Round it up, isn't that arranging marriages? Don't bother explaining. Explaining just proves the facts. The facts mean you'll get what's coming. You, old white face, if you don't give me the money, I'll really go to the military headquarters to cause trouble. Chen Mianmian was being unreasonable. Su Chunsheng knew her well enough to understand that once she decided something, she wouldn't give up if it didn't go her way. She might even really report him. He no longer wanted to pursue a military career. He just hoped to retire smoothly during his lifetime and avoid being socially shamed in the army. There was nothing he could do but grit his teeth and take out the 100 yuan from his pocket. This was still brought back yesterday by Chu Jinrong from her family home to buy some furniture. It's so strange that the amount of money Chen Mianmian asked for is exactly the same. Chen Mianmian took 10 big bundles of money and smiled. Although she was away on a business trip, the dogs were still wandering around the courtyard. Chu Jinrong gave the money to Su Chunsheng in the yard, and it was all seen clearly. Even though the dogs didn't understand money, they could hear what was being said. Just yesterday, she gave Su Chunsheng 2 silver ingots, and today, asking for 100 yuan was no problem. Money is paid. Now let the person go so I can take her away. They really did wrong, and I will teach them a good lesson. If Su Chunsheng weren't being watched by others, he would want to hit these 3 fools hard with a belt. While Su Chunsheng was grinding his teeth in anger, Chen Mianmian glared and refused directly. Repaying debts is right. What does that have to do with kidnapping women or insulting military family members? They keep coming here to cause trouble. Do they think I treat Sundays as holidays? Last time, because of the 500 yuan, a TV, and a tape recorder, I let them go. This time, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would still send them in. A fierce look flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes. These fools didn't understand what moderation meant. Today, she planned to send these people away. Later, she would find an excuse to completely drive the Su family out of Chuansong City. If Su Chunsheng continued to be stubborn, Chen Mianmian wouldn't mind sending him away too. Su Chunsheng was shocked by the fierce look in Chen Mianmian's eyes and her ruthless attitude. As the atmosphere grew tense, Su Juexia brought a team of police back. Seeing Su Chunsheng come over, her face immediately showed fear. Brother-in-law, he's here to take me to get married? Su Chunsheng didn't like her. Su Juexia knew from childhood that every time he came back, her mother and brother looked very upset and angry. So, Su Juexia was always afraid of Su Chunsheng. Plus, her aunts often used his influence to bully her and her mother. Seeing him now, she couldn't help but think the worst. Don't worry, Chen Mianmian gently patted Su Juexia's head. Even if I marry your father, I won't let you suffer. Chen Mianmian, are you crazy again? I'm a man. How can I get married? Yesterday, the expert team came, and the nickname 3 Madness for Chen Mianmian spread. Everyone knows there is a woman in the military district who is a bit mentally unstable but very capable. So what? Chun Mian calmly responded to Su Chunsheng's angry shouting, casually scratching her ear. People say that debts of the father are paid by the son. Today, it's your sisters who cause trouble, so you also have to take responsibility. While speaking, Chun Mian carefully looked at Su Chunsheng. Her eyes, which measured him like goods, and her teasing tone made him feel uncomfortable. Dad, I didn't realize you still have some charm. If you were castrated and dressed up, it might not be impossible. Plus, men are tougher than women. If you marry someone, you'll definitely be able to handle hardships. Maybe Zhao Guanfu will get tired of fighting, and your life will be complete. Chun Mian became more convinced that her plan was good, and excitedly went to the kitchen to find a knife. Su Chunsheng almost had a blood vessel burst from her crazy words. He pointed at Chun Mian, trembling, unsure of what to say. He had never seen someone so shameless. Women and villains are hard to raise. I can't afford to provoke them, but I can avoid them. Seeing the police had arrived, Su Chunsheng knew there was no room for negotiation. Instead of being humiliated further by Chun Mian, he decided to wait until everything was handed over to the police. Stop right there. As Su Chunsheng turned around, he heard Chun Mian's cold voice. Did I tell you to leave? Su Chunsheng, don't think that just because you're unaware this time, it's okay. If it weren't for your deliberate indulgence, how could they have the guts to cause trouble here? Today, I will make you see with your own eyes that as long as I want, I can make them suffer terribly. Chun Mian tilted her head and showed a sinister smile. In that moment, Su Chunsheng felt a cold chill run through his whole body. He had only felt this kind of life-threatening fear before when on the battlefield targeted him. Su Chunsheng's face turned pale. He didn't know what Chun Mian was planning, but he knew it was definitely malicious. Sure enough, just as Chun Mian, who had been shouting and demanding money, suddenly let out a scream and ran to the police, pointing at the Su family's 3 sisters to complain. Police officer, you have to help us. Woo-woo. These 3 people came early in the morning to ruin my sister-in-law's reputation, and they even want to sell her to a 40-year-old bachelor to be his wife. We are military family members. Isn't what they are doing a provocation against the country and the organization? You must give us an explanation. Chun Mian was crying loudly while describing what the 3 sisters from the Su family had said, which made the police officers frown. Uncle Police Officer, this is the proof issued by the police station yesterday. My sister-in-law was kidnapped by those people. She is innocent and has done nothing wrong. Why are they insulting her character with foul words? Look at my lively, cheerful, and sunny sister-in-law. She's now so scared. At first, Su Juexia thought that Chun Mian was just describing her as lively and cheerful and wondered if her sister-in-law might have someone outside. She was feeling wronged when she saw Chun Mian signaling to her with her eyes. Su Juexia immediately understood and pinched her thigh hard, her eyes turning red. Sis, I'm scared. Boo-hoo, I don't want to get married. I don't want to marry that 40-year-old widower. He might hurt me. Su Juexia looked delicate and fragile, and with her stammering voice, she sounded truly pitiful and soft. The police officers took the proof handed to them by Chun Mian, and their eyes grew more and more reproachful when they looked at the 3 sisters from the Su family. Why is it you again? An older police officer stepped forward, frowning at Su Danny. Last time, it was you causing trouble at the wedding and stealing things, right? Now you're trying to kidnap your own niece. Are you even human? The chance to respond at the family compound was rare, and it just so happened that these 2 incidents involved the same family and the same group of people. The situation was already well understood. Seeing the behavior of the 3 sisters from the Su family, it was clear they came to cause trouble again, and in such a nasty way. Comrade police, we're just trying to arrange a marriage for our niece.
How can that be kidnapping?
Besides, Chun Mian, that little troublemaker, beat us up like this. Shouldn't you arrest her? You're just protecting her. Hearing the police defend Chun Mian, Su Danny immediately lost her temper and started spouting nonsense. The police officer's expressions grew worse, and Chun Mian crossed her arms and snorted coldly. This is clearly self-defense.
You all came to my house to take people.
I'm not stupid. Can I fight back? Besides, the tree was climbed by you, not us kidnapping her. My mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law just found it too troublesome to clean up fallen leaves, so they accidentally bumped into you while raking leaves. Furthermore, I poked your buttocks to help treat your hemorrhoids. This is called a puncture therapy. I usually don't treat ordinary people. It's good enough that I didn't ask for thanks, yet you still turn around and blame me? Chun Mian casually made up this story, mainly to shift the blame. The three sisters of the Su family were furious and started shouting at her. However, no matter how unreasonable they were, Chun Mian insisted that they trafficked people, spread rumors, and insulted the military family's reputation. These facts are undeniable. Don't think you can use relatives as an excuse. Su Chunsheng and my mother-in-law are already divorced. The entire Su family has nothing to do with us. Even if there was a connection, could an aunt sell her niece for money? If they took the money, it's clearly human trafficking. No one can escape responsibility. Chun Mian pulled in people nearby to testify and even suggested calling the police to investigate Zhao Gufu, making it obvious whether it was human trafficking. Since that's the case, you can come with us to the police station for an investigation. The situation was now clear. The three sisters of the Su family took money and still insisted on taking Su Jueshia away, which definitely suggests human trafficking. Plus, they openly spread rumors. Chun Mian refused to settle, so she would definitely end up in jail. Hearing the police, Chun Mian snapped her fingers. The dogs retreated, but still guarded at the door, glaring at the three of them. Any attempt to get closer would be met with an attack. The three women's limbs went numb, and they trembled as they slowly sat down on the ground before they could stand steadily. They already had injuries from Lu Rulin and her daughter fighting, and now with the bruises, they were in pain, trembling with each pulse. But at this moment, they no longer cared about the pain. They crawled and rolled to Chun Mian's side, begging for mercy. Dear niece-in-law, we were wrong. We shouldn't have spread rumors about Jueshia. We'll go back and withdraw the engagement. Please don't report us.
Sudani finally panicked.
They thought that since Chun Mian was Jueshia's aunt, even if she married someone else, what could happen? Even honest officials can't interfere in family matters. But unexpectedly, Chun Mian, that wicked woman, just cut them off completely. You come here crying when the child died? Why did you go away earlier? And even if you admit your mistake, it shouldn't be to me. If you dare spread rumors about me, I'd tear your mouths apart. After Chun Mian finished speaking, Su Dani quickly climbed back in front of Su Jueshia and slapped her own face with her hand. Jueshia, Big Aunt was wrong. Please forgive her. We won't come here anymore. Please, I beg you. Big Aunt can't go to jail. If she goes, her life will be ruined. Su Dani cried so hard she was tears and snot. The first time in her life, she begged Su Jueshia so humbly. Chun Mian also looked at Su Jueshia, ready to see how she would handle this. Su Jueshia was kidnapped, and her rumors would continue. This was the fastest way to stop those rumors. If she gave up because she was soft-hearted, there would be more trouble later. Su Jueshia lowered her head, watching the three sisters of the Su family apologize to her, slapping their faces, talking back. Su Chunsheng saw his sisters acting like this and felt sad. He opened his mouth to call out to Su Jueshia. Jueshia, they're your aunts. Even if they are wrong, I can make them admit their mistake. It's not worth letting them go to jail. At first, Su Chunsheng wanted to use his father's status to pressure her, but when he saw Su Jueshia lift her red eyes, he stopped. Why should I forgive them? Su Jueshia's eyes were red, full of grievance and determination. Don't I deserve justice? They ruined my reputation and made me marry a widower. Why should I forgive them just because they admit their mistake?
What about me?
Without my sister-in-law, what should I do? I never thought you would protect me, but please, treat me like a person. Su Jueshia spoke clearly and carefully, the most she had ever spoken to Su Chunsheng since she was a child. She couldn't be looked down on by such an irresponsible father. Ignoring Su Chunsheng's silent, defeated look, Su Jueshia turned to Chun Mian. Sister-in-law, you said I didn't do anything wrong.
They falsely accused me.
It's their fault. I want them to pay the price. Seeing Su Juexia soft but no longer weak, Chen Mianmian felt proud, like a proud mother watching her daughter grow up. She nodded in satisfaction and confirmed with the police that she absolutely refused mediation and insisted that the 3 sisters of the Su family be taken away. Hearing Chen Mianmian's words, the 3 sisters of the Su family were completely stunned. They lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum and refusing to leave. The police have many ways to deal with people like them. As soon as they showed the handcuffs, the 3 women quickly gave up and didn't dare to resist. They staggered to their feet. By the way, I heard your third aunt has been living at her parents' house since her divorce, right? Suddenly, Chen Mianmian remembered something and asked Su Juexia. Su Juexia nodded quietly and mentioned something about Su Sanni. Su Sanni is now 38 years old. She had a difficult childbirth, which caused her brain to lack oxygen. Although she looks fine, her mind isn't very sharp, and she's a bit slow. She was married in the village before, but after 5 years without children and being lazy, she was kicked out. Coincidentally, at that time, Su Chunsheng finally managed to bring his family to the city. She shamelessly followed along. Since then, she has been living at her parents' house. Over the years, she has bullied Lu Rulin and her daughter many times. Oh, so she's still single. Chen Mianmian's eyes showed a malicious smile. She quickly walked over to the police and whispered something. The police looked at the 3 sisters from Su's family. In the end, they released Su Sanni and took the other 2 away. Su Sanni, even though I told the police you're just an accomplice, if you don't listen to me, I will report you. Chen Mianmian released Su Sanni, which surprised her. Why did you let me go? Although Su Sanni is slow, she could feel Chen Mianmian's cold gaze. He, of course, it's because we're relatives. I'm giving you a chance for a good match, Chen Mianmian said, then told Su Sanni to follow her. She may be simple-minded, but she remembers well. She knew Chen Mianmian wouldn't have good intentions, so she quickly shook her head to refuse. In the next second, Chen Mianmian snapped her fingers. The previously quiet dog suddenly ran over and growled at Su Sanni. Its sharp teeth seemed ready to bite her neck. Woof woof. I'll go with you. What do you want to do? I've apologized already. Frightened, Su Sanni could only obey. Surrounded by the wild dog, she cried and followed Chen Mianmian forward. Su Chunsheng stood nearby, unsure of what to do. Chen Mianmian shot him a cold look, and he could only grit his teeth and follow. In front, Su Juexia led the way. Behind her were Su Sanni and Su Chunsheng. Chen Mianmian, with a pack of dogs, blocked the path. No one could escape. The Su family was settled in a village not far from their relative's courtyard. It took over half an hour to walk there. Su Sanni thought Chen Mianmian was going to take her home to argue, and she felt a little happy inside. As long as she went home, with so many people around, she didn't believe Chen Mianmian could do anything to her. Older sister-in-law, we've arrived. But at this moment, Su Juexia stopped in front of the door of that Zhao Guanfan. Chen Mianmian nodded, telling Su Juexia to stand aside and not come closer. She then walked up and knocked loudly on the door.
Bang! Bang!
A loud knocking sound echoed, and soon someone came out. The person had a messy hairstyle, a face full of wrinkles and yellowed teeth. Before she could get close, Chen Mianmian smelled a foul odor, probably from not having bathed in a long time. Coming, Zhao Guanfan, who seemed to have just finished drinking, reeked of alcohol mixed with the smell, making Chen Mianmian step back a few steps.
Who are you?
When Zhao Guanfan saw Chen Mianmian, he frowned and looked her over. He didn't recognize her. Chen Mianmian finally got used to the smell around Zhao Guanfan. She forced a smile and asked him politely, "Old Zhao, do you want a wife? I brought you one?"
Wife? What wife?
I already have a wife.
She'll be here soon.
As Zhao Guanfan spoke, he saw Su Sanni. His eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, "Where's my wife? Didn't you say you'd bring her? I agreed to pay you 100 yuan no matter what." Even if I have to fight her, you can't say anything. Zhao Guanfan's words made Su Juexia hide more in the dog group, and her eyes looked even fiercer. Before Su Sanni could say the wife was gone, Chen Mianmian interrupted. They said they couldn't give you her, but since the Su family already took your bride price of 100 yuan, they will keep their promise. So I came to return Su Sanni to you. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, everyone, Su Sanni, Su Chunsheng, Zhao Guanfan, was stunned. Even Su Juexia widened her eyes and gave her a thumbs up. No wonder the sister-in-law let go of the third aunt. It turns out she was waiting here. So clever, so clever. Her? Su Sanni? Zhao Guanfan shouted in surprise, then immediately showed disgust. I wanted her 16-year-old niece, not some silly, ugly old woman. Stop causing trouble here. Quickly send Su Juexia to me, or I will report your Su family to the police. Listening to Zhao's impatient tone, Chen Mianmian smiled even more happily. Old Zhao, since you don't show mercy, I will say this. Today, you have to marry this person, whether you want to or not. First, you trying to buy a life with 100 yuan is illegal. Second, marriage should be based on mutual willingness. Su Juexia doesn't know you, and you only paid 100, which is human trafficking. If you want to complain to the police, go ahead. I will also accuse you of human trafficking. Even if I don't eat peanuts, I could be sentenced to 20 years. As Chen Mianmian spoke, Zhao's face grew worse. He shouted that he wouldn't marry and demanded the Su family return the bride price. Return the money? That's impossible, Chen Mianmian snorted. Since you've already paid the bride price, I must give you a wife. Su Sanni is older, but she knows how to care for others. Think about it. You spent 100 to marry a 16-year-old, but I give you a 38-year-old. An elder in the family is like a treasure. You're gaining 2 generations at once. Now, you have 2 choices. 1, you refuse to marry and I report you for human trafficking to the police. Or 2, you marry Su Sanni, and this matter is settled. You're forcing me to marry her? Zhao was so angry, he couldn't speak. He wanted a lively, beautiful young girl, not this loud, chubby woman who only knows how to eat.
What?
Are you going to report me? Fine. Go ahead and report to the police. You report first, and I will make sure you end up inside. Human trafficking is a serious crime. And didn't you just beat your wife to death? If I tell the police you murdered her intentionally, and they open her coffin for an autopsy, do you think you'll get shot? I've also heard that when a coffin is disturbed, the ghost resting inside can wake up. They might come looking for their enemies to take revenge and get a chance to be reborn. Old Zhao, who is your wife's biggest enemy? Chen Mianmian spoke slowly and softly, but her words felt heavy like 1,000 pounds pressing down on Zhao, making him swallow nervously. No one knew for sure if his wife's death was intentional. But he knew if his wife really turned into a vengeful ghost, it would definitely be him. Chen Mianmian saw Zhao Guanfu's face change suddenly. Her eyes looked around randomly, but she wasn't worried, and even hummed a song. Wait until you die, then burn your body to ashes. In one pile on the left, another on the right, all turned into fertilizer, sent to the countryside to feed the chickens. Listening to Chen Mianmian's loud, ghostly singing, Zhao Guanfu felt more uncertain. He glanced at Su Sanni, who looked unhappy, and thought about the 100 yuan he had already spent. If he lost it now, wouldn't that be even more wasteful? Having someone to serve him wasn't a bad idea. The main reason was that Su's family was right next door. Su Sanni wasn't very capable, but their family had good food. When they got married, it wouldn't be a problem for his new wife to come over for meals. He had long wanted to eat the old hen raised by Su's family. Plus, they had a relative who was a military officer. Maybe in the future, he could get a small official position, and everyone would have to flatter him. Thinking this way, Zhao Guanfu convinced himself. He chewed his lip, finally nodded. All right, but when she comes to marry, she has to cook, do laundry, and have children. If she doesn't do well, I'll hit her. Chen Mianmian was waiting for this line. She patted her thigh excitedly and agreed enthusiastically. Hitting, of course, you have to hit. Men should act like men at home. What is a wife for?
To serve you.
If I were you, I'd hit her 3 times a day, plus a late-night snack. I tell you, women shouldn't be spoiled. If you give her a nice face, tomorrow she'll dare to ride on your neck, and… Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, Zhao Guanfu's eyes lit up more and more, as if he had found a soulmate. Neighbors all scolded him for hitting his wife, but look at this girl. She's so sensible. Hearing Chen Mianmian list how hitting hurts but won't kill her, Zhao Guanfu nodded repeatedly, thinking he needed to remember this. He wanted to keep this wife for a long time. You're not from the Su family, so why are you so happy to see me hit her? Do you want me to do it and then report to the police? Suddenly, Zhao Guanfu's fish-like brain started to turn. He asked a sudden question. Chen Mianmian was in the middle of explaining the top 10 cruel punishments of the Qing dynasty when Zhao Guanfu interrupted her, rolling his eyes inside. On his face, he looked sad and pitiful, gently rolling up his sleeve. He revealed old scars from the past. Marriage is usually like this, isn't it? I think men go out to earn money, come back feeling wronged, and hit me. If they get tricked, they hit me again. When they're in a bad mood, they hit me once more. As long as they feel comfortable afterward. Isn't that okay? Su Chunsheng is already this old. It's lucky she can get married. She's a good match for you. A scoundrel and a fool. Lock them up quickly. They shouldn't harm others in this life. Chen Mianmian's injuries made Zhao Guanfu suddenly realize. No wonder she was so eager to teach fighting skills. She had experienced all of it. He immediately lowered his guard and kept promising. Don't worry, Su Chunsheng will marry into my family. I will make sure she lives comfortably. Good. You must let her experience my way of life. Listening to Chen Mianmian's words, Su Chunsheng's mouth twitched fiercely. He believed that even if Emperor Qin Shi Huang were alive, he wouldn't believe Su Bian would hit Chen Mianmian. Just look at how worthless that girl is. Probably Chen Mianmian would reward Su Bian with a slap for hitting her. Soon, Chen Mianmian and Zhao Guanfu became close. He followed the advice and went to get the household registration book. Once they registered, they would be legally married. Wait for me, I'll go find the village chief to get a recommendation letter. Zhao Guanfu was a notorious troublemaker. He could get anything he wanted. Recently, his wife died, and he had no outlet for his anger. He wandered around the village, causing complaints among the villagers. Now someone was taking over his mess, and the village chief would probably be very happy. No, I don't want to marry. Brother, please help me. If I marry Zhao Guanfu, I'll be beaten to death. Chen Mianmian, this wicked girl, did it on purpose. I won't marry her.
Boo-hoo.
After Zhao Guanfu walked away, Su Chunsheng finally dared to hold Su Chunsheng's trembling hand and refuse. She often heard Zhao Guanfu beating his wife. Her screams could be heard throughout the alley. She had mocked him before. Now, if she married him, it would be like asking her to die. Before Su Chunsheng could speak, Chen Mianmian crossed her arms and snorted coldly. It's just a beating. So what? Which husband doesn't hit his wife? Just endure it. If you get hit, it means you deserve it. One slap doesn't make a sound. You must have done something wrong to be beaten. Chen Mianmian repeated exactly what Su Chunsheng had said earlier. After hearing this, she suddenly cried out loud and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. Niece-in-law, I was wrong. I really was. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Please don't marry me to Mr. Zhao. I would really die. Su Chunsheng already had a loud voice, and now she was crying and shouting, which attracted many neighbors to come and watch the scene. A cold look appeared in Chen Mianmian's eyes. She raised her hand and slapped Su Chunsheng to the ground, then grabbed her hair and pulled her face close to everyone, like pulling a dog. Everyone, come and judge. This woman took 100 yuan from Mr. Zhao to marry off my 16-year-old sister-in-law. She is falsely accusing her of innocence and trying to steal her. I am kind-hearted, so I didn't let her go to jail. I just told her to marry herself, and now she's crying and begging. Does that mean my little sister-in-law isn't a person? Chen Mianmian was quick-witted. She ignored the kidnapping of Su Juexia and instead highlighted the good deeds of the 3 Su sisters, also mentioning how they caused trouble at the wedding earlier. Listening to her words, The neighbors around showed contempt and disgust. Usually, the Su family relies on a relative who is a militia commander, acting all high and mighty. I think they deserve it.
Exactly.
They usually rely on that connection to do the least work, but they always get full work points.
That's so unfair.
It's just a little who lives off others.
What's so great about that?
If it were me, I'd be ashamed to even mention it.
Yeah.
And that Su Chunsheng isn't a good person either. He abandoned his wife and children. He's doomed to be struck by lightning someday. Su Chunsheng didn't always come around, and after being beaten up and looking battered, the neighbors didn't recognize him. They openly scolded him in front of everyone. He listened, his face growing darker, but he held back and didn't say anything because what they said was true. Plus, today's situation was already embarrassing. If he stepped in, it would only make people hate him more. Let her marry him. It's a good way to settle the bride price. The girl is really clever. The villagers, tired of the Su family's arrogance, watched as Su Danny and Su Ernie went inside, and Su Sanni was about to marry Mr. Zhao. Everyone thought Chen Mianmian was impressive and gave her a thumbs up. Su Sanni heard no one was on her side and cried even more sadly. She felt regret for going out to wander that day and hated that her family was all busy working, with no one to help her. Chen Mianmian wouldn't let her escape easily. She pulled her back home to find the household register. When Su Sanni refused, she was beaten. Finally, she couldn't hold on anymore and pointed out where the household register was. Chen Mianmian saw money, food coupons, and cloth vouchers next to the register. Following the rule that a thief leaves with something, she took them all into her pocket. She thought of these as compensation for the emotional loss suffered by Lu Rulin and Su Juexia over the years. How dare you steal my family's money? Su Sanni's eyes widened as she accused Chen Mianmian and even threatened to report her. Did I steal anything? I am your daughter-in-law of the Su family. Since I got married, you haven't even given me a needle. This money is a gift from the elders for meeting me. Moreover, you're about to get married soon. From now on, you'll be part of the Zhao family. Stop talking nonsense about your family. Su Sanni tilted her head and frowned, trying to understand. She felt Chen Mianmian's words didn't sound right, but she couldn't explain why. Seeing her confused look, Chen Mianmian's eyes twinkled. She took out 50 yuan and handed it to her. She also put a gold bracelet from the box on her wrist. Don't say I didn't think of you. Consider these as your dowry.
Take good care of them.
Living with face in the Su family isn't better than this. Su Sanni looked at the gold bracelet on her wrist and felt her breathing grow heavier. This bracelet was her mother's treasure. She wasn't allowed to touch it normally. Now it was on her wrist, along with 50 yuan. She was often scolded by her older sisters and felt unhappy. Now, having so much money, she thought maybe getting married wouldn't be so bad. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian pulled her out of the yard just as Zhao Guifu returned. She was about to go register their marriage, but Su Chunsheng saw his sister about to jump into trouble and couldn't bear it. He stopped her. San and I, if you don't want to marry, I will help you raise the money. Brother, I've made up my mind. I will get married. Anyway, Mom scolds me every day and my older and second sisters dislike me. It's better to marry someone and make them happy. Su Sanni secretly hides the gold bracelet on her wrist, changing her previous resistance, which makes Su Chunsheng gasp. You want to marry this man? He might hurt you. Hearing this, Zhao Guanfu becomes unhappy. Although he doesn't like Su Sanni, it's frustrating if someone else takes her away. He pushes Su Chunsheng roughly.
Who are you?
She said she's willing to marry me, so you have no right to speak. Yes, even great people support free marriage. Why are you still pushing for arranged marriage? If you're so bored, go try the septic tank and see if it's salty or bland. Don't interfere with others' relationships. Chen Mianmian sarcastically crosses her arms, watching Su Chunsheng as if she's watching a joke. You really are a good older brother. You're willing to give 100 yuan for your sister, but you just watch your own daughter be wronged and taken away without saying a word. With your kind of person, you deserve to be old and alone. TCH, I look down on you. Hearing Chun Mianmian's criticism, Su Chunsheng looks at Su Juexia. When she lowers her head, a look of disappointment flashes in her eyes, making his heart feel heavy. But before Su Chunsheng can seriously feel that emotion, when Su Juexia raises her head again, she looks at Chun Mianmian with admiration. She doesn't even glance at Su Chunsheng. While he's distracted, Zhao Guanfu pulls Su Sani forward. This village is much closer to the city than the residential compound. According to Su Juexia, it takes about an hour to walk to the city. Chun Mianmian twitches her lips. For the sake of some fresh excitement, she endures it. Chun Mianmian takes out a few candies from her pocket and gives them to the children nearby, asking them to help deliver a message of safety to Lu Ruolin at the residential compound. Then she pulls Su Juexia along with the dogs, following Su Sani. Su Chunsheng opens his mouth, wanting to say something, but thinking of Chun Mianmian's words, Su Juexia's indifferent attitude, and Su Sani's reckless behavior, he falls silent again. He sighs silently and closes his eyes in despair. He can already see the future of the Su family. Years ago, he worked hard to bring his family out of the countryside. Now, seeing his efforts go to waste, it's not false to feel heartache. However, he also knew that over the years, his family's actions, combined with offending Chun Mianmian, made a peaceful ending impossible. Chun Mianmian didn't care about Su Chunsheng's self-pity. She chatted with Su Juexia, snacking on various treats from her pocket along the way. When they were full, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Zhao Guanfu held the household register and the referral letter. They quickly completed the registration, and Su Sani's household registration was transferred to his name. From now on, they would officially be a married couple. When Zhao Guanfu came out holding the marriage certificate, Chun Mianmian immediately clapped and congratulated him. Oh, congratulations to third aunt and third uncle on your wedding. You should go home and show grandma and the others your marriage certificate. They'll be so happy. Maybe they'll even kill a chicken to celebrate. Zhao Guanfu, no. Now he should be called Old Zhao, heard this and happily lifted his head. Chun Mianmian's words really touched him. Third aunt, take that 50 yuan and treat third uncle well. From now on, you're a real couple. As long as you're united, don't hide any money. As soon as Chun Mianmian said this, Old Zhao's eyes widened. He grabbed Su Sani's hair and slapped her twice. What's this? You dare hide money from me? Hurry up and give it to me. Old Zhao reached out to tear at Su Sani's clothes. You're mine, and the money belongs to me too. During this, the 50 yuan fell out of her pocket. Old Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly shoved it into his pocket. Seeing this, Su Sani couldn't bear the pain and rushed to grab it back, but of course, Old Zhao knocked her to the ground. Stupid woman, you dare hide money? Just wait, I'll beat you to death. Old Zhao started hitting and kicking Su Sani. Some people nearby came over to stop him, but he held up the marriage certificate and showed it to everyone. We are a legitimate couple. If she's hiding money, shouldn't I beat her? If you try to stop me again, I'll make you give me money too. He just came out and was already flirting around. Using others to speak for her? Watch me beat you to death. You scoundrel. Su Sani didn't expect that the words she previously used to scold Su Juexia would now be directed at herself. She hadn't done anything wrong, but Old Zhao said she was flirting with other men. Although she had countless things she wanted to say, they all turned into wails because Old Zhao was hitting her so painfully. Help! Help! Juexia, save third aunt. I regret it. I want a divorce. At this moment, Su Sani finally realized something was wrong. She understood that Chun Mianmian had deliberately set a trap for her. She shouted for a divorce, but Lao Zhao beat her even more fiercely. Soon he was bleeding from his nose, and he could barely breathe. Enough, enough. You two just got married. If you kill her, you won't be able to marry again, someone said. Chun Mianmian watched happily and pretended to try to stop the fight. Today is your wedding day. Don't waste time here. Hurry back to your new home. While she was talking, a bullock cart happened to pass by. She paid 1 yuan to have the cart take the two of them back to the village, so Lao Zhao and Su Sanni could settle things properly. Okay, thank you, third uncle, Lao Zhao's wife said, laughing. Lao Zhao's wife had been dead for a while, and he hadn't been with any woman since then. Now, thinking that Su Sanni was his wife, he felt he could treat her however he wanted. He immediately pulled Su Sanni onto the cart, his eyes filled with wickedness, making her shiver. Su Sanni's mind was filled with the terrible memories of Lao Zhao's previous wife. She quickly reached out and grabbed Chen Mianmian. I'm sorry, I really am. I can't go back with him. I will die if I do. Su Sanni's face was covered in blood, and her eyes were full of panic. Her mind wasn't very clear, but she could feel the danger. If she went back, Lao Zhao would really hurt her. Chen Mianmian smiled coldly and slowly pried Su Sanni's fingers apart.
Su Sanni, welcome to.
After saying that, Su Sanni's last finger let go, and Lao Zhao pulled her back onto the cart. No matter how she struggled, it was useless. Listening to Su Sanni's screams, Chen Mianmian could already imagine her tragic future. Su Sanni was both foolish and mean. She deserved her abusive husband. Lao Zhao was a troublemaker, and with him as her son-in-law, life in the Su family wouldn't be easy. First, let them fight it out. When they ruin each other's reputation and fall apart, Chen Mianmian would drive them away, so she wouldn't have to see them and be annoyed. Until she couldn't see them anymore, Chen Mianmian stretched lazily and took Su Juexia by the hand. Feeling better now? Let's go have breakfast first, then buy some food and drinks for the hospital. You did very well today. It's a good example for those girls. Chen Mianmian gently stroked Su Juexia's soft hair. The girl had grown taller and healthier recently, now being half a head taller than her. Chen Mianmian felt sorry for Su Juexia's suffering, but seeing her grow taller made her anxious and worried. Lately, they couldn't find any milk from cows or sheep. She wondered if Su Juexia would really have to drink pig's milk. Big sister protects me. I will listen to her from now on, Su Juexia said happily, blinking her big eyes. Although she and Su Wuyan looked very similar in features, their personalities were very different. Suddenly, Chen Mianmian paused. Why was she thinking about Su Wuyan again? She shook her head, trying to clear her mind of these strange thoughts, and pulled Su Juexia to go eat at a state-run restaurant. They bought colorful, soft fabrics along the way to make pretty clothes for the girls. They bought 5 cans of malt extract for the girls to drink and strengthen their bodies. They also bought 10 pounds of various snacks, including 5 pounds of milk candies. When people are in a bad mood, eating sweets can help feel better. The past cannot be changed, but at least they could make their present life more comfortable. When they arrived at the hospital, their hands were full of things. They happened to meet Qian Wang and others coming to visit, who quickly took the items from them. Chen Mianmian finally relaxed. Learning that the girls wanted to visit the children upstairs, they were taken to the staircase. Chen Mianmian explained that the girls had experienced bad things before and now felt resistant to men. Also, they probably didn't want others to know about their past, so it was better if fewer people saw them. When Chen Mianmian and Su Juexia entered the ward, the girls' eyes lit up when they saw them. Comrade Benefactor, you're here? One girl exclaimed. Thank you for saving us. Otherwise, we wouldn't know what to do, another added. The girls moved closer to express their gratitude, some hiding on their beds and secretly watching. Chen Mianmian smiled and greeted them, handing out the items one by one. She opened cans of malt extract for each girl to drink. Many of them were drinking it for the first time, sipping small amounts and tasting the sweetness in their mouths. She talked with each girl for a few words. Some were in poor mental health and needed further treatment. Most of them showed confusion and pain in their eyes, but none had lost the desire to live. I came here to ask about your plans. Are you going home, or do you want to do something else? I may not be very capable, but I can give you some advice. The girls thanked Chen Mianmian for saving them and shared their thoughts. Half of them wanted to go home. Even though they had experienced such things, they still couldn't bear to part with their family and friends, despite the gossip they would face. The others showed bitter smiles. Their families were either old-fashioned and biased or strict and traditional. If they went back, They might have to marry someone they didn't like or be mistreated by villagers. It's all my fault. If I hadn't gone out to fetch water, I wouldn't have been kidnapped, and I wouldn't be like this. If I go back, my father might beat me to death, saying I've brought shame to the family. A sad mood spread among the girls, and they all secretly shed tears. Chun Mianmian wanted to comfort them, but just as she opened her mouth, Su Juexia, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke. We are not wrong. The ones who are wrong are those bad people. Su Juexia's eyes were firm and clear. Today, the villagers called me a wicked person, and even said I should marry a 40-year-old widower. They insulted her, but she knew none of it was her fault. She shouldn't blame herself. Although Su Juexia spoke hesitantly, she tried her best to express her thoughts and remembered Chen Mianmian's advice to stand up and fight back. Since she was alive, she shouldn't give up. Anyone who bullied them deserved to be punished. Hearing Chen Mianmian's actions earlier that morning, everyone was amazed. She had silenced the gossipers and even got those who insulted Su Juexia sent to jail. They admired her very much. Stay here and rest peacefully. If you want to go home, I'll try to arrange for someone to take you back. For those who don't want to go home, I'll find a way to give you a new place to stay. Remember, your life is yours. To live well, you must first love yourself. No one had ever said such words to the girls before. They fell into deep thought. Chen Mianmian sighed, thinking about how to help these girls. She had seen too many people commit suicide after false rumors ruined their reputation, especially in this conservative time. If she didn't step in to help, these girls would suffer greatly. It seemed she needed to visit the military headquarters and discuss with Grandpa Song about what to do next. Leaving Su Juexia and her friends to chat, Chen Mianmian went downstairs to say hello and then headed to the military district. She needed to hurry because there was still an exciting event at the textile factory she hadn't watched yet. Chen Mianmian entered the office building. Before going to Song Chulia's office, she saw Chu Zheng come out wobbling. The next second, when he saw her, he first widened his eyes, then took a deep breath and finally turned back into his office and closed the door, all in one smooth motion. Good afternoon, Grandpa. Have you eaten? Drunk water? Gone to the bathroom? Did you change your tea to jasmine, which I like? Chen Mianmian knew Chu Zheng was annoyed by her, so she deliberately went over to tease him. Seeing her playful smile, Chu Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and gruffly said he was out of tea. TSK, Grandpa. You're quite old, but you're still lying. I saw you put the good tea in the locked cabinet just now. Chen Mianmian made a move to check, but Chu Zheng quickly protectively blocked the cabinet with his body. Just joking, his cabinet was full of snacks, candies, and treats. If the girl saw them, she'd probably clean him out. Go away, go away. I only have some candies here. You should take them quickly and bother Song Chulu. Chu Zheng took out a few pieces of milk candy from his pocket. Chen Mianmian happily took one, stuffing it into her mouth. The candy made her face puff up like a little hamster. Thank you, Grandpa. Chen Mianmian tilted her head and looked around the office, making Chu Zheng so nervous he didn't dare breathe, afraid she'd spot something. Grandpa, I heard your grandma is the deputy director of the cotton factory, right? Could you see if there are any open spots? Just give me 2. I don't need a fancy position. Even a tough one is fine. Hearing her words, Chu Zheng raised an eyebrow, a bit surprised. You want to work at the cotton factory? Don't you have a military ID? How can Su buy and support you? If you go to the cotton factory, you might even burn it down. Oh, Grandpa, how can you think that of me? Chen Mianmian grinned, looking shy and obedient. I'm such a well-behaved girl. I wouldn't burn down a factory just like that. I'm a good young person growing up in the new society. Chu Zheng knew she was about to start bragging about her impressive past, so he quickly raised his hand to stop her and asked what she wanted the spot for. Chen Mianmian showed a teasing smile and explained the situation of the girls they had rescued. 17 girls were homeless. If they were forcibly sent back, they would face a dead end. Those girls are so pitiful. They didn't do anything wrong, but they still have to suffer from social blame and criticism from others. I just want to develop good relationships with everyone and help them find jobs. Even if it's a bit hard or tiring, as long as they have work and a goal in life, they won't feel hopeless. Chun Mianmian's words made Chu Zheng lower his eyes and think deeply, tapping his fingers on the table. Wow, your intentions are good. As for the spots, I can spare a few for you, but what are you willing to trade with me? You took so much money from me, and now you want spots just by talking? I'd be at a disadvantage. Grandpa Ho, this is a matter of life and death. Why are you so focused on money? You lack the courage and awareness of a true leader. Chu Zheng rolled his eyes and refused Chen Mianmian's sweet talk. I'm just a deputy, and I like it that way, Chu Zheng said with a half-smile, looking at Chen Mianmian. You little troublemaker, I finally have the upper hand this time. If you don't give me good terms, I won't agree. Chen Mianmian clutched her chest, pretending to be hurt. When did this old man learn to be so clever? Sure enough, being with someone as talented as her, even fools can improve. In the end, Chen Mianmian clicked her tongue and finally compromised. All right, from now on, if our military dog team goes on a mission and you step in, I won't charge you as much. But for Shui Yongsheng and Su Chunsheng, the base price is still 10 times higher.
Chu Zheng gapet.
This stubborn girl really dared to raise his price. Actually, he wanted a 10% share of the supplies seized by the military dog team, but since Chen Mianmian wasn't easy to deal with, she agreed now. He thought she might find a way to get it back later, so the current price was more reasonable. After thinking for a moment, he pretended to be reluctant and agreed, telling Chen Mianmian to come back tomorrow for the results. Please thank Grandma Ho for me. Chen Mianmian happily left, secretly taking a pack of walnut cookies from Chu Zheng's desk. Chu Zheng was so angry, he kicked off his shoes and threw them at her. After Chen Mianmian ran off laughing loudly, Chu Zheng took a moment to calm himself and then called his wife to discuss the spot issue. Chen Mianmian arrived at Song Chulia's office, where an old man and a young girl were nibbling on walnut cookies, discussing the girl's future. They are really quite unfortunate. Once the case is over, we can visit their hometown. If the situation checks out, we can transfer their household registration here, initially placing them under the military district's collective household register. Then, once they find jobs, they can move out. Song Chulu thought about his wife's connections at school and asked if any of the girls had higher education. If they pass exams, they could become support staff teachers. If they can't read or write, they could be assigned as cleaners. He also mentioned that his daughter-in-law works at a steel factory and a textile factory, so he asked if there were any available spots for more recruits. Actually, they have another option. Song Chulu looked at Chen Mianmian. The Xinjiang military group needs female soldiers to help with construction. The conditions there are tough, and most people don't want to go. There are many veteran soldiers stationed there. If they go and find someone they like, they could even start a family. You can ask if anyone is willing to go. Chen Mianmian nodded. The girls who have been harmed need to leave their familiar environment and start a new life. If they meet trustworthy people, they might even want to get married. Song Chulu immediately called his wife and daughters-in-law to ask about job opportunities. Everyone promised to find out and bring back the results in the evening. Chen Mianmian thanked Song Chulu again, agreed to come back tomorrow for the update, and then strolled down the stairs. When she left the office building, she happily ran to the military dog base, riding a strong wild boar, and chose 3 others to accompany her. She sped toward the textile factory. With a flashy and lightning-fast ride, anyone who saw this strange group couldn't help but turn to look. The textile factory was on the outskirts of the city, not far from the military district. It took less than half an hour to arrive riding the wild boar. Zhang Qingzong, come out. I've worked so hard to manage the household, give birth to children, and you've been cheating on me, making me sick. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll hang myself at the factory gate. Wang Taixian, don't be a coward. Today, I'll let the whole factory see your affair with that little flirt. You love biting people, right? Well, today I'll make you bite a few more. At the factory gate, 7 or 8 middle-aged women were loudly arguing with Wu Widow. No one tried to stop them. As long as they got close, they were called perverts, or they would lie on the ground and roll around. They didn't dare to pull too hard because they were all women. The standoff continued, attracting more and more attention. Many idle workers and passing villagers secretly watched from the side. Suddenly, a hand holding sunflower seeds appeared, followed by the sound of Chen Mianmian cracking and eating seeds. Where are we now? Those men haven't come out yet? Chen Mianmian's eyes sparkled as she took handfuls of sunflower seeds from her pocket and shared them with the people around her, exchanging news. Soon, everyone learned what was happening. They all took a deep breath in surprise. Wow, this little widow is pretty tough. She can handle so many men. We've already notified those men. They should be here soon. Everyone squatted nearby, chatting and cracking sunflower seeds. The sound of shells cracking filled the air, turning the textile factory gate into a lively chat spot. Sun Meili, shut up. Cheng Zhaodi, I'll beat you to death. With each shout of anger, the women's husbands stormed out with angry faces, each rushing to beat their wives. Today, their dignity was completely gone. How could they stay at the textile factory after this? Help! Save me! The passers-by watching the scene saw the men fighting fiercely, beating the women until they bled from their noses and mouths. They quickly rushed over to break up the fight. In their fury, these men were incredibly strong, and no one could pull them apart. The chaos at the factory gate grew louder. Step back.
Step back.
The pig squad is here. No grass will grow. With Chen Mianmian's pig squad, everyone quickly backed off, leaving only the men who still wanted to beat their wives. Then, everyone saw wild boars rush over, baring their fangs and swinging their tusks. Someone like Zhang Qingzong or Wang Taishu was thrown into the air, spinning 720 degrees before crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha. You look like dogs eating.
Ha ha ha.
Chen Mianmian's loud, arrogant laugh rang out, making the women who had been beaten look at her. They had been badly hurt. If it weren't for Chen Mianmian and the passing crowd, they might have been killed. But seeing Chen Mianmian as the instigator, they didn't know what to say. Their eyes showed mixed feelings. Why am I even involved? Divorce them all. I came here just to watch the fun. If you don't leave, I might cause trouble. Listening to Chen Mianmian's reminder, everyone remembered they were here to get a divorce. They all looked at their own husbands. Those who could move went over to grab, pinch, bite, or twist them, as if they wanted to chew them up. After so many years of managing the household, raising children, and taking care of the family, they worked so hard. Yet their husbands went out to have affairs. The unfaithful men wanted to resist, but a wild boar stood nearby, glaring fiercely. If they dared to move, those sharp tusks wouldn't be harmless. Enough. Stop wasting time. Just get the divorce over with. I'm waiting to see what happens next. Yes, divorce. I want a divorce from you. Chen Mianmian brought the situation back on track, and the women once again demanded a divorce. Why should we get a divorce? You ignorant women, just because someone casually said something to provoke you, you come here causing trouble. Do you know how much this affects us? I and Widow Wu are innocent. We haven't done anything improper with her. A man angrily defended himself, looking at his wife with a fierce gaze that made her tremble unconsciously. Chen Mianmian looked up and recognized the man called Wang Tieshuan. She sneered coldly and pointed at Widow Wu, lying nearby like a piece of rotten mud. Don't you like to bite people? Just go bite her again, and leave a clear bite mark. No one can fake a bite mark. Since you're sarcastically saying I provoked you, I need to bring some solid proof. After saying that, Wang Tieshuan's face stiffened, and his eyes showed guilt. Clearly, he was just stubbornly denying it. I won't bite. That's a woman, and I can't just approach her casually. Ah! Chen Mianmian couldn't help but laugh. Now you're trying to avoid trouble? Why didn't you do that earlier? You go to her at night, biting and pinching her, and then you say she's more flirtatious than A. Why didn't you avoid trouble then? Hearing Chen Mianmian reveal all the details of their interactions, Wang Tieshuan's face turned paler and he trembled uncontrollably. No way, how did she know? Chen Mianmian impatiently snorted and once again pointed at Widow Wu, her eyes cold. If I tell you to bite her, and you hesitate, I'll let my wild boar army bite you instead. You might not know this, but pigs are omnivores. They eat meat. As soon as she finished speaking, The wild pig seemed to cooperate with Chen Mianmian, making grunting sounds. Wang Taixian turned his head and faced a fierce pig's angry eyes. Between shame and danger, he finally chose to give in. He slowly walked over to Wu Guafu, looked at her battered body, and felt a bit sorry for her. But, unable to resist Chen Mianmian and everyone's urging, he finally bit her arm. Chen Mianmian pointed at the bite marks on her arm and compared them to the marks on Wu Guafu's chest, exactly the same. He immediately looked at Wang Taixian with a sarcastic gaze. "Hey, everyone, see these bite marks? Don't tell me your teeth turned into magic at midnight, sneaking over to Wu Guafu's house and biting her on the chest. You can cheat on your wife, but you can't insult me or cause trouble between us. I don't spread gossip, I just pass along gossip." Wang Taixian had solid evidence, and Chen Mianmian looked at the men, who all seemed stiff and nervous. Thinking about all the things she had given Wu Guafu before, any of those could be proof. But Chen Mianmian didn't waste time. She covered her nose and looked at the men with disdain. "You guys are really something, knowing what kind of person Wu Guafu is and still trying to get close. Sure enough, a flower in the home is better than a wildflower. Even if it's trash, it tastes better outside. Have you heard of shared bikes? Well, I guess you haven't heard of shared shoes. You brothers better go to the hospital for a checkup for STDs." "What, STD? I'm fine." The men refused to admit they were sick. Chen Mianmian didn't bother arguing. She snapped her fingers and the wild pigs moved, using their tusks to push the men forward. Chen Mianmian told the women to lead the way. She rode on a pig, holding a small stick. Anyone who walked too slowly got a tap, like herding sheep. The women cried as they walked, and the men looked defeated. They had lost face and dignity on this trip. At the hospital entrance, Chen Mianmian saw Xue Jiren. She was covering her face and holding her stomach as she came down the stairs. Suddenly, she remembered that Fang Yue was supposed to be fired earlier, but the Xue family must have used connections to keep him in the military zone's detention room, afraid he would be taken away. "Hey, isn't that the middle potato's spirit? What's going on? Coming for a checkup? Don't worry, your little potato's spirit won't be so easily lost. You and Fang Yue will be together forever." Chen Mianmian spoke loudly, so everyone nearby heard about Xue Jiren's pregnancy. As the daughter of Major Xue from the militia group, and with her distinctive looks, everyone recognized her. Now, after Chen Mianmian's words, they all looked at her with curiosity. "TSK, she's not even married yet, and she's pregnant. How shameless." "Chen Mianmian, you're jealous that I'm with Yue. I tell you, you'll never break us apart in this life." Xue Jiren glared fiercely at Chen Mianmian. If it weren't for her, she would already be married to Yue. Who would be gossiping otherwise? Hearing this, Chen Mianmian immediately looked like an old person looking at her phone, trying to stop Xue Jiren from spouting more nonsense. "Just marry Fang Yue, that. Otherwise, I'll take revenge in 2 places. A fierce look flashed in Chen Mianmian's eyes. Don't think that because Fang Yue is Xue Jiren's type, she'll let this couple go. When Fang Yue returns home to serve a sentence, that will be the start of her revenge.
Get lost.
You look so ugly, scaring people. Do you have any morals? Not only do you scare children, but even cats and dogs are harmed by you. Aren't you afraid your son will turn out to be a little thief?" Chen Mianmian glared at Xue Jiren, watching her tremble with anger, and even started singing "Ugly Monster." "Ugly monster, you really deserve it. Ugly monster, no one loves your kind." The tone was whiny, combined with Chen Mianmian's sneaky expression, making her especially irritating. Xue Jiren wanted to tear Chen Mianmian's mouth apart, but the wild boars blocked her way. "Just kidding, their lives are all in that woman's hands. If she gets hurt, she might end up being cooked in a pot. Get lost, you little brat." The wild boars, huge and approaching Xue Jiren, scared her so much she hurriedly hugged her belly and ran away. "Chen Mianmian, wait and see. I won't let you go." Xue Jiren left with one last word, disappearing at the hospital entrance. Chen Mianmian spat disdainfully. "Trash, can't play with her, but torturing Xue Yongsheng is more fun." While she was entangled with Xue Jiren, the men had already been taken to the urology department. When they took off their pants, the obvious sores and rashes were exposed to the air, and everyone fell silent. The doctor looked at them with a complicated expression. He had never seen a group of people with such a contagious disease. What is their relationship? Your condition is quite serious. You need to take medicine and follow the treatment. Start with 1 course of medication and see how it goes. During this time, you must avoid intimate contact. Your wife also needs treatment or the infection could spread. The doctor quickly wrote down the case details and prescriptions, then told them to go pick up the medicine. The men silently pulled up their pants, looked at each other, and their faces showed hidden anger. Usually, they knew that Widow Wu had a good relationship with other men, but she always said she was having a hard time and didn't like other men. They thought their encounters were just casual flirtations. These men believed her lies and thought they were her only lovers. Now, seeing everyone with similar sores and rashes, like a loud, obvious sign, they were all stunned. This woman, she dared to lie to me. I want to kill her. Men hate being cheated on the most, even more than being betrayed. They clenched their prescriptions, wishing they could tear them apart, as if Widow Wu had done it herself. One by one, they looked disheveled as they left the clinic. Chun Mianmian stood at the door, watching happily.
Oh, look.
The brothers-in-law are out.
How are you?
The skin diseases are all the same, right? You all share the same luck now, good and bad. If I were you, I'd just swear an oath of brotherhood here. Fate brought us together on this boat, and we shared a pillow for 1,000 years. In 1,000 years, we'll all be like turtles, ha ha ha. Isn't that funny? Why aren't you all laughing? Chun Mianmian openly mocked them, attracting the attention of people waiting for treatment. She kindly explained how these men caught the disease from a widow and even passed it to their own wives. Oh my, they look serious, but secretly they're so flirtatious. TSK, TSK, TSK. I must tell my husband to stay away from them. If they try to talk to him again, I won't let that scoundrel sleep on my bed. Yeah, I need to ask my husband if he ate with them. I don't want to catch it. So disgusting. People who knew these men also stopped their own treatments and hurried home to check if they had been infected, afraid of catching the disease. Seeing how much these men were disliked, Chun Mianmian's smile grew wider. Chun Mianmian, we have no grudges or enmity with you. Why are you trying to ruin us? The men glared at her fiercely. Their futures and families were gone, and they wished they could hurt her. So what if you cheat and are unfaithful? Isn't that shameful enough? That Widow Wu is just an ordinary person. If she were a criminal with your kind of people, you'd probably end up being cooked as dishes. No matter what happens to those women, these men will also face punishment someday. Before, she wondered why people only punish the mistress for cheating. Shouldn't the cheating husband also be punished? In Chun Mianmian's world, these gossiping women, the slaps, and these scoundrel men all deserve their comeuppance. At this moment, the women had all checked in again, except for the ugly woman who mocked Chun Mianmian. Her husband hadn't touched her in over a year, so she was safe. The others had all caught illnesses. Thinking about the doctor's gazes in the hospital made them feel ashamed and furious. As they walked, they felt like everyone passing by was looking at them strangely. Divorce, I must divorce him. A man who doesn't care for his family is useless. That's right. I'm going back to my parents' house. I never want to see this beast again. The women all insisted on divorce. After this morning, everything they once took pride in was shattered by Chun Mianmian. Their reliable, capable husbands, their good friends, even their health, all gone. The men listened looking panicked. They begged their wives softly. If they had just admitted their mistakes when they left the house earlier, maybe their wives would forgive them. But they didn't admit anything and even beat the women. The women no longer believed they would change. What face do we have to stay in this village? We got sick and everyone knows. You can stay here, but we can't. Just go and file for divorce now. You can live with Widow Wu from now on. The women were determined to divorce. Those who hesitated still had hope, but now they saw no future. Staying meant waiting to be betrayed again. While everyone was arguing loudly, a few people came over, heading straight for the scoundrels. We received reports that you are involved in inappropriate relationships and damaging the reputation of the textile factory. Please cooperate with our investigation. When those people finished speaking, Chen Mianyan quickly raised her hand.
It was me who reported them.
They are cheating and intentionally hurting people. These women are victims. As workers of the country, they should care about their image. They are just tarnishing the reputation of the textile factory. Quickly, arrest them and punish them strictly. Chen Mianyan looked very righteous, which made everyone smirk. She had been the first to watch the drama unfold, so how did she find time to report? No one knew that while she was watching the scene at the gate, she slipped the report letter into the suggestion box. In her previous life, there was a boss direct hire, and now she had her own report direct. Hee. A few men looked pale and hopeless, some even sank to the ground. This was the end. Their jobs were gone for sure. Soon, the bad men were taken away, and the women stayed behind, crying and cursing. Over the years, their husbands had decent jobs, and everyone in the village envied them. Now, everything was ruined. What would they do in the future? Seeing them cry, Chen Mianyan happily munched on sunflower seeds, enjoying the scene while telling them to keep their voices down so as not to disturb other patients. Are you done laughing? Hurry up and get out. Although their husbands had been unfaithful, it was Chen Mianyan who exposed everything. Now, seeing her relaxed and carefree, they wished they could strangle her. Why should I leave? When you mocked my sister-in-law, didn't it hurt you? You stabbed yourself with your own knives. Now you're crying. Why didn't you do anything earlier? Chen Mianyan put away her sunflower seeds and rolled her eyes at them. Today, I want you to know that I, Chen Mianyan, am not someone anyone can bully. This time, I'll let you go if you're getting a divorce. But next time someone dares to hurt my family, I'll smash your heads and make you talk nonsense. The women trembled in fear from Chen Mianyan's commanding presence. She had shattered their peace in just one day, making them angry but afraid to speak out. Chen Mianyan proudly looked up and left, riding her wild boar casually back to the military area, then returned to the pigsty. You all performed very well this time. Keep working hard, and do more for me. Maybe I won't eat you anymore. Chen Mianyan was very pleased with the wild boar's performance. She felt that if she trained them well and teamed up with the military dogs, they could become a powerful force in the mountains and forests. While she was thinking, she suddenly heard Chu Zhang's angry shout coming closer. Chen Mianyan, you little brat, come out. You've ruined the reputation of the Northern Military District. Hearing Chu Zhang's voice, Chen Mianyan quickly jumped into the pig pen and hid behind the wild boar's backside. She covered her mouth to hide her mischievous smile. She had taken a bunch of people to the hospital for a contagious disease, and the news spread very fast, like a rocket. It was normal for it to reach old Chu. But Chu Zheng didn't praise her for being considerate or contributing to society. Why is he still coming to scold her? Chu Zheng had just seen Chen Mianyan's figure nearby. When he arrived, he snorted coldly. If you don't come out, I won't give you a spot at the cotton factory. Oh, Grandpa, you also came to feed the pigs? We really are destined to meet here. Chen Mianyan quickly stood up from the pig pen, smiling flatteringly at Chu Zheng. Seeing Chen Mianyan now, Chu Zheng felt a headache coming on. This girl is like a firecracker. Why does she never stay quiet? She just returned 2 days ago, and the military area has already become a mess. I ask you, did you do this on purpose? These things could have been handled quietly, but you made them known to everyone. Hearing this, Chen Mianyan crawled out of the pig pen, looking confidently at Chu Zheng. Grandpa, you're wrong. I did all this to protect your reputation. She rambled on about how she had exposed the women mocking and insulting Su Juexia that morning, her eyes full of righteous anger.
Grandpa, think about it.
Juexia is your granddaughter, right? My stepmother has no children, so isn't she her biological sister? When they insult Juexia, they're actually insulting my stepmother and you. They're slapping your face. As the stepdaughter-in-law, she naturally supported him first, so she couldn't help but reveal their shameful secrets. After she finished, she looked innocent, pointing at her finger as if she was helpless. Chu Zheng took a deep breath, feeling like cursing her ancestors for 100 generations, but holding back. So you do care about me after all? Chu Zheng knew Chen Yanyan's skill in making excuses and didn't want to argue with her about this. What's going on with that girl Jiren? I heard you let a wild boar hurt her? Chen Yanyan immediately realized that Xue Jiren had complained and was so angry she widened her eyes. Great uncle, it's not my fault. That black potato spirit was too dark and suddenly jumped out, scaring the wild boar. Animals are colorblind. They only see a row of teeth flying over, thinking the fake teeth have come to life. And she's pregnant before marriage, shouting at the hospital entrance, wanting everyone to know. I was just standing there. She even dares to complain to you. She's clearly using you as a tool. If I were you, I'd go and give Shui Yongxing a good lesson. Don't think that because you're close to her, you can easily stir up trouble in our strong family bond. Chu Zheng listened to Chen Yanyan's words, feeling speechless and rubbing his forehead, knowing she couldn't speak properly. He reached out and gently pinched her lips, forcing her to shut up. Don't worry about their future. I have something to tell you. If you agree, I can give you 3 spots at the cotton factory and arrange separate dorms for them. Hearing this, Chen Yanyan's eyes lit up. She quickly nodded, about to flatter him, but found her lips pinched and could only smile and respond with her eyes. Chu Zheng rolled his eyes and let go of her hand. In a while, our military district will hold a big competition to select the best in each event. Other districts will also come for friendly matches. Things have been tense before, with provocations and fights. Oh, great uncle, don't worry. You want me to go and mediate, right? No problem. I value peace the most. People call me the peaceful little dove. Before she finished speaking, her mouth was pinched again. No, I just want you to stay away from them.
Don't cause trouble for me.
You're the biggest risk in the whole military district.
Stay at home if you can.
If you're in the military district, hide in the military dog base. If you dare to cause trouble, don't blame me for punishing you. Chen Yanyan? Oh, what does this old man mean? She's such a cute, obedient, gentle girl. How could she cause trouble? It's always others who provoke her first. Chu Zheng saw her still looking unconvinced and angrily patted her on the head. Chun Sanfeng, I warn you, if you really cause trouble during the big competition, I'll shut down your military dog base. After speaking, Chu Zheng snorted coldly and turned to leave. Chun Mianyan pinched her sore ear and made a face. Bah, it's just a military district competition. What's so special about it? She was happy to participate.
She didn't need to worry about it now.
She was just training the students and practicing with those wild pigs. Thinking this, Chen Yanyan disdainfully wiped her mouth, then went to the bathroom to wash her hands. She grabbed her lips and planned to go back to Lao Deng's office to get some things, or she couldn't stand feeling so annoyed. When Chen Mianyan got home, Su Juexia also arrived. She was talking with Lu Rulin about what those girls could do. Seeing the once shy and now confident girl, Chen Yanyan smiled. If the original owner had someone to protect her, she probably would have become better and better. Chen Mianyan projected her regret for the original owner onto Su Juexia, hoping to raise that poor girl again and wishing her happiness in heaven. Brother-in-law, sister-in-law, I saw and Dong at the hospital. Su Juexia saw Chen Mianyan come back and quickly told her what she had seen. It turned out that Dong Qingqiu had gone to the ward yesterday to comfort the girls and didn't leave until late at night. Today had passed again. When Su Juexia went to get water, she saw Dong Qingqiu encouraging the girls with Chen Mianyan's story. My daughter has been abandoned since she was young. She suffered a lot, but now she has grown into a tall tree. You all know her. She's the one who saved you. Dong Qingqiu's words made the girls gasp. They didn't expect that Chen Mianyan, who was so confident and strong, had such a difficult childhood. So, the current difficulties are only temporary. As long as you work hard to overcome them and stay firm in your beliefs, you can do it. The only thing that can defeat you is yourselves. When Dong Qingqiu mentioned Chen Mianyan, her tone was full of pride and happiness. The girls appreciated her words and felt that her relationship with Chen Mianyan must be very good. But this sentence made Dong Qingqiu smile bitterly. Nian Nian was abandoned by me when she was little. She grew up like this, and it has nothing to do with me. I am sorry for her. I know she cares about you and wants to help you, so I came here. If you have any needs, just tell me. I will do my best to help." The girls saw the sadness and guilt in her eyes and comforted her, encouraging her. The atmosphere became even more harmonious. Su Juexia slowly told Chen Yanyan, who listened with a blank expression. Dong Qingqiu's proud personality surprised her by trying to guide the girl, but this was not enough to change her opinion of her. Older sister-in-law, when Aunt Dong came out, she saw me and also asked me not to tell you. I think you should know that I won't hide anything I find out from my sister-in-law. Seeing Su Juexia's cute and innocent look, Chen Yanyan smiled happily and patted her head. You did very well. These days, please pay attention to those girls. The day after tomorrow, I will continue training at the military dog base. If you have any questions, talk to me in time. I will leave 3 dogs at home, and they will stay here. When you and Mom go out, take them with you. Be careful and safe. If anything happens, leave a note for the dogs to find me. Thinking this, Chen Yanyan felt it wasn't enough, so she went to the storage room to find some parts and wooden boards and made a skateboard with a clatter. She decided to teach Su Juexia how to skateboard so she could run away easily if needed. Soon, Su Juexia was confused but persisted as Chen Yanyan pulled her to learn skateboarding in the yard. They stumbled and fell but kept trying. That night, nothing happened. Early the next morning, Chen Yanyan went to the office building to ask about work opportunities. As soon as she entered, she heard people talking about the recent chaos at the textile factory. It turned out that the troublemakers involved in the divorce yesterday had been punished. Their behavior seriously damaged the factory's reputation and caused a very bad impact, so they were all fired. Wu's widow, who had damaged others' marriages and used improper means to get her job, also had her position revoked and was taken away for investigation. She probably would be paraded through the streets and sent to jail. Wow, that was quick. Not bad, not bad. Chen Minyan was very happy to hear this good news early in the morning and happily went to Chu Zheng's office. Grandpa Ho, your obedient and sensible granddaughter-in-law is here. What delicious food did you bring today? Chu Zheng was drinking tea and enjoying a freshly opened beef tongue biscuit. When he saw Chen Minyan suddenly come in, he quickly stuffed food into his mouth, choking and rolling his eyes, not wanting her to take everything away. From now on, I am your close family member. Oh, dear elder, what are you doing? I heard your big birthday is coming soon. It's not good to choke on the beef tongue cake now. Chen Minyan walked over and gave Chu Zheng a firm pat on the back. Chu Zheng quickly spat out the beef tongue cake he was about to swallow, along with his false teeth flying out. Chen Minyan looked at the 2 rows of false teeth on the cake's packaging and showed a look of disgust. TSK, what a waste. I was planning to take it later to Grandpa Song, but now it's ruined. Chu Zheng hurriedly put his false teeth back in, glared at Chen Minyan, and told her to stand across from his desk. This girl was always running around everywhere. I've taken 4 spots for you. They're not meant to replace anyone. The factory is expanding, and there are some openings. My wife kept these for herself. No more can be added. These 4 jobs weren't easy. They involved moving goods and watching the machines. But Chen Minyan thought it was good. Healing emotional pain with physical work was the best. She was busy all day and went straight to sleep when she got home, forgetting everything. Plus, because of the special experiences of those 4 girls, they would have their own rooms and not have to share with others. Oh, I must say, my dear elder, you are so kind-hearted. Truly a model among elders. Listening to Chen Minyan's flattering words, Chu Zheng suppressed a smile and handed her the letter of introduction. Once their identities were verified, they could start working. The final selection of candidates was up to Chen Minyan herself. Oh wow, dear elder, you're so impressive. Come, I'll give you a bow. Just as Chu Zheng thought Chen Minyan was going to kneel and bow to him, she raised her right index and middle fingers, mimicking legs kneeling on his desk, and made 2 tutor sounds with her mouth.
Get lost.
Don't let me see you again. Chu Zheng rolled his eyes and told Chen Minyan to disappear quickly. He finally understood this girl's temper. When it suited her, she was extremely flattering. When it didn't, she could really annoy people. Chun Mian responded quickly, but her eyes sneakily looked around. Her gaze finally settled on a half-open pack of cigarettes on the desk. Following her principle of not leaving empty-handed, she swiftly kicked into her pocket and ran away. Grandpa Ho, smoking is bad for your health. Let Grandpa Song take responsibility for this and haha. Chun Mian, put down the cigarette. Chu Zheng was so angry he hadn't even taken off his shoes when Chen Mian disappeared at the door, leaving the remaining traditional treasures in his office. Chun Mian happily handed a half-pack of cigarettes to Song Qiuli. When she heard they were from Chu Zheng, he happily put them in his pocket and started smoking, feeling very pleased. She also told Chen Mian about the available spots at home. Because Widow Wu was sentenced, an extra spot opened up at the textile factory, making 3 in total. The school approved 2 cleaning workers, and the printing factory gave 2 more spots, totaling 7. Plus, Chu Zheng arranged 4 more, making 11. There are 6 left. I can get you 6 spots for female soldiers. Let them choose for themselves. Chun Mian was surprised that the placement of 17 girls was settled so quickly. She was so happy her big teeth showed. Oh, Grandpa Song, you're like my real grandpa. Ha! The labor and hardship fees for the investigation and visits are paid from the military dog unit funds. We have money. If you need anything in the future, just tell me. I might not always be able to do it, but I'll listen to you. Song Qiuli glared at her with a bit of annoyance. This crazy girl was full of nonsense. I really do have something to ask you. Song Qiuli fumbled in his pocket for the dog leash, a nostalgic look in his eyes. The military dogs will arrive tomorrow. Can you help train one? Just call it Black Cloud. Chen Mian knew how much Song Qiuli cared about Black Wind and nodded in agreement. Training dogs is no problem for me. Not just military dogs, explosive detection dogs, drug detection dogs, guide dogs, comfort dogs. I can train them all. Chun Mian patted her chest confidently. Others might not be able to do it, but she understood animal language. Any small animal that came to her would behave well. Song Qiuli's eyes lit up immediately. He quickly asked what these dogs would be used for. He praised Chen Mian for her extraordinary skills, which most people couldn't do. Chen Mian was so happy she wagged her little tail and told everything. When she heard that guide dogs could help blind people, Song Qiuli's eyes showed a clear sign of excitement. Chun Mian saw this and felt a pang of regret, like she had just spoken too much. Oops, I got a bit carried away and said too much. Guide dogs are very useful, but they can be hard to train. Mian, dear, about these guide dogs. Could you train 2 for me? I have 2 old friends who were injured on the battlefield when their eyes were hit by shrapnel. They barely survived, but their eyesight is almost gone. They are proud and don't like to trouble others. They rarely go out and it makes me feel really sad. When Chun Mian heard that they were like her old friends, just like Song Qiuli, she knew they were brave heroes who had survived many dangers. A single soldier's success often costs many lives. People see the powerful generals and commanders, but they don't know that many soldiers leave the army because of injuries or disabilities. Chun Mian clutched her chest, feeling guilty for having a kind heart. Training guide dogs is really difficult. I can train them, Chen Mian said with a grimace, but I need more money. Also, the dogs should be gentle and smart. Training takes time, at least 6 months. 6 months is her speed. Usually, it takes at least 1.5 years to 2 years. The dogs first learn social skills and obedience commands, then go through strict training and environment adaptation. Finally, they enter practical training, working with visually impaired people in real environments to learn how to recognize obstacles and guide directions. All this needs constant testing and evaluation. Thinking about all this made Chun Mian feel headache. No problem, no problem. As long as you train them well, I'll do anything you ask, Song Qiuli said excitedly, his eyes red with gratitude. He grabbed Chen Mian's hand and said, Mian, thank you so much. You're like a lucky star in our military district. From now on, I'll be your grandpa. If anyone bullies you, just tell me, and I'll deal with them. Just after he finished speaking, Chen Yanyan suddenly remembered something. Her face changed to a guilty and flattering look. Hee, since you said that, Grandpa, I actually have something to tell you. Seeing her mischievous smile, Song Chulio had a bad feeling. Sure enough, she pointed her finger, twisted her foot like a pretzel, and innocently told him about the 3 sisters from the Sue family. They were already breaking the law, so what you did isn't wrong. Song Chulio looked at her cautiously. What else did you do? It's nothing much. Chen Yanyan glanced at Song Chulio. When I was taking out the household registration book, I also took out the savings, grain coupons, cloth tickets, and so on from the Sue family. They've bullied my mother-in-law and younger sister-in-law for so many years. These are just some compensation for emotional damages. But I was afraid they wouldn't listen, so I wrote a report accusing Su Yan of wrongdoing.
Hee.
Grandpa, my good grandpa, please help me hide the report. I'll handle the rest. Hearing Chen Yanyan's words, Song Chulio covered his forehead and couldn't help but laugh in anger. You really are sneaky. Just like Old Ling said, if you weren't in the military, you'd be a big troublemaker in society. That crazy girl really dares to say it. Isn't that just stealing? Hey, Grandpa, you can't just talk nonsense. Before, all the allowances Su Yan received were given to my mother-in-law. The Su family came to take them all. Over the years, it's at least several thousand yuan. If they can take it, why can't I take some back? They can't just set fires whenever they want, and I can't light a lamp in my own house? Do you even care? I told my great-grandfather about it. Chen Yanyan's debating skills were unmatched. Song Chulio thought for a moment and realized she might be right. Finally, he helplessly glared at Chen Yanyan, waved her away, and told her to leave quickly. Watching her stay even a second longer made his blood pressure rise.
All right, thank you, Grandpa.
You're so kind and awesome. Hee. Chen Yanyan made a heart gesture towards Song Chulio. Although he didn't understand what she meant, her playful look made him smile. Hurry up and go to the hospital, you crazy girl. Chen Yanyan cheerfully left, bringing good news to the hospital. The girls were surprised to find they had so many options and felt very happy. Originally, Chen Yanyan thought no one would want the opportunity to go to Xinjiang, but it turned out that was the first one to be taken away. Although going to the frontier was tough, they now had military status, something they had never dared to dream of since childhood. What's hardship? They weren't even afraid of death. Once your identity checks are complete, you can go to your respective posts. I hope you can be like lotuses. Though they grow in muddy water, they still bloom beautifully. Chen Yanyan's words moved the girls deeply, and tears rolled down their faces. Sobbing, they knelt down in front of Chen Yanyan. Thank you so much, Comrade Yanyan. You are our great benefactor. Without you, we don't know what we would have become. Chen Yanyan helped one girl up, then another girl knelt down, and she helped her up too. Soon, she couldn't stand it anymore and knelt down herself, bowing her head with them. She kept shouting about a wedding ceremony. First, bow to heaven and earth. Second, bow to the elders. Then the couple bows to each other. From now on, you are all my future wives. The girls were startled by Chen Yanyan kneeling, and when she said some silly things, they all started to smile through their tears. Feeling shy, they helped her up, and soon, everyone stopped crying. Chen Yanyan told the girls she wouldn't come back again and hoped they would continue to grow and thrive, making the most of their youth. Thank you, Comrade Yanyan. We will work hard to live on and come back to thank you. After saying this, they bowed deeply to Chen Yanyan. She didn't dodge but accepted it with a smile, waving goodbye to everyone and leaving. At that moment, she didn't expect that in the days to come, these girls, inspired by the hope Chen Yanyan gave them, would live seriously and become strong and resilient. Years later, they would all become her solid support. After leaving the hospital, Chen Yanyan went home and wrote down 17 new names. The names of the abandoned girls were not nice, things like hope, thought, or unkind words like flower and dog girl. She chose some positive and uplifting names instead. She hoped they would carry these new names and start fresh lives. Lu Rulin listened to Chen Mianmian and looked at her with admiration. These names are really beautiful. Mianmian, you're amazing, Lu Rulin said, full of pride and happiness. By the way, what are those wolf cubs called? They've opened their eyes now, and they're so funny. The wolf cubs had opened their eyes over the past few days. They rolled around in front of the wild boar's belly, looking like sesame balls. Lu Rulin was very fond of them and often went to see them. Chen Mianmian suddenly remembered this and hurried over to the pig pen. Little ones, come here. Let Mama Mianmian see. As she spoke, the wolf cubs crawled out from under the sow's belly and ran over, making soft sounds. Their eyes were still a bit blue, and they couldn't see clearly. They stumbled as they walked, looking adorable and clumsy. Seeing so many black sesame balls running toward her, Chen Mianmian loved them so much she wished she could kiss each one. Oh, you are all my wolf team members. From now on, my reputation depends on you. I need to give you some cool names. Chen Mianmian thought for a moment, then let out a sneaky laugh. Lu Rulin immediately knew something was wrong. Sure enough, the next second confirmed her suspicion. Chen Mianmian held the little wolf pups and named them one by one. Decided. Your names will be Dead Ghost, Slowpoke, Senior, Spare Me, Dog's Life, Look at the Gun, Surrender. When I take you out, just call your names. When the enemies relax their guard, you attack. Ha ha! I'm sneaky and clever. You go in with your white teeth and come out with red teeth. Perfect. Lu Rulin took a deep breath, trying to hold back her urge to persuade Chen Mianmian. She silently thought that her daughter-in-law must have her reasons, but calling them these names is really embarrassing, whether for the wolf pups or for people. Mom, can you help me make a few small harnesses and tiny clothes? When the wolf pups are a month old, I'll start training them. Okay, I'll also sew their names on the clothes. Thinking about a few months from now, when Chen Mianmian is shouting Slowpoke, Spare Me everywhere, Lu Rulin couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, there was a loud, urgent knocking at the door, and a sharp, aggressive voice came through. Lu Rulin, you shameless woman who raised a man. You married a daughter-in-law and don't know how to act proud? You even stole money from my family. Come out here. Seeing Lu Rulin's face change and her look of fear, Chen Mianmian guessed that the woman outside was Su Chunsheng's mother, Old Lady Sue. Perfect timing. Today I've dealt with them all. Tomorrow, I won't have to worry about anyone bullying you. Mom, do whatever you need to. I'm going to see that old woman now. After saying that, Chen Mianmian called the pig, hopped onto its back with her short legs, and declared, Ride out, this queen is going to war. Lu Rulin, you worthless woman. My son doesn't want you anymore, and you're still out flirting. You unfaithful woman. I've suffered so much. Why did I have to marry such a dog? All my savings, all the money I saved for years, gone. Grandma Sue sat at the gate, surrounded by her bruised and swollen daughters, Sue Sonny, Sue Danny, and Sue Ernie, and their husbands, along with several of Su Chunsheng's brothers, sister-in-law, and younger siblings. It was a full house of the Sue family, all here making noise. Yesterday, Chen Mianmian took the two Sue sisters into town, then married off Sue Sonny and left. When the Sue family returned in the afternoon to earn their work points, they found no food prepared and their 3 daughters missing. Grandma Sue was always sharp and fierce. She was proud of her son, a militia commander, and her daughter-in-law, who came from a noble family. She was very tough. If her children displeased her, she would scold them harshly. While she was shouting in the yard, she heard faint cries for help from next door. At first, she thought she was hearing things, but then she realized it sounded like her 3rd daughter's voice. She wasn't sure at first, thinking she might have misheard. But then she remembered that the neighbor's widow had died, so how could there be a woman's voice? Plus, the neighbor was usually lazy and looked. She wondered if her daughter had been forced into trouble. She quickly gathered people and stormed inside. Sure enough, she saw the neighbor's widower abusing her daughter Sue Sonny. Her daughter's face and mouth were covered in blood, and she was so loud her throat was hoarse. The Sue family couldn't stand it and immediately beat up the neighbor's widower, giving him a fierce punch. Su Chunsheng clutched her clothes and could only cry. You dare to hit me? I'll report you. The neighbor's widower was beaten so badly he couldn't fight back, but he still tried to resist. You, will beat you to death, and the police won't say anything. If you dare to hurt my sister, I'll beat you to death. The husbands of Su Danny and Su Ernie kicked the neighbor's widower hard, blood pouring from his nose and mouth, and you could even hear bones cracking. I'm married to her. Su Chunsheng's household registration is under my name. What the heck is a? I sleep with my wife. What's wrong with that? You're talking nonsense, Grandma Su shouted and kicked him hard again. My daughter liked you? You must be a. You. I'll send you to the police and have you executed. Grandma Su was shouting and cursing loudly, not bothering to quiet down. The neighbors nearby heard the commotion and came out. She wanted the neighbors to see what kind of person the neighbor's widower was and to testify. But then, her third daughter's weak voice was heard from the bed. Mom, I married him. My older sister and second sister have gone to prison.
Wow.
Mom, I regret it now. I want a divorce. He hit me and forced himself on me.
Susanni kraidan controllably.
She truly regretted it. If she had known it would turn out like this, she would never have gone with her two sisters to find Shin Mian. Now she feels so regretful she wishes she could turn back time. When Grandma Su heard this, she felt she could understand every word, but when put together, she just couldn't make sense of it. Just then, Su Chunsheng started crying even harder, acting foolishly, speaking incoherently, and not making any sense. Grandma Su was so angry she wished she could kick her again. No matter what, my daughter is a simple girl. You tricked her into getting married. This marriage must end. Recently, Grandma Su had been thinking about finding a match for her third daughter. She had her eye on a family where the son was disabled and not very smart. They were willing to give 50 yuan as a bride price, just hoping to find someone to take care of their family. They didn't mind that the third daughter was married before or that she didn't want children. They just wanted someone to look after them. They were about to find a matchmaker to arrange a marriage, but then the third daughter suddenly got married herself. That couldn't be allowed. The marriage must be ended. Who tricked her? She went to register the marriage with me herself. The neighbors all saw it. Zhao Guanfu shouted loudly. Everyone come see. The Su family is killing someone. They killed my son-in-law, and I want to report them. Oh no. I might die. The neighbors, having seen the earlier commotion that morning, had long been annoyed by Grandma Su's bossy behavior. Seeing this scene, they were secretly happy and didn't hold back their words. Oh dear, I tell you, Grandma Su, your third daughter is already married, and the wedding night is over. The son-in-law was beaten by you all. Now you want a divorce? That won't end well. Yes, if you don't let the third daughter divorce, at least he's your son-in-law. As a family, everyone can get along. But if you divorce her and you've beaten him like this, and you go to the police, it's your fault. The villagers weren't just concerned about Su Chunsheng, but also about someone from Zhao Guanfu's family causing trouble. Since they had other issues, they didn't bother to trouble the village. They thought, if one doesn't die, the other won't live, and since neither family was good, it was better for them to keep fighting. Hearing others support him, Zhao Guanfu suddenly felt energized. His eyes rolled around, and he shouted even louder. Oh no, I'm going to die. Let's get a divorce now, and later I will report you all. Is there no law left in the world? Who dares to break into my house and hit people? My head hurts, my hips hurt, my ribs hurt. Everything hurts. Zhao Gufu gained confidence, and the Su family was stunned, looking at each other in confusion. Old lady Su had never experienced anything like this before. Being assigned work in the village was already frustrating enough. When she came home late at night, everyone had already left. She turned to look at Su Chunsheng, who was still crying, and slapped her hard. Stop crying and tell me what happened. If you keep crying, I'll tear your mouth open. After being slapped twice, Su Chunsheng stopped crying, scared by old lady Su's angry voice. She stammered and described what happened today. The Su family listened in confusion, trying hard to understand. Finally, They managed to get some useful information. The three sisters took Zhao Gufu's money, planning to bring Su Juexia to be their bride, hoping to treat her like they did Lu Ruolin before. But they didn't expect that Su Bian's new wife at home not only sent Su Danny and Su Ernie to jail, but also tricked Su Sani into getting married. You idiot! Are you stupid? She told you to get married, so you got married? If she told you to die, why didn't you die? Old Lady Su was so angry she slapped Su Sani a few more times. Her blood pressure was rising, and her head felt like someone was hammering it. Now the truth was clear. Su Sani had gone to get the marriage certificate with Zhao Gufu. Zhao Gufu grinned and looked like he was about to die, making strange noises as if he was really about to pass away. I will send all of you to jail. Wah, I was just sleeping peacefully at home with my wife, and you came to beat me up. I will not only sue you, but also make you pay for my wife. I don't want that tiger woman anymore. Give me back my 100 yuan bride price. I want a divorce. Old Lady Su listened to Zhao Gufu's words and closed her eyes in despair. I didn't even see a penny of that 100 yuan, and all three daughters are gone. Now it's dark, and there's no way to ask Su Chunsheng to help rescue the two daughters. Hurry up and take him to the hospital. We're all family. How can there be no respect? Right, son-in-law? Grandma Su had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept Zhao Guan's husband, waiting for things to settle before making any other plans. I want you to take me to the hospital, and I also want you to pay me back. I won't do anything without at least 200 yuan. Also, while I recover, you must serve me 3 meals a day. Otherwise, I will divorce and report you to the police. All of this was secretly told to her by Chen Niannian earlier. When Zhao Guan's husband heard it, he was very pleased. He beat the family badly and then made them serve him, which he thought was a good deal. To avoid being sued, the Su family had to quietly break the door and rush her to the hospital overnight. Grandma Su spent the whole night shouting and scolding at home. She cursed Lu Ruolin and Chen Mianyan with all her ancestors' names, called Su Buyan a little wolf cub, and said Su Jiexiao was a little flirt. Later in the night, she ran out of words to curse because her eldest son-in-law came back asking for medical expenses. It was only 30 yuan. Although Grandma Su felt pain in her heart, she had to bite her false teeth and pay to avoid going to jail. Where is my money? Where is my money? I've saved so many years' worth of money. Grandma Su opened the drawer and saw it was empty where she kept her money, and she let out a sharp scream. Sitting on the Kong bed, Su Sani shrank back and whispered. Chen Mianyan saw the household register when she looked for the ID book. She took it. Hearing this, Grandma Su looked at Su Sani. Why didn't she wait until she died to say it? Suddenly, she gasped and fainted beautifully. Everyone scrambled to help her, and after a long night, she finally woke up. When she woke, she first confirmed it was not a dream. She cried loudly and called out for help, ignoring Zhao Guan in the hospital, grabbing her family to come and cause trouble. Grandma Su looked at the people around her who came to watch the scene. She felt confident that Lu Ruolin and Chen Niannian would definitely kneel and admit their mistakes. But she didn't notice the pitying looks from the onlookers or their eager expressions to see the drama unfold. Lu Ruolin, Chen Niannian, come out. Come out and return our money. Return our hard-earned money. The Su family lined up loudly, demanding justice from Chen Mianmian. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Chen Mianmian rode out on a pig. Chen Mianmian's small fangs are barely visible, but they can't hide her strong build and fierce attack. When she runs out, she follows Chen Mianmian's orders to push the few people in front of her away. The Su family members are caught off guard and are pushed aside like being hit by a cannonball. Ha ha, standing in a line like bowling pins. Don't blame the pig for pushing you. Chen Mianmian chases after the Su family, laughing wildly. Come on, I, Chen Mianmian, won't change my name or my family. Just now, some old fool came to settle scores with me. I'm right here. Come and face me if you dare. It's a good time. Even maggots can talk now. Which thunderbolt struck you, turning you into an old coffin? You old thing, how dare you say my mother-in-law is bad? She worked as a servant in your house for many years. Not only did you, A bunch of good-for-nothings mistreat her, but you also blame her for everything. Come on, try scolding me and see if I can't beat you to death. Chun Mianmian rides a pig, directing it to charge at the Su family while insulting them, hitting whoever she catches. Yesterday, when she visited the Su family, she left some dogs to gather information, all for this fight. Today, she won't stop until she tears the Su family apart. No, wait. She won't be called Chun if she doesn't. You little fairy. How dare you hit me? You unfilial dog. I will have Bu Yen divorce you. Grandma Su was already dizzy once, and now she's chased by a pig, with no time to breathe. She accidentally gets pushed over, falling onto the roadside dog, face covered in filth and smell. She struggles to get up and vomits, while the eldest son-in-law of the Su family is also pushed over, both with similar injuries. They both in disgust, and Chun Mianmian laughs loudly when she sees this. Hey, aren't you being supported by Su Chunsheng? Why are you so hungry you're eating? TSK, don't say I'm unfilial. I've got plenty of dog to share, and soon my little ones will warm you up. Chun Mianmian's sarcastic words nearly make Grandma Su faint with anger. She points at her and stammers, unable to say a word. Finally, Su Danny's husband, with a cold face, scolds Chun Mianmian. Chun Mianmian, don't act crazy here. San and I said you took money from my family and you should return it quickly, or we'll report you. Then you'll go to jail and see if Su Bayan still wants a woman with a bad reputation. Hearing this, Chun Mianmian chuckled softly. She married someone only after a lot of good luck, and if Su Bayan dares to dislike her, she can be kicked away easily. There are many men out there. If this one doesn't work, she can find another. It's not a big deal. Oh, Carrot. Oh, you just believe what San and I says to slander me. Maybe I should say she stole and is blaming me for it. After speaking, Chun Mianmian pointed loudly at San and I, who was skillfully climbing a tree. Don't you notice the gold bracelet on her wrist? Yesterday, after she registered her marriage, she even gave old Zhao 50 yuan, saying it was her dowry. She said she's not happy at the Su family and wants to get married quickly. Listening to Chun Mianmian, San and I shouted from the tree. Chun Mianmian, you're lying. How am I lying? Look at the gold bracelet on her wrist. Can a lie make that appear? Clearly, you're the thief who messed up the family, and you're trying to blame me. Am I such a bad person? Believe it or not, I'll make you all pay. Chun Mianmian sat on a pig and acted mad, full of righteous anger. With the shiny bracelet on Sanny's wrist, no one could deny it. Grandma Su looked at her daughter's bracelet and got furious. She was angry yesterday and didn't notice Sanny's things. Now she dares to steal her stuff. She decided to stop this girl from getting away with it. San and I, wrongly accused, was so angry she yelled that Chun Mianmian gave her the bracelet, and she didn't steal it. It was for my dowry, sob. Mom, you believe me. Yes, I gave it to her. If I stole something, I'd have someone watching me. I like the feeling of going to jail and being falsely accused. Are you all brainless? Do you believe San and I, or do you believe I am the emperor of the Qing dynasty? Hearing Chun Mianmian speak confidently, everyone was unsure again. Yes, Su Sanni, that fool was easily fooled. If Chun Mianmian really wanted to steal, she could have waited until no one was around to do it. There was no need to be seen. Could it really have been Chun Mianmian who stole? It's not me, Mom. Really, I didn't do it. Chun Mianmian gave me these. Boo-hoo. Why don't you believe me? At this point, Grandma Su no longer cared who stole the money. She just wanted to get back her savings. She turned and glared fiercely at Chun Mianmian. Chun Mianmian, I don't care who stole it. You're a suspect too. You must return all the money, including my food coupons and cloth tickets. If you don't, I will hang myself at your door. As she spoke, Grandma Su started to loosen her belt. Seeing this, Chun Mianmian smirked, thinking, haha, someone dares to challenge my skills. Talking reason with me? Now you're trying to blackmail me? Chun Mianmian said as she also loosened her belt, standing on a pig's back, hanging from the highest branch of a tree. Come on, this crooked tree is tall. If you hang yourself, you'll die quickly, and it won't be too painful. Your family, how much money can you save? At most 20, I'll give you 40. Hurry up and hang yourself so I can see. I'll just treat it as funeral expenses. Ridiculous. I have 5,500 yuan. Plus all the food coupons and cloth tickets I've saved over the years, at least 6,500. Chun Mianmian nodded in agreement. Yes, she did bring back 5,450 yuan yesterday, and she bought many things for the girls with the cloth tickets, using more than half. The other food coupons and tickets would last her family a long time. But she wouldn't admit it.
Wow.
5,500 yuan? Mom, how can your family save so much money? You're outsiders, just working for points every day. With so many people, even if everyone earns full points, you can only save 100 or 2 each year. That's barely enough to get by. But you all look fat as pigs or tofu, and I bet most of your money is spent on snacks. How do you save so much?
Oh.
I know. You want my father-in-law to steal from the house, right? You dare to touch my stepmother's money. I'll tell my maternal grandfather. You all will be caught. Voice cracking. While speaking, Su Chunsheng and Chu Jinrong really arrived. Chun Mianmian watched them happily waving from the pig's back. Being high up gives a good view. She could see everything clearly. My dear dad, you're so confused. You only climbed up because of my stepmother's help, so you're basically a son-in-law. How can you secretly send things to your family instead of staying loyal? Over the years, how much money have you really given? They've saved over 5,000 yuan. Seeing Su Chunsheng's face change, Chun Mianmian kept shouting at Chu Jinrong. My good mom, you are a role model among the women in our community. Everyone envies you for marrying a younger man who depends on you. Now he dares to steal money from the family to support his own family, and in the future, he might even use your money to support another woman or bring home a child. Chu Jinrong's face darkened like a black pot, and her expression showed signs of anger. If she weren't so proud and cold, she might have slapped Su Chunsheng already. I didn't, Jinrong. I really didn't give them any money. The gifts I brought during festivals were all approved by you. Chun Mianmian, don't talk nonsense. You caused so many families to break apart yesterday. Do you want me and your stepmother to divorce today? Su Chunsheng was sweating with worry, wishing he could shut Chun Mianmian up. If he had known someone was coming earlier, he would have pretended not to hear. Chun Mianmian pouted and stuck out her neck, ignoring him. Mom, listen to this scoundrel. He's just making excuses. If he didn't give the money, who did? Did a mouse somehow send it to their home? Hearing this, Su Chunsheng glared angrily at Grandma Su and asked how she saved so much money. Usually when he went home, she kept saying there wasn't enough money and kept asking for more. How did she manage to save all that money? Grandma Su saw her most successful son was angry and felt guilty. She shrank back and hesitated to speak. Seeing this, Su Chunsheng immediately scolded her again. If she didn't explain, he and Jinrong would get a divorce. Yes, we've been getting money from Lu Rulin all these years, Grandma Su said firmly. Lu Rulin is already divorced, and my grandson is my own flesh and blood. The money he earns should be used to support me, his grandmother. There's nothing wrong with that. Lu Rulin is a bad woman, and she doesn't deserve to spend his money. Mam Su's words made Su Chunsheng's face turn completely dark. Over the years, he had made the Su family go after Lu Rulin to control Su Bayan, but he never told them to steal money. He used to think Lu Rulin and Su Juexia's suffering was to make him soften, but he didn't know the truth was like this. Before Su Chunsheng could say anything, Chun Mianmian burst out laughing. Everyone heard it. It was the Su family who stole my husband's money and took it as their own. So what's wrong with me taking it back? And that old woman said they came to steal money. Isn't it okay to accuse them of breaking into the house? Over 5,000 yuan. With that much, they could be sentenced to death. Chun Mianmian's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and her gaze at Mam Su was full of malice. That old woman had bullied her mother-in-law and sister-in-law many times over the years. If she didn't teach her a lesson, she really thought the Su family was invincible. I'm just asking for my grandson's money. What's wrong with that? Without me, he wouldn't be here. You little brat, stop talking nonsense. Chunsheng, look at this little brat. She bullied your mother. Hurry up and let Bowen divorce her. Ma'am Su saw she couldn't argue with Chen Mianmian, so she begged Su Chunsheng for help. But she saw the complicated, accusing look in her son's eyes. Mom, why did you take Roland's money? You took it all. How are their mother and daughter supposed to live? That's because you told us to cause trouble, right? And Lu Ruolin, that useless girl, can she even spend that much money? As the grandmother, I was just keeping it safe. Ma'am Su didn't think she was wrong, and even looked at Su Chunsheng with some grievance. She sat down heavily and started recounting how hard life was in the countryside. Her husband died early, and she had to raise the children almost starving. Now that Su Chunsheng was doing well, he didn't even care about her, his mother. Listening to Ma'am Su's usual words, Su Chunsheng closed his eyes and sighed, feeling more helpless than ever. Chen Mianmian looked at Su Chunsheng's state and sneered disdainfully. Oh, Dad, are you feeling guilty and regretful? Tsk, it was you who bullied my mother-in-law and sister-in-law. Now you're the one feeling sorry. You took the credit, got the benefits, and now you're pretending to be innocent. Who are you trying to fool? The child has died, and you come to milk the cow. You know the pig has climbed the tree, but with your kind of person, I'm glad you're not my real father. Otherwise, I might just send you straight to the crematorium. After saying that, Chen Mianmian turned to look at Grandma Su with a fierce smile. Old and useless. Weren't you just talking about hanging yourself? Come on, I've already tied the rope for you. If you don't come to hang yourself, it's a waste of my effort. Don't run away either. Once the old fool is dead, I'll report it and have you all caught. Even Sister Su and Second Sister Su are waiting inside for you. Chen Mianmian said this as she jumped off the wild boar, trying to drag Grandma Su to hang herself. She was pretty strong, pulling Grandma Su off balance. Help! Help! I won't hang myself. Grandma Su was dragged so hard that 2 marks appeared on the ground. Everyone, come help me. Chen Mianmian is trying to kill me. Hey, don't talk nonsense. You just said you wanted to die earlier. As your granddaughter-in-law, I'm just helping you. Even the king of would praise me for being filial. Chen Mianmian directly pulled Grandma Su under the noose, making her cry and tremble with fear, and she sat down on the ground. I won't die. I don't want to die anymore. Chen Mianmian, you won't have a good ending. Bullying an old lady like me. I'll report you to the military district. And you, Su Bowen, I'll make you all leave the military district. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian shrugged. Go quickly, or you'll turn into a turtle. Chen Mianmian patted her chest. I am the pride of the nation, a newspaper hero who saved pigs, the captain of the military dog team, and a hero who rescued experts. If you have the guts, go report it. See if people believe me or believe you. A heartless, rotten-bellied old fool who's doomed. Listening to Chen Mianmian, Grandma Su gasped heavily and suddenly fainted on the ground. The Su family hurried over in fear, shouting that Chen Mianmian had scared Grandma to death. A bunch of useless people, step aside. I can save her. Grandma Su was obviously pretending, but Chen Mianmian didn't indulge her. I have a special remedy. Just eat some pig manure fresh from the pigsty, and she'll wake up. Come on, I've got some right here. Quickly feed it to Grandma, and she'll definitely wake up. After saying that, she directed the wild boar to defecate on Grandma Su's face. This is my expertise. The wild boar snorted and backed up, looking around nervously, afraid to waste any chance. The Su family wanted to stop it, but the big animal was too strong to push away. Just as the boar was about to gather strength to charge, Grandma Su finally couldn't hold back and sat up. Chen Mianmian, you little brat, don't think I'm afraid of you just because I'm talking like this, she said, then quickly stood up and backed away. Wait until I get home and write a report to the leaders. I'll make sure they kick you and Su Bowen out of the military zone. After saying that, Grandma Su slipped into the crowd and ran off quickly, no longer asking for money. Seeing the most formidable grandma leave, the Su family also hurriedly and sadly left. Mom, brother-in-law, wait for me. Su Sanni, up in the tree, saw everyone running away and quickly slid down, following to leave, afraid the pig would trample her if she was a moment late. Chun Mian crossed her arms and looked at the retreating Su family with a cold snort. People like that are not even worth arguing with. You're just a little trash. After saying that, Chun Mian turned her head to look at Su Chunsheng, whose face was complicated. Don't pretend to be innocent and blind. I will make sure the Su family and you pay for the suffering my mother-in-law and sister-in-law endured. Dear Dad, just wait for endless trouble in the future. As Chun Mian spoke, she smiled brightly, making Su Chunsheng feel cold all over. He believed her words were true. No wonder she had been bothering him lately, she was just seeking revenge. Can you believe I didn't instruct my family to steal money? Su Chunsheng wanted to explain, even though he knew it was useless. Stop talking about useless things. What good does that do? When your wife was being bullied, where were you? When your daughter was beaten and starved, turned into a stutter, where were you? When your son was on a dangerous mission, risking his life, fighting hard, where were you? When they took credit, you ran to the front, and when you threatened Su Bayan, what was your face like? Don't pretend to be a caring father now, it makes me sick. Chun Mian scolded Su Chunsheng mercilessly, then gave Chu Jinrong a contemptuous look before riding her pig home. As soon as she entered, Chun Mian saw Lu Ruolin crying her heart out. Thank you, Mian. Thank you for all these years of protecting me. Lu Ruolin looked very grateful. Since childhood, besides her children, Chun Mian was the only person who always protected her. She finally let out all her built-up resentment. You're my mom. If I don't help you, who will?
Mom, I'm hungry.
I want to eat the sweet cake you made for me. Chun Mian jumped down from the wild boar, ran over, and hugged Lu Ruolin. After she finished crying, she begged to eat the sweet cake. Lu, the caretaker, heard that and quickly stopped crying. She wiped her tears with an apron and went into the kitchen to cook. At lunch, Su Juexia returned from the hospital with a meal for patients. She saw her sister-in-law squatting at the kitchen door, munching on a big sweet cake that was bigger than her head. Wow, Juexia, come eat the sweet cake. It's so good. After dealing with the Su family's issues, they seemed to disappear completely and never came back. Chun Mian learned from their dogs that it was Su Chunsheng who went over that afternoon and argued with someone. It seemed serious, and he said if they caused trouble for Lu Ruolin and Su Juexia again, he wouldn't come back. He told the Su family to take care of themselves. The Su family relied on Su Chunsheng's reputation to get by in the village. If he caused trouble, it would be bad. Grandma Su cried and begged, saying Su Chunsheng was unfilial. Then, Mom, you can go to the military headquarters and report me. Tell them to me of my rank. I'll go back to the countryside to farm with you. Hearing this, Grandma Su immediately stopped crying. Her greatest pride was having a son who was a division commander. If she had to leave in disgrace, she'd rather hang herself. As for Su Sanni and Zhao Guifu, Su Chunsheng said since they were married, they shouldn't cause more trouble. Ernie, Sanni, and Sanni are suffering from their own choices. I won't interfere, and I can't. Now that Chun Mian has General Song and Commander Dong protecting her, and even a military dog team, her position in the army is more important than mine. If you bother her again, I'll be involved too. I asked Sanni if she wanted to get married. It was her own choice, so let her bear the consequences. After speaking, Su Chunsheng threw 100 yuan bill to Grandma Su and left. The Su family was too busy looking at the money to notice that his usual watch was missing. Serves him right. Su Chunsheng abandoned his wife and children, and now he gets to taste what family indifference and selfishness feel like. Chun Mian chuckled as she petted the dog's head, listening to them say that Zhao Guanfu had also been brought back from the hospital. He eats well and drinks well every day and often scolds and hits Su Sanni, which the Su family hears but dares not speak out against. Sometimes he even climbs to the door of the Su house, crying out in pain, and demands they take care of him. If they show any displeasure, he threatens to divorce and report to the police. The Su family is furious, but forced to smile politely. Congratulations to old Zhao for using the law to protect himself. Chun Mian's smile was cold and ruthless. She planned to let them torment each other for a while. Then, when the time was right, she would drive them all out of Chuansong City to keep them from being an eyesore. After giving her family some instructions and leaving a few brave and smart dogs to guard the house, Chen Mianmian took the pig and wolf pups to the military dog team. Every day, she rides the pig and carries the wolf pups to the military district for training, like a daily commute, and teaches the soldiers. In the evening, she rides the pig back home. Her unique look has become a beautiful sight in the military area and the family compound, attracting many children who chase after her to watch. Although the soldiers passing by remain calm, their eyes show eagerness. Who can resist the joy of riding a pig? Dong Bowen and a few injured team members had also been discharged from the hospital. They come to class early every day, leaning on crutches or pushing wheelchairs. Now, the military dog team is fully equipped with over 30 majestic German shepherds, all purebred dogs, showing how dedicated Song Chi Lu is. Chen Mianmian first trains the dogs together until they understand commands, then distributes them to other team members. To ensure good cooperation between people and dogs, she makes them live together in the military dog team's dormitory so they can be with the dogs day and night. There is a strict rule: no abuse of the military dogs. Once they become partners, they are the most reliable allies of the soldiers. If they are mistreated, the dogs will lose trust from the heart. For simple tasks, it's okay, but in life-threatening situations, the difference becomes clear. Everyone, though confused, obediently notes this in the most prominent part of their notebooks. The military dog base is very large, enough for the dogs to train. Every day, they not only complete tasks with a trainer but also do special training like water, fire, biting, pouncing, and crawling. Dong Bowen and others who can't move are given a bunch of materials to memorize. These include first aid knowledge, animal habits, and survival skills in the wild. Are you really going to give us these? Everyone looks at the thick handwritten materials with excitement. These are things they can't learn from books. In today's world, learning a skill usually means finding a master and studying for years to become skilled. But Chen Mianmian actually gives them such valuable materials. Learning these means that even if they don't become soldiers, they can still do well. Of course, I will give them to you. The military dog team will grow bigger, and I can't teach everyone myself. You need to grow up quickly, and when new trainees come, they'll learn from you. Chen Mianmian smirks mischievously, and everyone's eyes light up. This time, Chen brought back many good things. Each person in the dog team gets a gold bar or a treasure. The injured soldiers also get extra support. They are not lacking money. They can't imagine how many more treasures the team leader will bring back in the future. The military dog team will become very successful. Yes, Captain. We will memorize these carefully. As long as we don't die from it, we will memorize them to the end. A few injured soldiers hold the materials tightly, like they've been injected with chicken blood, and study them tirelessly at the military dog base. Other team members also get the best weapons, eat the best meals in the army, and the leftover food is used to feed the dogs and wild boars. Who wouldn't envy and be jealous? Recently, the whole army is preparing for a big competition. The soldiers are all nervous. Those with events practice hard, and those without participate in parade formations, trying to show their best spirit. They absolutely can't lose to other military districts. Everyone is tense, and Chen Mianmian is busier than ever. She trains the young wolves, teaches the team members, selects guide dogs, trains herself physically, and studies the attack patterns of wild boars to turn them into jungle pig teams. No wonder the rooster crows every morning. Now I also want to scream in the morning. I feel like I built the pyramid overnight, all by myself. I'm so tired. Oh heavens, give me a model brother so I can touch his abs to relieve my fatigue. One evening, Chen Mianmian was riding her pig home. The wolf cubs were all asleep. She was so tired, she almost went crazy. Before she could scream, she saw a shadowy figure on the small path. She immediately pulled out a dagger and spoke coldly. "Who's there?"
Come out now.
As she finished speaking, the person from the shadows slowly stepped forward. It was the same handsome, fair face, the same bright eyes, and the red mole at the corner of the eyebrow. It was none other than Su Bayan, whom she hadn't seen for a month. Mian Mian, don't be afraid. It's me. Su Bayan? Is it really you? You're back? Chen Mian Mian's eyes lit up. She quickly climbed down from her wild pig and ran toward him. Haha, I knew it. I am the daughter of heaven. I wanted a model brother, so I brought Su Bayan back to me. While talking, Chen Mianmian dashed forward like a small cannonball. She wanted to stop in front of Su Bayan, but she ran too fast and couldn't stop. Su Bayan looked at Chen Mianmian rushing into his arms. He felt shy and bent down, stretching out his arms to hold her. After being apart for a month, he thought about Chen Mianmian every day. He often washed the bed sheets, and the steel factory workers joked that their little separation was like a new marriage. But there was a good side. When he returned home, he would get a passionate wife. At first, Su Bayan didn't believe it, but now seeing Chen Mianmian so excited, he felt sweet inside, happy that they finally had their first hug. Everything was ready, and Chen Mianmian was close. He felt his shoulders sink. The little wife in front of him suddenly jumped up with his strength and flew over his head. Safe landing, 10 points. Chen Mianmian landed perfectly like a gymnast, happily giving herself a score. Then she turned excitedly to look at Su Bayan.
How was it?
Was my move perfect? I've been training myself lately. Is my jumping and stamina better? Do you think I've grown taller? Su Bayan, what's wrong? You look a bit wilted. Chen Mianmian was talking excitedly when she saw Su Bayan, who had been happy just a moment ago, squatting aside, drawing circles on the ground, looking like a wilted mushroom. Nothing, I just came back overnight and am a little tired. Su Bayan forced a smile and tried to look gentle as he looked at Chen Mianmian. No one in the family understood. They thought it was a first tender hug with his wife, but she only cared about her training results. It's okay. My wife is extraordinary, and her different way of thinking is normal. He believes that with careful companionship, he will give her his whole heart, and someday Mianmian will accept him. You're tired. Why don't you rest at home? When Chen Mianmian heard this, she quickly helped Su Bayan up and led him toward the wild boar. I want to see you right away. Su Bayan could walk himself, but he enjoyed Chen Mianmian's closeness, so he went along with her words. He kept smelling the familiar scent on her, and his heart, which had been empty for a month, finally felt full. He closed his eyes and sighed happily. Seeing him like this, Chen Mianmian thought he was really tired, so she patted the broad back of the wild boar. Hurry up, get on the pig. Su Bayan twitched his mouth and was about to say he didn't need to, but Chen Mianmian pushed him onto the pig. She also climbed on, softly patting the pig to keep it moving. I have a big wild boar I've never ridden before. One day, I suddenly felt like riding it to the market. The wolf pups were sleeping soundly in the net bag. Chen Mianmian was singing a heavily altered nursery rhyme in front, while Su Bayan sat behind her, looking at her with gentle affection. The pig moved steadily, bouncing along like a lullaby. Chen Mianmian was talking about recent events, including fighting the Torn Clothes Gang, messing with the Su family, naming the wolf pups, and various training of the military dog team. Most of the time, Su Bayan didn't speak much. He just listened carefully. When Chen Mianmian turned her head, he sincerely praised her. She responded with even more cheerful stories. But as they neared home, the chattering sound suddenly stopped. Su Bayan looked and saw Chen Mianmian's furry little head slowly falling asleep. It seems she's really exhausted. Su Bayan sighed softly, looked around. No one was nearby, and then looked down at Chen Mianmian, who was swinging gently in his arms. This is my wife. I'm holding her so she won't fall. I guess it's okay, right? He explained to himself, then carefully stretched out his arm and gently touched Chen Mianmian's arm. Chen Mianmian, feeling supported, leaned back naturally and rested more comfortably against his chest. The moment he held her in his arms, Su Bayan smiled happily and slowly tightened his embrace, making Chen Mianmian sleep more peacefully. Mianmian, I have missed you a lot these days, Su Bayan whispered softly, only able to express his feelings when Chen Mianmian was asleep. Now that you're here with me, I think I miss you even more. His gentle murmurs under the quiet moonlight sounded especially tender. Su Bian used to look down on love poems and essays, thinking they were a bit too sentimental. But now, every word and sentence reminded him of Chen Mianmian. He wished the journey home could be longer, so he could hold her a little longer. However, it was frustrating. Not only did the mother pig carry her home carefully, but Lu Rulin was also standing at the door with a flashlight, watching. Seeing them return, she finally relaxed. Mian has fallen asleep. I even cooked her some noodles. Lu Rulin observed that Chen Mian was sleeping soundly and didn't want to wake her. Bian, you can carry Mian back to sleep. I'll send the mother pig and the wolf pups back. Su Bian nodded and gently carried her back into the house like a treasure. Su Juexia had already prepared the bedding in advance. Knowing Chen Mian loved cleanliness and never wore outside clothes to sleep, he carefully took off her outerwear while holding her. Although they had shared a bed for a while, and he had seen her sleep in a tank top before, this was his first time doing it himself, and he felt a bit shy. From her earlobes to her fair, handsome face and neck, her cheeks were all flushed. He trembled slightly as he took off her uniform, both eager for her to wake and afraid she would think he was a bad person. Finally, after removing her clothes, sweat soaked through his back, making him feel more nervous than disarming a bomb. He gently placed her in the bed, then washed her clothes outside and fetched warm water from the kitchen to wipe her face and hands. Watching her sleep more relaxed, his heart softened. Good night. Wife Chen Mian slept peacefully all night and woke up to see Su Bian sleeping soundly beside her, her eyes brightening instantly. Oh no, last night I said I wanted to see Model G's abs, and now here they are. So, Chen Mian quietly moved closer. Before her hand could reach out, Su Bian opened his eyes. His usually bright and sharp eyes now looked sleepy and a little dazed from just waking up. He looked more youthful and even more attractive. Good morning. I fell asleep last night and didn't get a chance to check your wounds. Come on, take off your clothes, and I'll examine you. Chen Mian didn't mind being caught. She just smiled happily and decided to be open about it. As long as she was not shy, she wouldn't feel embarrassed. Su Bian blinked, fully waking up. Hearing Chen Mian's words, he sat up without hesitation and took off his tank top, revealing his strong body and muscles. Chen Mian's eyes lit up. She almost drooled over his physique, but still focused on checking his wounds. Most of the stitches had healed. Looking at the various scars on Su Bian's body, Chen Mian thought about how he had been risking his life to climb higher over the years. Knowing Su Bian had to report to the military headquarters, Chen Mian didn't delay. She just enjoyed the view and planned to tease him more later when she had the chance. After Chen Mian left the bed, Su Bian quickly put his clothes back on. Though he seemed calm, his skin was slightly pink. At the dining table, Su Bian said he also wanted to join the military competition. Sister-in-law, you probably don't know, but my brother got third place last time in the competition. Su Juexia, when mentioning Su Bian's performance, looked proud. Her brother was really impressive, and of course, her sister-in-law was even more so. Su Bian's last competition was 3 years ago, when he was only 21. He was not satisfied with third place. This time, he was confident he could win first. Chen Mian looked at him with admiration. Out of 20,000 soldiers in the Northern Military District, Su Bian managed to get third place. Amazing! What events are you signing up for? I'll cheer for you. Obstacle course, fighting, rapid descent from cliffs, 100-meter cliff descent, shooting, and a friendly soccer match. Chen Mian had read about the military competitions from the 1960s. The soldiers were incredible, flying close to the ground, climbing walls with their bare hands, like playing. Hearing about Su Bian's events, she said she definitely would go to watch. The football matches became even more fun. Not only did 10 teams from the Northern Military District compete, but other military districts also brought their teams to join the games. At first, it seemed like friendly competition, but in reality, it was a rivalry. The atmosphere during the matches was very intense. Everyone was eager to fight after the game. Chun Mian listened with increasing excitement. Old Chu told her not to cause trouble, but he didn't stop her from enjoying the game. She wore her military uniform and watched quietly. Maybe that was the best way. The two quickly finished dinner. Chun Mian rode her pig with the wolf cubs to the training base. She had wanted to invite Su Bian to come along, but he politely declined, riding his bicycle instead. Riding a pig was easy, but he wasn't used to it. After Su Bian returned, he didn't go out again. Every day, besides the regular training, he added extra practice for himself. Even though he spent so much time in the sun, Su Bian didn't get darker. In contrast, Chun Mian had been training so hard that she darkened by 2 shades. Lu Rulin felt sorry for her. She made delicious food in different ways every day, and Chun Mian's clothes and pants became too short. Mian, I made you some new clothes. Try them on. On a rare day off, Chun Mian slept in lazily. Lu Rulin brought over a pile of clothes. There were a shirt with a Peter Pan collar, a plaid suspender skirt, and comfortable pants. Chun Mian looked at the clothes with wide eyes. Mom, you made so many clothes. Won't you stay up all night? Lu Rulin was diligent and clean. She was busy every day. How did she find time to make so many clothes? Did you sleep, Xia? Did you make them yourself? It's summer, you should make a couple of outfits for yourself. There's a martial arts competition coming up, and Bian said some friends will visit. You should dress up. Yes, I made them. I'll make yours next, Lu Rulin said, a little uneasy. Try them on first. If they don't fit, I'll fix them. Chun Mian didn't doubt her. She tried each piece on, and they all looked beautiful. Mom, your sewing skills have improved. The craftsmanship and fit are so good, you could sell them at the supply store. In the mirror, Chun Mian's lively figure appeared. The skinny, sad frog look she had when she first dressed up was gone. Not only had she gained weight back to a normal body shape, but she also finally grew 2 centimeters taller. The future looks bright. Lu Rulin looked at the clothes, which were very nice, and smiled as she left. While Chun Mian was still admiring herself inside, she quietly slipped out of the yard. The gate opposite gently opened, and Dong Qingqiu looked at her with anticipation. How is it? Does Mian like the clothes? Very pretty. Mian likes them a lot. Lu Rulin described how Chun Mian was dressed, then asked curiously, You worked so these, why do you say I made them? Lu Rulin rarely told lies. It was the first time she kept a secret from her daughter-in-law, and she felt a bit embarrassed. Dong Qingqiu sighed and shook her head. She knew that if Chun Mian found out she made those clothes, she wouldn't wear any of them. The pain and resentment from 19 years couldn't disappear overnight. Dong Qingqiu realized that now, besides trying her best to make up for it, she didn't deserve her daughter's forgiveness. Since Mian disliked her, she decided not to appear much. As long as her daughter liked something, she would quietly support her. Lu Rulin opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. She felt heartbroken seeing the scars on her daughter-in-law. Even in this hot weather, she didn't wear short sleeves. She also remembered when they first met, her daughter-in-law was so thin like a little monkey. It was clear how hard her life had been. Lu Rulin didn't have the right to forgive her daughter-in-law. She only hoped Mian could be happy. So, helping Dong Qingqiu by delivering things was already her limit. They talked for a while longer. Dong Qingqiu asked Lu Rulin to teach her how to cook some of Mian's favorite dishes, hoping she could make them for her daughter someday. She had been married for many years. Either when Heping cooked or the housemaid helped. When one Jianya was sick, her cooking wasn't good, and she didn't try to improve her skills. She just wanted to get by until the maid returned. Now, she truly wanted to learn properly. Chun Mian didn't know about all this. Recently, she had been busy training dogs. Plus, the specialist who was treating Wen Jianya finally had time and traveled to Chuansong City. She brought the prepared treatment plan and various necessary equipment to participate in Wen Jianya's rehabilitation therapy. He was a talented person needed by the country. The doctors paid great attention to his surgery. They didn't expect him to recover completely, but at least he could stand up and regain some of his former abilities. At first, the doctors didn't think much of Chun Mian. They saw her as an outsider, a dog trainer, and wondered why she was discussing treatment plans with them. But when Chen Mianmian confidently and smoothly finished explaining her plan, everyone became excited. She revealed new treatment ideas that no one had thought of before. Many people felt enlightened, as if a light had been turned on, and it seemed there was now a clear direction for treating difficult orthopedic cases. In the following days, Chen Mianmian discussed details with the experts, designed tools and braces, and after repeated practice and simulations, they finally prepared to take Wen Jianya into the operating room. Chen Mianmian, not a doctor, assisted from the side during the surgery. Before anesthesia, Wen Jianya watched her focus figure. Her face was mostly covered by a large mask, leaving only her bright eyes visible. He was nervous at first, but now he felt more at ease. Mianmian, you are my savior. From now on, I will do whatever I can to repay you, even if it means risking everything. Hearing this, Chen Mianmian turned to look at him, smiling softly. Okay. Once you're better, give me your wheelchair. I want to practice drifting with it. When Jianya's surgery took a total of 36 hours, with several different doctors taking turns. Orthopedic surgery isn't just about cutting with a scalpel. They used hammers, axes, and electric drills. Seeing the strong biceps of the doctors, Chen Mianmian swallowed hard. No wonder orthopedic patients are so obedient. Doctors have both medical skills and some fighting ability. They broke the bones that had healed improperly, then reassembled them with steel nails. Using modern surgical techniques she learned, after when Jianya was taken out of the operating room, the doctors wore proud and confident smiles. Director Wen, don't worry. Your son's surgery was very successful. Although this was our first attempt with this method, I have a good feeling he will stand up again. When Heping specially took leave to stay with Wen Jianya during the surgery, he sat outside the operating room for the entire procedure. Hearing the doctor's words, his eyes turned red, and he choked up, unable to speak for a moment. Chen Mianmian, feeling her arms ache from the effort, came out. Earlier, the senior doctors had been exhausted, so she also helped by swinging a large hammer. Orthopedic work really isn't for the faint-hearted. Just as she was about to yawn, her mouth opened, but her hand was suddenly grabbed tightly. Thank you so much, Mingming. If it weren't for you, Jianya would be finished now, when Heping gently trembled as he held Chen Mingming's hand. From now on, you are my own daughter. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will pick them for you. Chen Mingming yawned and froze in place, watching this honest man cry with tears and snot. She couldn't help but feel touched. This is what parental love feels like. When Jianya is very lucky to have a caring father and a kind stepmother. Only she and the original girl are unloved and ignored by their parents. No need. Being my parents wouldn't end well. I helped him because he is valuable to the country and because he shouldn't just die like that. Chen Mingming's words were clear. Her feelings weren't for Dong Qingqiu or Wen Heping. Wen Heping's eyes darkened with sadness. He nodded sadly, realizing his wish to have a daughter might have to wait. But he didn't lose hope. He took out two things from his pocket. One was a pen that looked like a real one but was actually a gun that could fire one bullet. It was useless after that, but it was a good tool for a quick attack in self-defense. The other was a tightly wrapped bundle of money, smelling of ink and coins. I'm not sure what you like, Mingming. This is some money I seized from spies before. I kept it for no use. I heard you like it, so I give it to you. And this money, don't think it's little. It's what I've saved over the years. You helped Jianya with your strength, and I have nothing to repay you with. Take this money and buy some good food. Chen Mingming's eyes widened, and she twitched her lips. There was at least 1,000 yuan here, and he told her not to mind if it was little? Such generosity. But honestly, when Heping had given her both things she loved. Haha, who wouldn't like having more money? Ah, Uncle Wen, you're too kind. With this money, I wouldn't just help my brother stand up, I'd even be happy to take care of him during his confinement. Chen Mingming held the money in one hand and played with the pen and gun in the other, her eyes shining brightly, as if she had just taken a shot of adrenaline. No need. As long as you like it, when Heping was used to Chen Mingming's somewhat wild way of speaking. Your brother has gone to the ward. I'll go see him first. Later, I'll take you home. Seeing Wen Heping worried about his son, and trying to chat with her despite his concern, Chen Mingming waved her hand, urging him to go quickly, saying she could go home on her own. At that moment, Su Bian came over carrying 2 lunchboxes. Seeing the sweat on his forehead, it was probably from running during a break from training. Mian Mian, the surgery is over?
How are you?
Are you tired? Mom made some mung bean soup to help you cool down. Drink some quickly. You've lost weight these past few days. In the past few days, Chen Mian had been busy discussing treatment plans and hadn't gone home. Lu Rulin was worried she wasn't eating well, so she made food for Su Bian to bring. After several days apart, Su Bian finally saw his wife. His eyes were full of worry and care. Chen Mian felt warm inside from all the concern. Seeing this, she realized someone was thinking of her. The surgery was very successful. One Jianya can't walk quickly yet, but he can take care of himself and stand up and walk. Actually, the surgery was just the first step. There would be follow-up checkups and rehabilitation. During these checkups, doctors would carefully peel away tissues and muscles stuck to the bones, which was quite painful, almost like torture. Just thinking about it made her scalp tingle. Su Bian also felt relieved that when Jianya's surgery was successful. Such a young person, who usually stayed in his room like a ghost, was truly unfortunate. Since Chen Mian was fine now, Su Bian wasn't in a hurry to leave. The two of them sat in the hospital garden, finishing all the food and mung bean soup in the 2 lunchboxes. Burp, has Mom been experimenting with new recipes lately? The braised pork tastes a bit different from her usual. Su Bian didn't know that Lu Rulin was teaching Dong Qingqiu how to cook. He said he didn't know, but he planned to ask later. What's there to ask? The taste is pretty good. If I ask and Mom thinks I don't like it, what will she do? It's not easy for her to cook in this hot weather. Hearing Chen Mian care about Lu Rulin, a bigger smile appeared in Su Bian's eyes. From now on, I'll learn to cook too. Just tell me what flavors you like. Su Bian could cook, but only enough to eat. He couldn't make it spicy or delicious. But if Chen Mian liked it, he would definitely learn to improve. Chen Mian loved how he would seriously try to cook just from a casual remark. She looked up at his handsome face, which she hadn't seen in days. Seeing no one around, she leaned in and playfully blew a breath into his ear. Then I'll trouble my Captain Su. The brief, intimate moment made Su Bian's heart race. His ears turned red, and the sparkle in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Even when standing up and walking, she moved awkwardly, which made Chen Mian laugh out loud. It's so fun to tease someone who is usually calm and composed. Su Bian enjoyed the walk home with Chen Mian, but recently he was preparing for a military competition. He didn't even go inside his house, and hurriedly headed back to the army. Chen Mian changed her clothes, slept for an hour, then got up, rode her pig, and took the wolf cubs to the base. From the moment she entered the gate, Chen Mian felt that the people passing by looked at her strangely. It wasn't out of malice, but like a storm was coming, exciting and tense. She couldn't understand what was happening at first, but she didn't care. When she arrived at the base, she finally understood. Who the heck dug such a deep hole for me? Are they trying to make an independent zone for the military? Chen Mian looked at the long, wide trench at the base entrance, 2 meters wide and 4 meters deep. At first, she thought she was still sleepy and seeing things. But after rubbing her eyes, the deep trench, like a moat, was still there, and suddenly it made a sharp, loud noise. People inside the base heard Chen Mian's voice and hurried out. They saw her grinning foolishly. Captain, you're back. This trench was dug starting the day you went to the hospital. 1 battalion, 3 shifts, and they managed to surround our base in just a few days. Listening to everyone, Chen Mian looked further out. Sure enough, the entire base was surrounded by connected trenches. In the farthest corner, there was a small gate just big enough for one person to pass through, probably to prevent her from releasing wild boars. Why didn't you come to find me? Why did you just let them dig? Zhao Mingji blinked and looked at Chen Mian with a sad expression, wiping his tears. Master, you said before that if someone lower rank than us attacked, we should fight back directly. If they are higher rank, we wait for you to come back and avenge us. The lion tiger, master, the deputy commander is bullying us. You have to stand up for us. We want to fight back. If not, they'll punish us and replace us with new trainers. Actually, Zhao Mingji didn't need to say it. Chen Mianmian could guess that this was Chu Zheng's doing. To prevent her from causing trouble during the competition, he directly made her base independent and autonomous, right? Fine, very good. You all did the right thing. It's stupid to fight head-on if you don't have the strength. Just wait and see. Chen Mianmian was so angry her teeth itched. She threw the wolf cubs one by one. Soon, she planned to go to the military headquarters to make a fuss. Wow, this is fun. Mom, I want more. Flying high. Mom, throw it again. The little wolf pups are quite happy, each excitedly yipping in Zhao Mingji's arms. Chen Mianmian rolls her eyes, telling them to behave and play with the guide dogs she brought out. She rides a pig straight into the military headquarters. Everyone who sees her gasps in surprise. Quick, a wild pig is inside. Drive it out. Wow, look at Chen Mianmian. She must be here to cause trouble for the deputy commander. Hide quickly, let's watch the fun later. Since the military dog base was dug into a deep pit, everyone has been waiting for Chen Mianmian to return. It seems that ever since she arrived, the military zone has become lively and full of energy. Under the curious gazes of the dogs, Chen Mianmian marches up to the second-floor deputy commander's office. With a loud bang, the door is kicked open by the wild pig. Old Chu Deng, why did you block the base? If you don't give me a good explanation today, I'll bury you. As soon as she enters, Chen Mianmian starts shouting. Only after she finishes does she realize there are guests in the office. Two elderly men, around 60, both high-ranking officers, one a deputy commander, the other a full division commander. They were supposed to be having tea, but they didn't notice when Chen Mianmian rode in on the pig and the teacup spilled. Chu Zheng's face darkens even more. Crazy Chen, I have guests. Wait a moment, I'll explain to you later. Chu Zheng didn't expect Chen Mianmian to return so quickly. Now it's embarrassing and other military districts will be laughing at them. I don't want to wait. Why should I give you time? Why did you block my military dog base? I've contributed a lot to the military zone. Is this how you treat me? How about the military zone? How about the person who's praised as half the sky? I want an explanation, but even the dogs won't listen. The fish pond on the east side of the military zone is assigned to your military dog base. As Chu Zheng's calm voice finishes, Chen Mianmian immediately jumps down from the pig, bowing politely. Listen, the dogs don't listen to me, but they listen to my grandfather's teachings. You can take your time with your guests. I'll go stay with my grandfather for a while. Hee, enjoy your tea, everyone. After saying this, Chen Mianmian skillfully takes the donkey-shaped pastry and mung bean cake from Chu Zheng's desk. Chu Zheng tries to stop her, but Chen Mianmian glares, signaling that if he doesn't let go, she'll start causing a scene. Finally, Chu Zheng had no choice but to let go of the item. Chen Mianmian happily clutched it in her hand, made a heart sign towards Chu Zheng, and left the office with the wild boar, running to Song Chulia's place. Grandpa, your cute and mischievous granddaughter is back.
Haha.
Look, I bought some snacks just for you. Let's eat together. Listening to Chen Mianmian's crazy words in the corridor, Chu Zheng forced a stiff fake smile and exchanged a wary look with the wild boar. The wild boar seemed to switch on some switch, then lay down, raised its back, and blinked at Chu Zheng. Although Chu Zheng didn't understand pig language, he strangely understood what it meant. He covered his aching head, cursed Chen Mianmian's ancestors in his mind, then looked up and nodded at the two deputy commanders of the military district. Come, continue drinking tea. That girl has a bit of a crazy streak. She loves to drink pig milk and always carries some around. He chuckled, trying to hide his amusement. Is that Long Commander Song's unconventional recruit, Chen Mianmian? She really seems to be a talented person who doesn't follow the usual rules. Zhang Songa smiled, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, tall and straight, looking like a university professor. Who would have thought that during the battle in the northwest, he led a whole regiment to seize a city from the enemy. Now, seeing Chun Mian like this, he found it quite interesting. Haha, only that old guy Song Chulu could do something like this, Wu Qing, the deputy commander of the Central Plains Military District, snorted. You're the only one who can tolerate him. I would have pulled him down long ago. Chu Zheng raised an eyebrow and looked at Wu Qing. Back then, Wu Qing was his rival in love. Wu Qing graduated from military school, had a good family background, and fell in love at first sight with Shin Meijin. He pursued her fiercely, but Song Chulu, a rough guy from the countryside, got ahead of him. He was so angry that over the years, whenever he saw Song Chulu, he would pick a fight or try to step on him. I'm already this age. I don't have the energy for endless scheming. Besides, Chulu is doing pretty well. Chu Zheng lowered his head to drink tea, hiding the sarcasm in his eyes. Although he and Song Chulu also had conflicts and fought in secret over the years, he wasn't stupid. He wouldn't embarrass himself in front of outsiders. Wu Qing and Zhang Songa exchanged glances, knowing they couldn't dig up any dirt on Song Chulu, so they focused on drinking tea peacefully. In less than 10 minutes, the two of them said goodbye and left. It was a rare visit, and they planned to see some other old friends. Moreover, the office was small, and there was a pig grunting nearby, so no one could sit comfortably. By the way, I brought some good seedlings. Let's have a friendly competition and exchange ideas, said Zhang Songa as he approached the door. He left this message before leaving. Chu Zheng rolled his eyes. Everyone knew Zhang Songa was kind on the outside but tough inside. The soldiers he brought along weren't easy to get along with. Sharing ideas might just reveal their secrets. When the office was empty, Chu Zheng finally relaxed, though not completely. He turned his head and saw the pig standing up and wobbling over to the coffee table, drinking the leftover tea from Zhang Songa and Wu Qing.
Chun Mian.
Come here and take your pig away. Chu Zheng was heartbroken. That was his treasured tea set, only brought out for guests. Now the pig had trampled all over it. How could he use it again? Coming. Grandpa, I've finished talking, Chen Mian said with a mischievous smile as she ran over. Seeing her pig drinking tea, she was so happy. Grandpa, you're too stingy. I left you such a big guardian, and you don't even give him some water. Chun Mian ignored Chu Zheng's dark face and started feeding the pig with a teapot. After pouring the tea, she even let the pig eat the tea leaves. She made sure not to leave anything for Chu Zheng. Quick, get this thing out of here. Chu Zheng clutched his chest, worried he might get so angry he'd burst. It's fine to take it away, but tell me, why did you give up my base? I'm just a law-abiding girl who follows the rules. You're being a bit too cautious with me, aren't you? Chun Mian said, making Chu Zheng laugh in frustration. Law-abiding? Following rules? Does she even have any morals? It's nothing serious. Your base is like this during the competition. Just promise not to cause trouble, and when I drain the fish pond later, I'll assign a squad to help you. How about I buy some fish from the market at the military district? The military district's large fish pond is very big. Every year, they release a batch of fish fry and let nature take its course. Near winter, they drain the water to catch fish, providing food for everyone and helping to strengthen their bodies. Chu Zheng said this, which is basically giving the benefits of the fish pond to Chen Mian. How could she not be happy? Cough, Chen Mian said, smiling so much her lips couldn't stop curling. That's agreed then. The rights to use the pond are also ours. I plan to use it to train the military dogs. In the hot summer, the military dogs and wild boars are very uncomfortable. Recently, Chen Mian has been watering the ground with tap water to cool down. With the fish pond, the dogs and pigs will have a good place to stay.
Chu Zheng noted that.
If he hadn't already prepared for this exchange, he wouldn't dare dig a trench so easily. Otherwise, this crazy girl might have turned his office upside down. Chun Mian felt happy now, but her big eyes spun around. She grabbed a pen from the table and started writing. When Chu Zheng saw the word contract at the top, he felt nervous. It's not that he was feeling guilty. It's because last time he signed a document making the military dog base self-managed, and he regretted it for days, unable to sleep. This time, after Chen Mianmian finished writing, Chu Zheng carefully read it at least 3 times. Besides the ownership of the fish pond and the promises made earlier, Chen Mianmian also mentioned that if someone voluntarily enters the military dog base and causes trouble, the base is not responsible. What do you mean? You don't think someone might cause trouble at your military dog base?
Chu Zheng asked.
Chen Mianmian shrugged. Who knows? You say I shouldn't cause trouble, but if someone goes there voluntarily and something happens, you can't blame me. She's never the one to cause trouble intentionally. Still, people keep coming to her. The contract already states everything clearly, so Chu Lao doesn't have an excuse to deny it later. Chu Zheng rehearsed this in his mind many times. He already notified the military district. No one foolish enough would go there. Other military districts aren't fools either. With such a big trench there, if someone deliberately causes trouble, they deserve it. Thinking this way, Chu Zheng finally relaxed and signed his name. Chen Mianmian, worried, asked him to stamp his official seal, which represented his deputy commander role. Now he can't deny it. With the contract signed, Chen Mianmian ate and drank happily. Then she wiped her mouth, rode a pig, and left the office building. After they left, Chu Zheng and the others looked at the pig footprints on the ground and the cup with pig saliva on it, feeling even more headache. So he wrapped 2 cups with a handkerchief and went to Song Chulia's office next door. Chulu, I brought you 2 cups. You can use these for tea instead of always using your broken porcelain teapot that makes me look bad. Chen Mianmian didn't notice Chu Zheng's sneaky little moves. She happily rode her pig toward the base. Passing by the training ground, she turned her head and saw rows of soldiers training with their shirts off. Under the sunlight, strong and fit soldiers were sweating. Except for a few who looked very thin, most had broad shoulders and narrow waists, with well-defined chest and abdominal muscles. Men are men, haha, but the most eye-catching was Su Bian. Among the dark, shiny skin, he was surprisingly fair and bright. With his quick and agile movements, he climbed over a high wall without any tools. He grabbed the wall cracks and pulled himself up. His legs swung easily, relying on his arm strength. His sturdy arm muscles were tense, full of power and wild beauty. Chen Mianmian was originally admiring the men's physiques, but gradually, she was drawn to Su Bian's figure. He climbed the high wall, grabbed the rope at the top, and without pausing, jumped down. He rolled along the ground with the momentum, all smooth and graceful. Chen Mianmian thought she might not be faster than him if she jumped down now. At that moment, she finally understood the value of Su Bian's 3rd place in the military competition. He was incredible. Su Bian was confident and fierce, like a sharp sword unsheathed, shining brightly. Chen Mianmian's heart was pounding just watching him. Wow, I'm getting fired up too. Chen Mianmian clenched her fist. He's so amazing, I can't fall behind. I'll have a contest at the military dog base too. They had been training for a while, so it was time to test the team's progress. Plus, with the wild boar's attack formations, they could try real combat. Old Chu wouldn't let her go out to play, but she still kept busy at the base. Thinking this, Chen Mianmian was full of energy, urging the wild boars to hurry back. Just as she turned to leave the training ground, Su Bian also looked over. His figure riding the pig was unique and eye-catching. Su Bian noticed something when Chen Mianmian came over. He had just trained until he was exhausted and had no strength left, but to show his ability in front of the person he liked, he forced himself to go again. He endured the bitter taste in his mouth and listened to everyone's surprised exclamations about his incredible stamina, pretending to be calm and relaxed. His only thought was, did my wife see clearly? If not, I can do it again. Chen Mianmian didn't know what was going on inside Su Bian's mind. After returning to the base and sharing the good news about the fish pond belonging to them, she announced that their base would also hold a competition. Master, there are only 15 of us, and 4 are injured. What's there to compete for? Zhao Mingji had wanted that fish pond for a long time. Now he was eager to take Hallie inside and work hard. Chen Mianmian gave him a cold look and continued. This competition will test all the skills you've learned recently, including but not limited to knowledge tests, practical exercises, teamwork, and first aid drills. The first place in each event can choose a prize from the storage room. If you win 2 first places, you can pick 2 prizes. And so on. Of course, you can choose not to participate, in which case your rank will be the lowest, and you will enter a 1-month probation period. Why not participate? Zhao Mingji admitted his voice was a bit loud earlier. It's not that I like the gold bars or pistols in the storage room. I just enjoy the thrill of fierce competition, yeah? Yeah, Captain, we love the feeling of training until we're about to die. Everyone had been with Qin Mianmian for so long that they had learned to be slick and persuasive, even if they hadn't learned much else. Seeing how much smarter they had become compared to when they first arrived, Qin Mianmian smiled slightly.
Good.
She didn't want any useless members in her team. With tempting rewards in sight, everyone was full of energy, either training hard or on their way to improve. Chen Mianmian looked at the deep trench outside the base. Old Chu Ding was supposed to have it dug open. Sooner or later, she would make him ask her to fill it in. Lost in thought, 8 wolf pups ran over and bit her pant leg. Chen Mianmian crouched down and petted each one, preparing for today's training. Little ones, today we're going to learn a new skill. You're already 2 months old, so you can't drink milk anymore. If I see anyone going to the nanny to drink milk again, I will punish you. Of course, you're not allowed to go find dogs to eat with. Remember one thing, you are wolves. Wolves travel 1,000 miles to eat meat, not. Mom, I want to go out and play, Mom, I also want to go out and play, I want to fly, Mom. The wolf cubs are the most mischievous at this time. 8 little mouths gather around Chen Mianmian calling Mom, making her feel like her head is going to explode. Probably, that's why Grandpa Gourd Baby was captured by the monster in the first place. We don't have to go out to play. Look at what Mom made for you. Chen Mianmian takes out a row of skateboards from the storage. They are basically skateboards with different sized handles attached, controlled by wheels underneath. Big Dog uses this so the wolf cubs can sit behind and enjoy the ride. Of course, with the dogs around, she also remembers the team members. Her own skateboard was envied by everyone for a long time. Later, she made one for Su Chunsheng. The girl is very determined, practicing in the yard whenever she has free time, recently challenging various aerial tricks. Even her thin arms and legs have become a bit stronger recently, which is very encouraging. Everyone watched Su Chunsheng and Chen Mianmian skate around, feeling very jealous. Those expectant eyes just looked at her every day like floodlights, silent but full of hope. Finally, she had no choice but to ask Song Chiuli to customize a batch of wheels for the team members and dogs. Wow, Captain, are these for us? Ha. Thank you, Captain. You are the best, Captain. Our admiration for you is like a never-ending river, unceasing and vast. Master, you are like my adoptive parent. I will definitely be more filial to you than to my own father. Everyone looked at the brand new skateboards, happily dancing and praising Chen Mianmian with a flood of compliments. They praised her so much that her tail almost wagged to the sky, making all her effort to practice with a skateboard late into the night worthwhile. All right, the skateboards are for you. If you don't skate well, don't say it's my military dog team. With these skateboards, remember, if you can't win, run away. Then come back to get reinforcements. Do you hear me? The rope should be carried with you at all times. When you find something good, tie it to your skateboard and bring it back. Chen Mianmian repeated the team's rule and patiently taught them how to master skateboarding. Hey, it's pretty easy. Watch me. Move aside quickly, Hallie, stay away from me. Where there are men, there is competition. Everyone grabbed their skateboards and tried hard to be the first to learn, but as expected, they fell badly. Usually quick and agile soldiers were now clumsy. Some even bumped into each other face to face, almost getting hurt, and they were so scared they kept their distance. Chen Mianmian watched them and laughed so hard she almost fell over. It was way more fun than watching TV. Meanwhile, the 4 injured people who couldn't skate looked on, anxious to join in because they saw how happy everyone was. Lazy legs, get better soon. Dong Bowen pinched his thigh, grimacing in pain, but he was so happy looking at his brand new skateboard. This was a gift from his older sister. He promised himself to learn well. He just didn't know how his grandpa was doing at Hishang village. He hoped the Chen family would get what they deserved. That day, everyone at the base was busy learning to skate. Not only people but dogs were trying too. Yes, Chen Mianmian saw a short video before where dogs looked really cool skating. Now that she had the chance, why not give it a try? It wasn't for anything else, just to look cooler outside when she was focused. Time flew by quickly. Before she knew it, it was almost dark. Chen Mianmian turned around and saw Su Bian standing nearby. He looked a little red-faced from the sun, dressed in a neat military uniform, handsome and spirited. When he saw Chen Mianmian noticing him, he smiled and showed a row of white, neat teeth. In that moment, all her fatigue disappeared. Sure enough, experts were right. Looking at handsome guys keeps you young. Let's go. Mom is waiting with dinner. Chen Mianmian whistled to signal everyone to stop and rest with their dogs. She then took the wolf pups and the pig away. On the way, she kept talking to Su Bian about what happened today, especially about the deep ditch in front of the base. She was determined to make Chu Zheng cry and beg her to fill it in. Su Bian responded seriously all along, occasionally sharing some of his training results. Su Bian, you're really amazing. You climbed over such a tall wall with just your hands. That's so impressive. I used to think the phrase flying rooftops and walking walls was a bit exaggerated, but after seeing you, I realize it's a realistic skill. Chen Mianmian kept praising Su Bian, imagining his agile movements during training, making her words flow nonstop and causing Su Bian's neck to turn red from embarrassment. Her hands didn't know where to rest, so she simply cuddled the wolf cubs in her arms, feeling more at ease. Mom, Dad is holding me too tight, let me go. Mom, I want Mom to hold me. Mom, I feel a little dizzy. I want to bite, playfully, him. He's holding the great wolf team. 8 chubby wolf cubs were cuddled in Su Bian's arms, squished together, with half of their bodies hanging in the air. The wolf cubs felt uncomfortable, so they twisted the hanging part into a fan shape. Chen Mianmian listened to the wolf cub's complaints and helplessly asked Su Bian to leave one cub in her arms while placing the others on the wild boar's back. Su Bian realized the wolf cubs didn't like being held, and his handsome face turned even redder. After putting them down, he kept only the most obedient one. By the way, many military districts will visit in the next few days. The Northwest Military District has a connection with Commander Zhao, and since they usually get along well, they tend to be friendly. The Central Military Districts, however, had some conflicts before, so their relationship isn't very good. This time, it's probably just competition, so be careful not to suffer losses. And the Sichuanshu Military District, don't believe anything they say. Su Bian briefly explained the relationships between the various military districts to Chen Mianmian. Some are allied units, some are rivals, and others are outright enemies. It's said that during the years of war, these conflicts over resources and territory left behind issues that still cause clashes whenever they meet. Chen Mianmian nodded, but at the end, she raised an eyebrow with curiosity, her eyes filled with suspicion. This person never talks about others in this tone. Could there be some romantic story behind it? Seeing Chen Mianmian's expression, Su Bian guessed she had figured it out. He thought that rather than letting others talk about it, it was better to be honest himself. So, Su Bian put down a scroll, stood at attention in a military stance, and explained what had happened earlier as if reporting. It turned out that 2 years ago, Su Bian was assigned a mission to assist in combat in the Sichuanshu military district, during which he saved a female soldier. Su Bian is handsome and talented. Such a young, successful person easily won the heart of the female soldier, who then pursued him passionately. For 5 months, Su Bian remained indifferent. He avoided the female soldier and anyone else of the opposite as much as possible. When he finished his tasks, he would leave quietly. After I return, she still writes me letters. This year, she even said the military district competition will come. Mianmian, I have never been close to any other girl, nor have I given any signals that I was interested in dating. I'm afraid they might say things to trick you. Su Bian looked at Mian Mian with cautious eyes, speaking softly. I'm afraid you might not want me. When Mian Mian heard Su Bian's story, she felt like laughing. Is that all? With Su Bian's qualities, it's strange if no girl liked him. But he was just being chased by a girl. She thought it was some earth-shattering, once-in-a-lifetime love story. Don't worry. As long as you don't have other female friends, sisters, or past loves, I won't leave you. If someone comes to bother me, we'll see if she can handle it. Seeing Mian Mian smiling happily, Su Bian felt relieved but also a bit disappointed. He actually hoped Mian Mian would get angry with him, so he could feel she cared more. Suddenly, his hand was pulled, and a pink floral hair tie appeared on his wrist. Mian Mian's ponytail fell loose, and she looked at him with a gentle smile.
This is a token for you.
If a girl tries to pursue you in the future, just show her this. Put on my hair tie to show you're taken. Remember, a man's fidelity is the best dowry. I absolutely won't accept a second-hand yellow cucumber. Su Bian looked at the hair tie on his wrist. His eyes, which had dimmed with disappointment earlier, immediately brightened. It seemed his wife still cared about him. Besides his mother and sister, whenever he saw a girl, he would run 100 meters to avoid trouble, never letting his wife get angry. Seeing Su Bian's restrained happiness, Mian Mian thought he was both innocent and adorable. She couldn't bear to give him to someone else. At home, Lu Rulin saw Mian Mian with her hair down and thought she had lost her hair tie again. She took out a bunch of leftover fabric scraps from her room. These were leftover pieces from making clothes, wrapped with black elastic bands. They looked nice and were convenient. Su Juexia and Mian Mian both liked them. Mian Mian, look, your military uniform is ready.
Try it on and see if it fits.
While speaking, Lu Rulin brought out a set of military clothes. Previously, Chen Mian Mian had requested a uniform, but she was too small, and even the smallest size was too loose, so it was returned for alterations. Now, she has changed into a suitable uniform, neatly styled her hair, and her lively eyes and sharp features match her straight, tall posture. She looks very brave and confident. She looks just as impressive as the strong women in the army. Tomorrow I will wear this to the military base.
Ha ha.
I am officially part of the military now. Chen Mian Mian happily spins around, and everyone in the family smiles warmly at her. The next morning, Chen Mian Mian, dressed in her uniform, confidently heads to the base. To look more coordinated, she also carefully styles her hair and wears a hat, looking neat and capable. When they arrive at the big, deep pit, the wolf pups insist on flying over. Chen Mian Mian and her team give them a flight, and the pups keep begging to fly again. But everyone has training tasks, so Chen Mian Mian simply picks them up and takes them back. She thought that was the end of it, but during lunch break, she notices only 7 wolf pups. Who's missing? Chen Mian Mian crouches down to look, and realizes the most mischievous one, the little rascal, has run away. Wow, everyone, go find it. Don't let it run off and get caught by wild dogs. Hearing her words, everyone quickly disperses to search. Little rascal, where did you go? Little rascal, come here. Uncle Zhao has some tasty meat bones for you, little rascal. Cough, cough, that name is so embarrassing. Captain, can I not call it that? Chen Mian Mian, feeling playful, named it on a whim, but calling it out makes everyone cringe. All the grown men in the yard shout little rascal in high-pitched voices, and the scene is really too embarrassing to watch. Chen Mian Mian rolls her eyes, not knowing who they're calling. The little rascal is usually the smartest. If it wants to hide, it's impossible to find, and if she doesn't call, it won't come out either. Call it. Call it loudly. Whoever makes the quietest sound will do 400 obstacle laps. Hearing this, everyone immediately yells loudly. They'd rather run 5 kilometers than just 400 meters. Little rascal.
Come out now.
Voice cracking, little rascal. Where are you? If you don't come out, I'll hang you on a tree and feed you to the mosquitoes. Gritting teeth in frustration, inside the military dog training base, filled with various voices calling out dead ghost, several unfamiliar faces ran toward us. Hurry up, Finally we can eat. I know a shortcut that leads straight to the cafeteria. The leader, holding a lunchbox, spoke to the person behind him. When they reached closer, they saw a large ditch about 2 meters wide and 4 meters deep. Just as they tried to stop, the person behind caught up and bumped into him. They lost balance, and both fell into the ditch.
Wow.
Who the heck dug this ditch here? Are you crazy?
Crazy.
Before the echo from the ditch could fade, they heard hurried footsteps approaching. Eat, eat, time to eat.
Oh.
Sure enough, another person rushing to eat without watching where they were going fell down. The three of them stared at each other inside the ditch, their lunchboxes shining brightly, almost as if mocking them for being so blind. Just as they were about to say something awkward, footsteps sounded overhead again. Hey, where did this little puppy come from? Looks pretty cute. Take it home and raise it. Oh, little thing, don't run, don't run. Mom, help. The ghost is coming. Your ghost is going to become someone else's ghost. As the young wolf pup's innocent cry sounded, the three looked up to see a furry figure appearing overhead. With a soft thud, a warm, round little body fell onto one of them's face. In the next second, someone who couldn't stop in time also fell down, jumping over the barrier.
Wow.
Someone catch me below. The three of them quickly stepped back, giving space for the falling person. Suddenly, there was a loud thud as a human-shaped pancake hit the ground. Cough, cough. Who the heck dug this ditch? When the person who fell and turned into a pancake got up and looked at the others, he realized none of them were from the Northern Military District. I am Chin Hao from the Northwest Military District. The first person to fall broke the awkward silence. He was slim, with an ordinary face, but his eyes shone brightly. I'm Feng Liangkai, also from the Northwest Military District. The second one to fall was a typical square-faced person with a big nose and loud voice. When he spoke, his voice was so loud it hurt the other three's ears. I am from the Southwest Military Region.
My name is Ding Men.
The third to fall was a round-faced person, so fat that his ears were hidden. He looked like a big dumpling on his head. His build was not as tall and slim as the others. Instead, he looked like a foolish son of a landlord. I am from the Central Plains Military Region. My name is Shinrong. The fourth to fall was handsome, tall, with long legs, like a movie star. After the four of them introduced themselves briefly, they wanted to climb up. But this 4-meter-deep pit was not as easy to get out of as a 2-meter obstacle, especially because the surface was very smooth, with no grip points. While they were discussing who should step on to climb out, the ghost lying on the ground suddenly let out a loud scream.
Howl.
Mom, come quick to save the ghost. The ghost is hungry and wants milk. Nanny, boo-hoo, the ghost misses you, Nanny. The little wolf's voice was clear and funny. At this moment, the four of them weren't in a rush to climb out. They sat in a circle on the ground, poking at the ghost's little bottom. Little one, you're so chubby. Maybe I should just eat you? Ding Men rubbed his growling stomach, looking at the ghost as if it were a roasted pig. This little isn't enough to fill my teeth, Feng Liangkai said, his finger bitten by the ghost, feeling both pain and ticklishness, but also finding it amusing. I have a lighter here, hee. The ghost sensed that their eyes were just like Chen Mianmian's when she was eating, making it nervous. Its cry became even more pitiful.
Mom.
If you don't come soon, your ghost will really die. Ghost, where are you? Call out a few more times. Just as Ding Men and Feng Liangkai were about to tease the little wolf, they suddenly heard a girl's clear and anxious voice. Who was she calling? Whose family member was sneaking into the military camp to flirt? Playing such a big game? In a daze, as the wolf's howling grew more urgent, a sweaty head appeared outside the pit. Ghost, how did you fall into the pit? I told you to listen and behave, but you didn't. Serves you right. When you come out, I'll hang you up and beat you. Chen Mianmian looked at the safe little wolf, and her heart finally relaxed. Fortunately, I didn't fall into the pond and drown, nor was I eaten by animals in the back mountain. The four of us listened to Chen Mianmian curse, exchanging glances, thinking she was talking about the other three's wives, with teasing and joking looks in their eyes. TSK, 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 so this is the little lover from the Northern Military District. A short separation feels like a new marriage, and now they've come here for a secret meeting. Cough. Comrade, could you please help us get up there? Foam Liangkai spoke loudly, looking up at Chen Mianmian, but suddenly the head on the pit disappeared. You can talk, but why bring bricks? No throwing them up. Chen Mianmian's eyes were blurred with sweat, and when her vision was unclear, she saw a square object being lifted. She quickly stepped back. Based on her experience of offending many people, she thought the other might throw a hidden weapon.
Finalizing. What?
The other three, ex-winky face. You comrade who said I was throwing bricks. I have a proper square face. My mom said, a big face can eat four corners, not rich, but good for warding off evil spirits. Hearing the angry voice below, Chen Mianmian quietly peeked her head in and saw four people holding lunchboxes, not bricks. Haha, sorry, I have poor eyesight and saw it wrong. Don't be angry.
I'll call someone to help you up now.
Seeing she had misunderstood, Chen Mianmian quickly smiled apologetically. Foam Liangkai looked up and finally saw Chen Mianmian's face clearly. Bright, lively eyes, delicate features. At this moment, she looked at him eagerly, with no anger at all, even a bit of stammering. Being apologized to by such a beautiful girl for the first time made him feel quite shy. Then, next time, be careful. Foam Liangkai muttered, and Chen Mianmian nodded quickly. She whistled towards the base, and soon others came running over. Zhao Mingji was so eager to find trouble that he almost lost his mind. He rushed over too quickly and fell in because he couldn't stop in time. Oh, this big pit. Next time, I'll dig a couple at Shu Lao Deng's door too. My bones, my pelvis, my meniscus, oh. Zhao Mingji groaned as he sat up. When he looked up, he saw a square object. He quickly curled up, covering his head with his hands for protection. Hey, I have no grudge against you all. Don't throw bricks. Foam Liangkai was shot again. The three people around him couldn't hold back their laughter. I hit the ground. I can't take it anymore. I have a square face, square. How did it turn into a brick? I'm going to find a brick and crush you. Foam Liangkai grabbed his lunchbox and tried to stuff it into Zhao Mingji's mouth. The three others, afraid he would start a fight, quickly pulled him back. Are you going to fight? Are you? I'll have my master let wild boars attack you. Zhao Mingji, who had already caused trouble when he was in the Northwest Military Region, had become even more skilled after learning from Chen Mianmian. While swearing, he found the little ghost and rushed to hug the puppy, then quickly stepped back. Master, I found the little ghost.
Huh?
Hurry, pull me up. Zhao Mingji happily held up the little ghost, acting like Simba from The Lion King. He was the first to find the puppy, so he thought his master would praise him. He chuckled to himself, but his happiness turned to sadness. He grinned foolishly, showing his big teeth, but the little ghost couldn't hold it and peed right into his mouth. Zhao Mingji, disgusted, put the little ghost down and gagged, making Foam Liangkai laugh loudly. Chen Mianmian squatted outside the pit, watching the chaos of 5 people, which looked like 50, and sighed helplessly. Question: what to do when everything is a mess? Answer: just take the chance to drink. Bring them all up so they don't know we're bullying the fool, Chen Mianmian ordered, covering her forehead. The others found some ropes, and within 2 minutes, 4 of them were pulled up. In the end, the little ghost was like a silkworm cocoon, carried up by Zhao Mingji. Chen Mianmian, to punish it, didn't loosen the ropes. She made it crawl on the ground. Mom, the little ghost misses you, Mom, the little ghost is hungry, Mom. The little ghost was full of energy. Even it still stuck its little up and wriggled forward. Chen Mianmian listened to the noisy little ghost, took a deep breath, and took out a piece of corn cake from her pocket to stuff into its mouth. Finally, everything was quiet. Who did the little chatterbox learn that from? Seeing the little wolf happily munching on the corn cake, the 4 people who fell into the pit couldn't help but have their stomachs growl loudly. Chen Mianmian turned to look at their shy and honest expressions, thinking that everyone hadn't eaten lunch while searching for the ghost, and there had been a misunderstanding earlier. She decided to invite them all to eat together. Feng Liangkai was the first to agree. His feelings had been hurt, so today he wanted these people to see what a real fool was. Qin Hao checked the time. If they delayed any longer, by the time they reached the cafeteria, the good food might be gone. So, he thought it was fine to go anywhere. The other two naturally had nothing to say. Since everyone was going, they decided to join in. So, a group of people hurried into the base. As soon as they entered, the four of them saw a yard full of German shepherds and wild boars. They almost couldn't breathe from surprise. What's going on here? Haha, this is a military dog base, so there are many animals. But don't worry, they're all trained. They won't bite unless given commands, Chen Mianmian quickly explained, thinking they might be scared. Sure enough, although the military dogs looked at them cautiously, they didn't seem to want to attack. Especially, 7 little wolf cubs ran over, howling and circling around the ghost, looking adorable and melting everyone's hearts. Do you still need people at your base? You're even raising wild boars as food. I'll apply to transfer to the military tomorrow, Ding Men said, staring at the wild boars running around. Because they looked fat, his eyes widened instantly, and he was already thinking of at least 10 ways to eat them, saliva almost dripping. Seeing this, Chen Mianmian knew what he meant and quickly stopped his thoughts. These wild boars are part of our military dog team's designated pigs. Don't even think about it,
she said.
Afterward, under Ding Men's disappointed gaze, they headed to the base's cafeteria. As soon as they entered, the aroma of food hit them. There were large steamed buns with vegetable fillings, braised fish as long as their arms, cabbage and potato soup, pickled vegetables, and a big watermelon kept cool in water. Ding Men couldn't help swallowing. The food was so luxurious, refined rice, fine flour, and meat. He was at the peak of wanting to transfer to the military. Stop staring and start eating. Our base is self-operated, so the meals are also independent. If the food isn't good enough, don't complain, Chen Mianmian said, but her pride was obvious in her eyes. Compared to other military districts, the food at their military dog base was top quality. He had looked down on coming here before, but now he was regretting it deeply. Listening to Chen Mianmian's boastful words, the four of them couldn't be surprised anymore. They were all at an age where they could eat a lot. Seeing so much delicious food, they all pounced on it like starving ghosts. For a moment, the cafeteria was filled with the sounds of chewing and the clattering of chopsticks hitting plates. Feng Liangkai chewed happily, cheeks puffed out, enjoying himself immensely. It had been a long time since he ate so much meat. The other 3 also ate happily, and all their previous unhappiness disappeared. Only their envy and curiosity about the military dog base remained. Just as everyone finished eating and wanted to visit the military dog base, suddenly a girl's voice came from outside. Chen Mianmian, come out. I want to see what kind of girl you are, stealing Su Bayan away. Zheng Xiuying was pounding the base gate. She had liked Su Bayan for a long time. Her biggest wish was to marry him. Although she hadn't received any response, there's a saying, women pursuing men are like crossing a layer of silk. A brave woman fears no entanglement, and the same goes for a cool man who fears no pursuit. Since the beginning of the year, she had begged her father for half a year to let her come here. But guess what? A girl suddenly appeared and kidnapped Su Bayan away. This loss she, Zheng Xiuying, would never accept. Chen Mianmian, come out. I want to see what kind of fairy you are, stealing Su Bayan's heart away. Zheng Xiuying kept pounding on the door. Just as she was about to start scolding, the door finally opened. She was about to get angry when she saw a pair of pig-like eyes. What the heck? You scared me half to death. Zheng Xiuying jumped back, staring at the wild boar that looked like a small mountain. She nervously kept her hand on her chest, wary of it rushing at her. The wild boar looked at Zheng Xiuying with what seemed like disdain in its eyes. It snorted and shook its head, signaling her to come in. Zheng Xiuying initially thought she was seeing things. She rubbed her eyes, but when she looked again, the wild boar impatiently shook its head. It was holding a door latch in its mouth, and its gaze was even more contemptuous, as if looking at a fool.
Hey.
You dare to smash my door? Do you have the guts to come in? Suddenly, a clear, teasing voice rang out. Zheng Xiaoying's eyes widened, and she pointed at the wild boar, trembling with her voice.
Oh my.
This pig probably isn't going to turn the world upside down, but how come it's talking like a human? Zheng Xiaoying let out a loud shout. Just as she was about to run, a bright and beautiful face appeared at the door. Chen Mianmian leaned against the door with her arms crossed, finally seeing the girl from Sichuan who is chasing after Su Bian. Zheng Xiaoying is small in size, but has a good figure, with curves that show her feminine charm even in her uniform. Her skin is fair and tender, and she has the sharp, bold energy typical of girls from Sichuan. Usually, Chen Mianmian would tease such a cute girl, but now she was the one being challenged. When rivals meet, they get competitive. She needed to show strength. I'm Chen Mianmian, and you are too. Your dad is also. Why are you looking for me? At this moment, Chen Mianmian felt that speaking in her local dialect made her more imposing. Are you Chen Mianmian? Zheng Xiaoying saw someone come out. She realized she had made a mistake and felt a bit embarrassed. But as soon as she heard it was Chen Mianmian, she quickly got into character, lifting her chin and glancing at her sideways. The girl in front of her was thin, but didn't seem weak. She had a calm, confident presence like someone in charge. Her looks were striking. Besides being a little dark, her lively and expressive eyes made her unforgettable. This made Zheng Xiaoying, who was initially a bit annoyed, feel nervous. But thinking about Su Bian, who she liked for 2 years, she straightened her back and looked at Chen Mianmian with a dismissive expression. You're Chen Mianmian? Looking at you, you don't look that great, like a piece of coal. Your eyes are small and narrow, like a green bean. If Su Bian still looks at you, maybe his eyes are blind. Do you have some secret that forces him to marry you? Chen Mianmian snorted coldly upon hearing this. She looked Zheng Xiaoying up and down, her smile wild. What's wrong with being dark? It's just temporary. But you're ugly for life. Look at your features, none of them match. No wonder no one wants to be with you. I am a stunning beauty, a rare gem. You should ask Su Bian how many lifetimes it took him to marry someone as perfect as me. You in the Northern Military District should know my reputation. How dare you come here like this? You're just asking for trouble. Chen Mianmian could tell Zheng Xiaoying was straightforward and honest. Suddenly, she felt there was no challenge and was about to turn back, but Zheng Xiaoying refused to give up. She angrily chased after her, insisting on arguing. It's obvious I knew Su Bian before you did. How could he marry you? That's unfair. Look at me, I look better than you. Even if you were reborn from your mom's belly, you couldn't match even 1/10 of my charm. Any man with eyes would never choose you. Ha! So annoying. Chen Mianmian shook her head and looked proud, which made Zheng Xiaoying very angry. She was also known as a pretty girl in the military area. After being repeatedly insulted about her looks by Chen Mianmian, she lost her temper and screamed as she rushed toward her. She was determined to fight this silly girl. Chen Mianmian had been prepared for Zheng Xiaoying. Before she could get close, she snapped her fingers. Since you're a guest from afar, and this lady is so friendly, we should show some sincerity. Kids, play with her. All right. Push her away. Knock her flying. Then I'll bite her. As Chen Mianmian finished speaking, the wild boars and military dogs in the yard started moving, rushing toward Zheng Xiaoying. Zheng Xiaoying realized something was wrong. She quickly turned to dodge Chen Mianmian, screaming and running in all directions. Chen Mianmian, you bully the weak and you cheat the little ones. Ah. I'll kill you. Suddenly, the girl's screams, the dogs barking, and the squeals of the wild boars filled the military dog base. Ha ha, go ahead and curse all you want. I love hearing Sichuan girls curse. The more you curse, the more excited I get. Shout louder, are you hungry or what? Chen Mianmian, feeling playful, climbed onto a wild boar's back and followed Zheng Xiaoying. Whenever she got tired, she would mock her. Chen Mianmian, do you have a bump on your head? Yes, I have a bump on my head. Do you have medicine? Ha ha ha, run. If you don't run now, my dog will bite then the whole military area might see your bear, haha. Run faster. Zheng Xiaoying was already exhausted, almost out of breath, but when Chen Mianmian spoke, she thought she absolutely couldn't lose in front of her rival. She gritted her teeth and kept running. Chen Mianmian continued to let the animals chase her, seeing this as a great training opportunity. When the military dogs and wild boars used their practiced encirclement tactics to trap Zheng Xiaoying, she finally couldn't run anymore and sat on the ground, crying loudly. Su Bian, you idiot. You won't marry me just for this fierce woman. I hate you for being so blind and stupid. Zheng Xiaoying sat on the ground, crying hard and cursing Su Bian for being unwise. She, a gentle girl from Sichuan, didn't want this, but insisted on marrying the woman who was as mean as a wild animal. Zheng Xiaoying thought Chen Mianmian couldn't understand her and cursed her in dialect. But she didn't know that Chen Mianmian, in her past life, had spent a lot of time caring for wild pandas and talking with local keepers. She understood these words easily. Oh, you still have the strength to curse. Looks like you haven't practiced enough. Pig Squad, step out and play with her for 5 more kilometers. If she can still speak after that, I'll kill you all and cook you in a big pot. After Chen Mianmian finished speaking, the wild boars immediately became excited, snorting and rushing toward Zheng Xiaoying. They were afraid of being caught and cooked. Chen Mianmian, if you have the guts, fight me alone. Use pigs as your helpers. You're just a sneaky person climbing walls. Aren't you ashamed? Hearing Zheng Xiaoying's words, Chen Mianmian covered her ears, snorted coldly, and gestured to the team members behind her. Tell her our military dog team's motto. 15 soldiers immediately stood at attention and shouted in unison with strong voices. Face is just a doormat. As long as we lack morals, we're not afraid of moral coercion.
Nos cham, nos kin.
Today you ignore me, but tomorrow I'll make you regret it.